somebody's got us out there in the real world, and you can just give us a little text right now, or a little, what do you call this, folks? Live chat right now, and let us know that we're coming through. We're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves one by one, and we're going to take a couple minutes to just kind of shoot the shit, and just so that you can kind of see who we are before we go, you know what, deep into this very touchy subject. So, Hard Bastard, you want to start us out?
Yeah, I'm the Hard Bastard, and I deconstruct bullshit on YouTube.
How about you? How about you, Bass Mama?
I'm Bass Mama, and if you don't already know me, then you suck. So there.
Day is dead.
I'm Day, and I'm just some chick on the internet who's talking about stuff on YouTube sometimes.
Well, that's pretty cool. So, and listen, I'm just going to let the girls talk amongst themselves and the Hard Bastard jump in, and maybe y'all get to know us a wee bit. And here in a couple minutes, we'll go right into the stream proper.
Okay.
Now I put you on the spot.
All right, so we're talking about Islam today, which kind of has a little bit something to do with the Milo thing. Everybody's already talking about it in the chat, so we might as well knock it out of the way. I already posted a video, I believe. Hard Bastard, you said you're going to be
yeah, tomorrow I should have a video on it.
The actual unfiltered video Milo posted to his Facebook, so you can actually watch that. It's quite long, but
okay, good.
A whole lot more shit makes sense. Because then you're like, holy shit, okay. Then you realize like how badly it was chopped together. And I believe the video that's circulating is an Evan McMullin creation.
Oh, are you serious? Evan McMullin? Oh, he's such a fucking cuck.
Exactly. So I was kind of like, that son of a bitch. But yeah, after I watched all that, I was kind of like, I really don't like Evan McMullin. And I'm a little softer on my stance toward Milo because I actually didn't like him. So I just thought he was, a loud-mouthed gay. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I just have to see the whole thing in context before I comment, because otherwise, there's no way for me to, one way or the other, say, because I totally do not trust what CNN said, and they've ran it. I have CNN usually on all the time. They've run a segment on them twice. So I have no trust in what they say, so I just got to see the whole episode or whatever.
I have no trust in CNN, period. Or Fox, or you can name it. I don't want to call none of them out. If you see it on the news and you don't get it on YouTube or on Minds or someplace like that, to me, it's bullshit. Period.
I don't even have TV, so I don't see much of the mainstream media.
That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, actually, when I go over my mother's house to visit her, I'll just turn on the TV and I'll start watching it and be like, oh my God, this is why everybody's so stupid. Because they're getting so much bullshit information with no nuance to it, no underlying reasons why any conflict is happening. They just get told what to think. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
With Sweden, even if you don't like what Trump said in regards to there being an incident, when they run the story about it, they say, oh, he said he was referring to a Fox News report that turned out to be false. And I'm like, what about that was false about Sweden? Are they denying that Sweden has had a uptick in rapes? I don't understand how they can lie that fucking obviously. That's ridiculous.
No, y'all are going to bust my balls, but how do you make somebody a moderator, and do we want a moderator? Because bastard, somebody just said, Jared Davis just said, I'm here for the Hard Bastard woo. Do we want to make a moderator? And if we do, can I just pick this guy?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't really.
Well, how do I pick him, Mama, or do you want to do it?
You click on your 3 dots next to their name, and you can set as moderator.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue. Sorry, folks.
No problem. I'm just I have to do this from memory because I'm still banned from live streaming for a while.
Why?
Because Germany is cucked as fuck. That's why.
Man, they hit doggone big booby black girl. Tria's Logic. She's on the end of every one of my freaking videos. I watch her all the time. I should know her name, but they hit her too.
We made fun of the PSA, and my video's gone. It's deleted. It's not there anymore. So
wow.
Yeah, do not make fun of German National Public Television. They really don't like that.
That's
Did
crazy.
you get a hate speech strike?
No, it was a copyright strike on a playback bot.
Gotcha.
it just seemed weird because it was like German public television, and I'm like, what the hell did we? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Germany did get it. Was Germany with Tree of Logic? I think she was making.
Yeah, it was definitely Germany.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Ridiculous. I know that you were busy and that you were gonna, but after a couple people made one, and you know what else? The Tree of Logic. If you're watching it, I'm sure you are. You sweet thing. You know, I know that all of us can kiss your ass, and you really don't like anybody's help. You kind of like me. I dig that about you.
Okay, you guys, sorry. Before we get really started, I just realized I have to grab some batteries. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Cool.
Okay, cool. I'm trying not to show my ass on the way.
No, that's rock and roll. And you know what I'll
try
do?
not to make inappropriate comments about needing batteries then.
No, I think when she comes back, we'll do a little bit of whatever. We'll chat about a little bit more, and then we're going to hit this topic though, folks, because I know one thing: the Hard Bastards got some hard hitting stuff for you. And Based Mama, of the people that I have spoken with that can say they are Americans, I'm not even gonna lie. Wherever she got her information from, I don't know. I can't corroborate it, but she has a wealth of information about these people and their ways and their customs.
Fucking live in it, man. You get to know it, or you get in a lot of trouble for not knowing it.
And listen, folks, I'll be keeping time, and I'm going to kind of keep over here too and keep chatting with folks, because I know that everybody watching, you know, that you feel like you know the Hard Bastard, and you feel like you know Day is Dead, and you feel like you know Based Mama, and some of the one or two of you, if any, that are here to see me, you might feel like you know me, but you know, we want you to feel that way, but on the same time, we want to get to know you also. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we love you.
We love you. That's a nice way to say it. So hell, unless I'm going to get killed for being like the school marm, which I usually tend to be, I'm just going to say maybe we can jump right into this balls deep and go into the Islam thing.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Rock and roll, Hard Bastard. I'd just like to say, because I'm going to chop this up a little bit later, we'd like to welcome everybody out there in TV land. We'd like to welcome you into the warm embrace of America. We'd like to ask you to just set aside your biases, set aside your petty differences, try to open your mind, expand your reason, join us, and see if we can find a solution to this ever-present problem. Go ahead, Hard Bastard.
All right, so the idea for this stream originally came from, I was talking with Ogre, and I think it was after Tree of Logic got a hate speech strike for making a video about Islam. And I think probably the reason she got it is because she just went straight to the point. There was very little bullshit in the video. And I would say that if you tell me not to talk about something, then, and I could probably say that for everyone here, that's exactly what we're going to do. So the deal with Islam, I'm going to take from a different angle, because we could go several ways. We could do like Quran verses, but that I think would kind of get boring. But the other thing is, when the left argues, if you've ever argued with an SJW or a leftist about Islam, or even a Muslim, they will say, "Oh, you're not an Islamic scholar. What do you know about Islam?" So I think that I'm going to break down, first of all, why I think Islam is a cult. And then I think the second time around, I'm going to use the screen share, because I think that if you listen to imams or Muslim scholars, they will tell you what they believe. And since SJWs are so big on allowing the marginalized groups to speak for themselves, but they won't allow the ex-Muslims to speak for themselves, which I think is one of the more marginalized groups that is usually shut out of conversations like this. But for the first 5 minutes, I'm just going to, because I was in a cult, and I'm going to list some things that I got from the International Cultic Studies Association. And you tell me if you think that you can apply the following things to Islam in regards to whether or not they are a cult. Now, I was in a cult in up until 2007, which I escaped from. So I do have some experience in regards to like escaping a cult, doing cult interventions, and like studying propaganda. And so I think from the cult standpoint, I can speak from whether you want to call it expertise or experience. And from the theological standpoint, I think just letting Muslims speak for themselves is great, because they will tell you exactly what they believe, and ex-Muslims will tell you exactly what they believe. And it just seems like the left, for some reason, is not allowing them, or at least is not listening to what they're saying. Because you can see, like with the Women's March, they had the picture of the girl with the American flag as a hijab, which is some shit. I'm not even like a patriotic person necessarily, but when you take the American flag and turn it into, I would argue, the world's biggest symbol of female oppression, that is some shit. So anyway, here's a list of cult characteristics from the International Cultic Studies Association that I think can apply. One of the things is the group displays excessively zealous and unquestioning commitment to its leader, and whether he is alive or dead, regards his belief system, ideology, and practices as the truth as law. Questioning, doubt, and dissent are discouraged or even punished. I would take it further. For example, while my experience in a cult was certainly a mindfuck, the difference between my experience and from what I've seen ex-Muslims have to go through is that their experience is much, much worse as...
But how, Bastard? I hate to break in, but if you could explain, because I want you to, most people wouldn't understand about what you went through. So what did you go through?
What I went through was, if you question or leave the cult, you basically will be shunned. And so you'll lose any friends or family that you have, or if you have like a job of some sort, you'll lose that. Now, ex-Muslims have it a lot worse because apparently, from at least what you can gather from either what they say or if you read stories, they have to deal with people trying to hunt them down and kill them. That's quite a different scenario. So even as bad as I had it, it's nothing compared to being in a scenario in which motherfuckers are coming after you to kill you just because you disagree with the religion. Now that's 5 minutes. I can keep going, or we can just...
you got one more minute, brother. You got one more minute. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Wrap up your point. No, Base Mama will go next. Just wrap up your point. No, you got a minute. I got the timer right here.
All right, cool. So I'll throw out 3 more that I think are you can apply to both cults and also Islam. And this applies to any religion, really, but we're talking about Islam. The leadership...
Uh-oh, we may have just lost the Hard Bastard. If we did, we're going to move on to Based Mama. Are you there, Hard? Okay, he'll pick up right where he came back, and we don't want to leave you all hanging out there in TV land. So, Based Mama, if you want to go on to your first point that you'd like to make, I'm going to restart this clock right here, and you got 5 minutes to let us know what your feelings about. And I want to make one caveat for you, Based Mama, because she is going to give our final statement. Don't mistake what she is going to say for someone that loves Islam. Please, I kindly asked her if she would give the Muslim point of view, so to speak. And I don't even know what that will be coming from her, because she is her own person and will find me and kill me if I try to put words in her mouth. So, Based Mama, take it away.
Okay, well, for a lot of people, they grow up Muslim. They never actually read the text. They have an idea of things like the Quran, the Hadith, the Sunnah, the Sirah, the Sharia law. They don't understand it because they never really read it. They just kind of live it day to day. And how more or less it is applied affects their view of it or their acceptance of it. The first thing to remember is that you are taught, if you're born Muslim, you're taught from a very, very early age that you are both persecuted and also above other people. So you're special and also in a state of persecution, like to perceive others as though they are jealous of your knowledge of the true truth, because the Quran is the inerrant and unalterable word of God and the final word of God. And
so, Based Mama, again, I don't want to bust your balls, but true truth, true truth? Could you unpack that a little bit before you continue?
Sure. It's the idea that whatever we might know in science or the natural world is only true in as much as it aligns with what the Quran has revealed to man. So it's science is viewed as if it's in conflict with the Quran, it is viewed as being insufficient or somehow defective because it doesn't align with what is in the Quran. And
thank you very much. That was perfect.
Okay. Everything is taken in that context. So if you do attempt to argue points in science or something like that, where you would maybe want hard evidence, something that you could test for a Muslim to say, well, the Quran says X, Y, Z, that is the absolute truth. There is no other truth. And so it is very difficult to, when you're engaging with Muslims, it's very difficult to kind of unstick that in their minds because this is the only reality they have ever known. And they're, because it is a self-perpetuating cycle, it will require kind of a hard line on defectors or apostates. It's very much with North Korea, we're a religion. That's the best way I could put it. The defector is basically fair game for abuse or even death, in so much as the law surrounding feels like. And a Muslim will very easily simply ignore the law of the land in favor of Sharia or Islamic law. And they will usually take issues of crime, even issues like murder, they will take it to their imam rather than the police because they don't trust people outside of the ummah. They're not people that are really full people because they're not fully Muslim, so they're lesser. Inside of the ummah is all of the Muslim faithful. So anybody outside of that is not to be trusted, and then there are varying degrees of who you can trust inside of that based on the Sharia law, based on how, like, their family relation to you and things like that. So hopefully I didn't go over my time. I just kind of wanted to get you in the headspace of a Muslim. Uh-oh. We lost the ogre.
Where is everybody? Did we lose both of them?
We lost the ogre.
He's the moderator, dude. He's like the person. Is Hard Bastard back? Say something if you're back.
I think his mic's busted.
He just got muted. I see a mute button. Sorry, everybody. Should I just say my spiel?
If you can, we only have about 10 minutes before it cuts it off if Ogre doesn't get back in here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is impromptu, but we'll hopefully get this stuff figured out. I guess my opinion is, I guess that Islam as a religion is quite complicated, especially these days. There's, many different sects and clerics and countries, promoting different ideas based on the main tenets of Islam, but they all ultimately go back to the Quran, and there's a lot of hadiths around that are, different via where you grew up or the region, and it's a very complicated issue. And as far as westernization goes, I feel like there's a lot of Muslims who have been living in America or the Western world for centuries or decades that have been integrated and are moderate Muslims. Oh, hey, the ogre's back. There he is.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we're all back. I don't know
We're
what
all
the hell
back?
just happened, but
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what the fuck.
They're trying to shut you down, Russian hackers.
It's Islam.
Yeah.
It's Islam.
Someone said too bad she's a vapor.
Hey, look though,
Oh.
I missed the end of Base Mamas, and that's okay. It looks like you girls kept it going. So if you will just continue, Dave, we'll catch up with where we need to be, and then Hard Bastard, you'll be next.
Cool.
I'm just going to take a quick vape for that guy who said who's going with the vaping stereotypes. So
Yeah,
That's
bastard.
for you,
That
dude.
was weird. I gotta say that was freaking weird because first I disappeared and then you just disappeared. First you disappeared and then I don't know what happened. My connection was good. It just got cut off. But that's for another conspiracy.
Did you catch my last line?
No.
No, I think we missed
No, I didn't. We didn't catch like the last. Yeah, it cut off like probably about 10 seconds after you started your last minute. But that's get down. The whole last minute was scrapped. If you'll start there.
Yeah.
Day, I'm so sorry,
start my
everybody
note
that's watching. There's nothing we can do about the technical issues.
Yeah,
no problem.
No, you. In fact, they probably don't want you to, but do whatever you got to do.
Who?
Good job, girls.
No, we can go back to
Ladies.
the hard bastard if he wants to get his final point.
No, you go. You continue, and we'll wrap it right up. You can either continue where you were, you can start at the beginning, but I don't know because everybody else has already heard what you said. So if you just want to pick it up, you girls were doing fine without us fuckers.
I guess I'll just pick it up. My opinions on as far as Western integration is that the Middle East is in conflict right now. There is so much going on there, and as far as integrating into the West, I feel like reform has to happen, which has happened in, the other Abrahamic religions, Judaism and Christianity. There has been so much reformation in those religions. If we were to go off, the Bible or the Torah, then we would be doing heinous stuff too. But in modern day society, we've left a lot of that behind. I say we've. I'm an atheist, but coming from America, most people are Christians or Jewish or whatever. And so Islam is kind of the only religion as far as like the three major world religions who hasn't caught up in that regard, and they haven't integrated. And it is also the only religion that is kind of, there's no state versus faith separation. Like the religion is political. It was built on that. And so there's no separation of church and state or secularism versus government, so it's very different. And to integrate into Western society, you're going to need to, drop some of your beliefs, and that's just not going to happen. So I don't know how we reconcile people with, a very strict doctrine and also different sects of that doctrine based on hadiths or, extremism, especially those types, integrating into the Western world. And how do we deal with that, or maybe make Islam a more moderate Muslims the kind of bigger picture, and maybe they from the inside can change the way that they integrate into the West. I guess that's what I gotta say. I'll go on later.
No, that's a really good point, Day. That reformation comes from the end, and I just realized that I actually got to put a little pinpoint on this. And folks, I've thrown the timer right out because I feel like we're doing really good without that nonsense. Nobody needs a school marm here, I don't think. So I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to share with anybody today or any other day or tomorrow or any other year. And there's nothing that you can do or you can say in the comments that will hurt my feelings, and go ahead and try. I'll just laugh. I think it's a joke when people that don't know me says my mother's a whore and works behind the truck stop for $2 an hour or whatever. It's a joke to me, and I think it's funny. But you know what?
Your mom? Okay.
You know her, huh? No, base mama, that offends me because you know her, you bitch. Calm down. So, no, all jokes aside. But now that I said that, I have to say that Day just made one of the most profound points, and that's why I wanted her here, because I knew that this young lady, people look at her and they can see all kinds of things, but I saw a wonderful, brilliant mind. And the Reformation has to come from within. There is no way on God's green earth that Islam is going to change. And I don't want to step on the hard bastard. I have a little inside track, so I'm not. Well, I don't want to start talking about the imams so much.
No, you're all good.
Because, you're going to tell us about the imams in a second. When they take the opportunity to say, which I'm Jewish, if you can find me a rabbi that says to drag a woman and stone her to death or drag a man and throw him off of whatever. And let me just read something to you before I ramble this on, because I'm going to keep this down to about another minute, and then I'm going to throw this back to the bastard. But here it is. This is Leviticus, the book of Leviticus, the Levitical law, the law given to the Levites, the tribe of Levi, that was meant to be the keepers of the law. It says in Leviticus 20, verse 11, if a man lies with his father's wife, he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. In verse 12, if a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them surely shall be put to death. They have committed perversion. Their blood is upon them. I will say it again. If you don't want to go to some morons like the Westboro Baptist Church, or some, I respectfully say this, I don't think the Heart Bastard care, or some fucking control freak ruin your life if you don't say what we say and do what we do. And if you ain't out there on your bicycle with your tie on doing your whatever, I think how long is it, bastard? How long did they expect you to do evangelism in the Jehovah's Witnesses? They expect like 12 hours a week. It's a long time.
It's voluntary. Like,
but it's not voluntary.
But it's not. It's like, oh, you can do whatever you want. However, if you don't get about 30 hours a month or 10 hours a month, you are serving Satan. Like, it's just very psychologically fucked up. So I'd say 10 hours is the minimum.
10 hours is the minimum a week. So I'm going to put a point on this, and I'm going to kick it back. But I'm going to say Reformation, as Day so poignantly said, Reformation is the only way. And Reformation can only come from the hearts of the leaders. And remember, people, the folks that got, if you believe in that mythos, the folks that got Jesus Christ murdered were not the Sadducees. They were the Pharisees. And most people think they were in control of the church. They were not. They were the lay people. The Sadducees were the Sadducees were the ones that controlled the church. So that said, I will tell you some more about the Reformation of the Christian church, because if you're going to come to me and tell me, like Baraki, Wacky, Tabaki, Husseini, Obami, and going to try to tell me that, we need to think about the Crusades. Tell me something that has happened in the last week, please. Don't tell me about something that's happened, because the Reformation started 500 years ago. So, bastard, I'm pretty much done.
Yeah, no problem. Like, the other thing is the argument that is used when they bring up the Crusades, but we could never bring up, for example, shit that Muslims did in previous periods of time either. So it's like a similar double standard. I think it's also used in regards to like trying to hold us accountable for slavery and shit like that. Now, the thing with Reformation, and I agree with all that, but the problem is, and I'm going to play some videos from ex-Muslims. I completely agree with Reformation, but not only are people that try to reform marked for, I believe it's death by fatwa. I think that's correct. But even people on the left view, I forget the guy's name. It's something Nawaz. He's from the UK.
Najib Nawaz.
Yes, that's exactly. Thank you. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says, but I do think it's good that he is at least attempting to reform. And not only do you have the Muslim pushback, but then you have the pushback from the left, labeling him racist. I believe the Southern Poverty Law Center, or one of those groups, labeled him as an Islamophobe. But this is the thing, like I could continue and be like, well, I think this or that, and I do have some shit with imams, but when I was doing the research and when I was coming across the ex-Muslims, I think that especially if you're going to argue with a leftist who is of the ideology that you must give the marginalized group the voice. Well, that's great. So that's what I am going to do. I'm going to play ex-Muslims. These aren't very long. These are just a couple minutes. So let me hit screen share, full screen. 1 second. All right. You can see my screen. Yes.
They'll be able to see it. I actually don't. Mama, should we be able? I can see your screen on yours. What does he have to do, Mama, to make that pop up like you showed me the other day?
Where is she? Oh, she's muted. I see it on the little screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You
me
need to
too.
click on his box on the down arrow and
Yeah,
present
click on
it.
my box.
And then do what? Present to everyone, right? I think I just did
Present
it.
it. Click on the box and
present it, yes.
present.
I think I just did that.
All right, you should
Yep.
I
You're
see
on,
it,
big
yeah.
guy.
you should see a
Okay.
girl with dark hair. You see that?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna play this. All right.
Are we supposed to hear it?
Yeah, you're supposed to hear it. Is there something that I need to do with that?
Turn your. I'm looking. I don't know.
Oh, wait, speaker volume. Hold on a second.
Technical difficulties brought to you by the hard bastard. Everybody that came to watch him, blame his ass, not mine.
I'm gonna turn
That's
my
Hangouts, man.
headphones up. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, if it wasn't for him, I don't know. Maybe if it was the two girls would have got me some people watching me, but I might have like.
Is that louder?
I can't hear it.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see.
All right, real quick while we're getting this figured out, I was
Sure.
reading the chat, and once it starts, I'll stop talking. But I was reading the chat, and people were asking about Jesus as a figure in Islam, and if he was a big deal. And yeah, he was a big deal. He was, considered a prophet,
Wow.
not the son of God, but he was considered a prophet. And I actually, researching this, found something interesting. They said that Jesus wasn't crucified at all, and that God rose him to heaven. They poofed him away before he got crucified. So he didn't even go through all that shit as far as Islam is concerned. And he was just such a great prophet that he got poofed into heaven, which I found very interesting. And they said that he was not, that he was born a virgin also in the Muslim, in the Islamic faith. He was still born a virgin, but he was not the son of God. He was a prophet who did do miracles and was taken to heaven by God before he got, crucified on the cross. But he was
They
not
don't
risen.
believe that Jesus was the same Jesus that Christians do.
They believe he's the same
Well,
Jesus, but
Yeah, they believe
they
he's
know
the
they
same
believe that he was
Jesus
the same
up to the
person.
point
Yeah.
that he's crucified and resurrected, because that is the door to salvation for Christians. And if Muhammad's going to make his own religion, he has to deny that in Jesus, so that he can now provide the new way to salvation.
although
Pastor, did I
Muhammad
do
doesn't
something that completely
consider
lost?
himself.
No, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, girls.
Muhammad doesn't consider himself a deity or a son of God or
I'm aware.
anything divine, and he
But I
actually
mean that
the-
he has to make him, he has to take that away, because there's no grace. Islam is a works-based religion, so you have to earn your way to heaven, and
Yeah.
that has if Jesus died and was resurrected and you can ask forgiveness and
oh
get to
yeah,
heaven, then it's kind
Yeah.
of pointless for him
they're
to
saying
exist.
it's null and void. Yeah, no, so he has to make different rules, definitely. And
Yeah, Joseph Smith did the same thing with Mormonism and a couple of the Great Disappointment people who started churches. Out of that, they also did the same thing.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, well, they kind of have to, don't they? And so another thing I found interesting is that Muhammad is not considered a divine figure. He's just, the prophet of God. He transcribed the word of God directly. And so that's why they don't allow any pictures of him, because they were really against false idols and cleansing everything of false idols besides God. And he didn't want anybody to portray his image, because he specifically didn't want to be worshipped. So
But
I also
who
found it
else
interesting.
directly? In fact, I think there's someone here, and I won't mention them unless they speak up. But I think there's someone here outside of myself that studied him for about 2.5 years and worked with him, that knows something about the Mormons. Who else, allegedly directly transcribed the Bible from golden tablets on the hill Cumorah? Who else said that they had divine knowledge and they could speak for God? Anybody?
The dude
oh, you
with the
want me to
hat.
do it?
No, I don't want anybody that may
Yeah,
know.
it's Joseph Smith.
Yeah, Joseph
The dude
Smith.
with the hat.
Yeah, the seer hat, because he put a rock in the hat. He'd be like, I know there's gold on your property, motherfucker. Give me 10 million first. But
Yeah,
look,
he was actually arrested for that.
yeah, you know, in New York State, most people think anyway. Yes. So, you know, there's a lot of craziness. Bastard, anytime you're ready with
Yeah,
that
let me
clip,
try this one more
let
time.
me know. So let me put
do-
you back up here with presentation. Sorry, girls, I just want to get to this. And then listen, everybody listening here, as soon as he's done with this, we're going to have a little consortium, and we may take a little 5, let y'all chat among yourselves, and then come right back. If it's even 5, it'll be 2. So give it a shot, hard bastard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, I'm going to do a sound check. I'll play it for 5 seconds. If it doesn't work, then I'll just describe it. All right.
Sounded like
hear
I
it?
tried to. No.
All right, fuck it.
No.
All right, so basically in these videos, and we'll put them in the description. Here, let me switch off shared screen. We will put them in the description, but it's several videos. One surprisingly, Vice, which I would have thought would be more like pro-leftist Islam is the religion of peace bullshit. But it has various ex-Muslims who, one, for example, has her family chasing after her, and they're going to kill her for like just not wanting to be part of the religion anymore. Then you have various people. One guy is gay, and they throw gay people off of buildings, so he obviously does not want to live in Saudi Arabia anymore. Then you have the Vice one's interesting. They have a girl who apparently there's this gigantic mosque in Saudi Arabia. I guess isn't that where Mecca is? The giant Mecca mosque. And apparently what she did is she took a picture of like a notebook during this giant meeting with millions of Muslims that said like something in regards to the fact that she was an atheist. It was like very risky, very naughty for her to do that. And the whole story on Vice is how they're trying to smuggle her out of Saudi Arabia in order to be able to just not believe in Islam. And so, especially when you see like feminists talking all this bullshit about the patriarchy and various shit, but they are absolutely silent when it comes to all of the women in all of these countries that have to undergo, whether it's forced, what do they call that? FGM, forced
Female genital mutilation.
Yes,
Cutting their fucking clitoris off.
which is fucking awful. I mean, that's like I'm not gonna get into detail, but if you look at like how
To
they
be
do
fair,
it,
there are varying degrees of this.
of what
I'm just saying some. Yes, I'm not saying it's okay by any means, but in some cases that doesn't happen.
Will you tell us about that whenever just like another
Yeah,
minute?
no,
Because I
yeah,
kind of want to know too, because I've heard there's only one way, but go ahead,
Yeah, like there's more like of a medical procedure, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, in some places it's actually done quite professionally. Most of the time it's not. The majority of people who observe it are Africans, North Africans. So it's not super popular in other places, but when it comes to, it seems to be, it is in the Hadith that it is liked, that it's like a good thing, but it's also, there are restrictions on it, and most of it seems to be cultural. Like,
and
I
mama,
know,
listen,
it's not what people want to hear, but that's the truth. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, no, that's fine. But because a lot of people don't know what a hadith is and stuff like that, would you just give a disclaimer when you use some of those words that some folks might not know?
Yes, a hadith is a saying of Muhammad. It's a recitation of one of his companions during his time of prophecy, I guess, or revelation. And it's there recalling a situation where he made a ruling. So if they had a question and they went to him and he gave them an answer, then that would be covered in hadith, and then that would become like Sharia law.
Okay. All right. And Bastard, if you want to continue,
Sure.
if you were done based, mama.
Would you say there's like any sort of like voluntary shit with that, or it's just like they force you to do it, but it might not be as like savage as in like Africa?
again, it really depends. In some places, it's viewed more like how we would view like vaginal rejuvenation. Not saying it's anything wonderful for sure, but there are places where it is done.
But
under surgical
labiaplasty, you're
conditions.
saying that sometimes it could be compared to labiaplasty? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes that's all that it is. But when you're talking about the more, the places where it is more common, that's when you're talking about massive amounts of tissue and organs cut away. You run the risk of fistula and permanent damage, things like that, and rusty razors, and in a hut somewhere like that does happen. And to be honest, it's a wonder they survive it. But that's about it. I mean, it depends on where you are, how advanced the society is, how receptive they are to science, technology, and medicine.
Would you say the advanced ones that it's like they're more moderate and they will do it based off of if the woman wants to, or are they still forced to do it?
Yeah, that's what I want to know too. Is it
That
ever
really-
voluntary?
Yes. It comes down to a lot of the time, the family. They might kind of push you or force you or pressure you into it. And then some, like in Egypt is a good example. You have a really high level of it happening. And that is how it's viewed. It's viewed as we would view vaginoplasty. Like that's how they see it. And it is done under surgical conditions in most developed areas. But once you step outside of that city, you're talking about rusty razors in a shed. I mean, there is a world of difference from the city to not in the city when it comes to the Middle East generally.
Okay, well,
But
listen.
if I could
think this is
interject
awesome.
real quick.
That's what I want, Dave. We've been talking, and I haven't heard much.
Still on
music.
this
Yes.
topic, whether it's advanced surgically or not, and not just like done in a more barbaric sense, I still feel like female genital mutilation is wrong on the whole. I don't even believe that male circumcision should be a thing until I don't feel like any decisions based on genitals or cutting off an organ or a sexual part, anything to do with the genitals, it's not cool unless you have agency. And I feel like if you want to make that decision as a covenant with God, if you're Jewish, or as some sort of chastity thing, if you're Muslim, that should be your choice, which is it. And the thing is that it's not going to happen so much in the Islamic faith. Like, a lot of these women do not have a choice, whether it's done in a hygienic way or not. It's still a practice that I feel should be done away with.
And I'll tell you what,
that's
listen,
thing.
Dave, you said something very important. Choice, because as a Jewish person with a Jewish father that was uncircumcised, with a grandfather that was uncircumcised, from a family of Jews that understood, not only did we hide who we were until about 1978, because we come from the South, but we listen, Dave, thank you, because it's no better, bastard. It's no better, mama, when they cut the foreskin off of a woman. For you gentlemen that have had that done to you, you may not realize, but your foreskin, which I thank God have, and I can tell you the pleasures of it. I'm not going to get into that right now. But
Don't worry, like you're not going to get an argument. I have 4 boys, and none of them are circumcised.
Foreskin is where it's
do as
at.
adults. They can go ahead, but I'm not going to be responsible.
Foreskin is
for
where
that.
it's at.
Well, I'm not saying that's where it's at, but listen,
Interesting.
bastard.
Okay.
Listen, bastard.
I'm not gonna
Oh, this
argue.
just went right off the rails.
Many,
That's good.
no, not off the rails, and we'll get right back on it because I'm just so
I
glad
like
that
off the
they
rails.
said that. Because look,
Now we're like debating,
there
foreskin or no.
are
like
as many
Why
nerve
does it
endings
always
in the
go here?
foreskin as there is in a clitoris. That is a fact. That's a scientific fact. Look it up. So go. I'm done off the rails. But thank you so much, Dave, for pointing that out, because I believe that any genital mutilation, and I know the bastard agrees with me,
Of
but I
course.
do appreciate that Base Mama had that really good perspective. So that said,
Yeah, I
Dave,
didn't know
you know
that.
what?
I didn't know there was a more like not an advance, but kind of at least a medical advance. So that's at least something.
Yeah, and I never heard it termed as labioplasty either. But that that opens
And
up
sometimes that's all
my
that there
view.
is done there. They actually also have. I'm going to tell you a dirty secret of Muslim girls.
Please.
They also will have hymen replacement surgery.
Oh,
Oh
where they
yeah,
sort of like give a
rejuvenation.
fake, give a fake hymen so it looks like they're virgins when they're not. I've known a few girls who
Yeah.
were here in the U.S. and very much American girls, and before they went home, had that done. I was like, oh, all right, if that's for you, whatever. And you can get little, it's gonna sound gross, but you can get little sheep's intestines full of blood
Oh man,
to
I've heard all about
basically
this.
bust on your
Wow.
Well, you
wedding
know what?
night.
Jews
So,
do that a lot too, in the
but
Muslim
wait,
faith.
here's
In fact, they've
why.
been doing that for years all over the place.
It's so that I knew a Tunisian girl who did this because she and her fiance were basically married for like 10 years before they got married. And of course, they were living together in the US, but when they went back to Tunisia to have their wedding, she went and got the blood pack, and they throw the sheet out the window to the girl's father, and he,
Oh wow,
no
gross.
kidding, dances with it in the street.
Oh,
What
that's
the
completely
fuck?
normal.
Jesus, you
Ah,
got
totally
To
normal. Nothing
celebrate
wrong
the
with
fact
that.
Can't you
that
just
his
like
daughter was
cut
a
your
virgin.
arm or
Totally
something
normal.
and wipe some blood on a tissue and throw it out there
Oh
for
no,
your
that's why you
dad?
just get like the blood pack thing and you just smash it like a ketchup packet. I
Oh,
know.
oh,
It's
okay.
not that, but
Man.
this is the
Okay, all
insight
right, now I
had
gotta
for
say
you.
we're
You
getting off the
wanted
rails. We really
my
are.
real life shit, and I brought it to you. Okay.
Thank you, Mama. But I
Good.
must say, listen. All right, folks, we are gonna take a break, but let's do one more round,
All right.
and that will start with Day is Dead, because Day, I appreciate you cutting in, but and that's if you have something to say right now. If you have something else to say on your next point, I would love to hear it from you, and then we'll go back to the bastard, go back to Based Mama, and then I'll just give us a cutout. We'll take a 5 in case we got to pee or anything, because we are human beings out here, believe it or not.
Yes.
Okay.
So go ahead, Day, if you got anything, rock and roll.
I guess something interesting I learned today was that back when Islam was kind of a newer religion, it was like, I forget what century it was. It was a long time ago. There was a 400-year period where Islam kind of got brought to Spain and other parts of the world, and they integrated pretty well and actually converted a lot of people to come over to Islam. And Baghdad at the time was kind of a center for sciences, philosophy, and math. And they actually preserved a lot of the old works of the Greek philosophers, which would have been lost. There was some sort of thing that happened, but they actually translated them to Arabic or something, I believe, and were able to keep a lot of those major historical facts from the old Greek philosophers. And they invented algebra. And the numbers we use today, they're called Arabic numerals, not Roman numerals. They're Arabic numerals, and like our entire number system that we use today is based off, the center that was an Islamic center, and there was a ton of great work done, and it was done with the cooperations from Jewish and Christian, all coming together for a very short period of time in the long run. 400 years or something this happened, and it was actually a really great time for learning and coming together and promoting human thought and knowledge. And then I don't know what happened. Well, I think a bunch of wars happened.
It didn't happen. That's actually a total myth.
Well, I heard about. I also read
It's just
about
the
the
lie
other
they tell
thing.
you, man.
No, it was a
but
very
Mama-
small period of time.
Yeah. First of all,
I have to defend
preserving.
them. That is not a myth, but what it is,
No, it's
Mama,
not.
is
Yeah, it is.
they were not Muslim as we see them now. And what
Well,
she's
no.
saying,
Here's what I'm
we
going
do-
to tell you. Everything they did to preserve everything that came before them is haram. They broke the law. They could have been killed for that, because you are supposed to destroy everything
Right.
that is
That's
not
before they
aligning with
reformed.
Islam.
But isn't that the thing
So
that changed?
they're not going to be
Bastard,
like
jump in
working
here.
together too much, because that has to be something that's hidden.
So you're saying that's not, it was like pre-Muslim, but they don't want it to be Muslim because it's haram, basically. is what
But
you're
it was
saying.
still the
Well-
Ottoman Empire. Can we agree on that, Mama, that it was the Ottoman Empire?
It was.
Yeah, you just had three
Yes, it
different.
was.
It's just not all that it's made out to be, I guess is the best way to put it. And Arabic numerals are actually based from Sanskrit, so they're not actually.
Well,
Arab.
that's true too, Mama. But they put it. Listen, you know what else they did is the Ottoman Empire invented the numeral 0, and they were trying to work without a 1 in England, and they invented the numeral 1, and it was the Ottoman Empire. They just weren't under Sharia law, and they didn't use their good
that
book.
It wasn't. What I'm saying
you relax
is,
too now, young lady. I'm just saying that
it's
you just
made
blew
out
my mind
to be
with that.
a lot more
And
than
I know
it
history
was.
really well. But
And
Hard
this is
Bastard,
a
do you dig what she's saying? That it's I mean, somebody bring some sanity to this and help me, because if what you just said is true, it blows away a lot of history that I know and understand.
I think what Base Mama is saying is that they don't want that to be counted in their history because it was haram. So it's not necessarily something that you can credit Islam with. Am I on point right there?
Well, and there wasn't a lot of development. It was more preserving what was already there, because that was kind of that you had to hide that. You couldn't say, as actually Philip Daniel pointed out, I'm acknowledging you. Stop having an aneurysm in the chat. The Abbasids, because the Ottomans were a later gunpowder empire. Like, he's gonna have a coronary, I know it. But it was you're not supposed to allow anything that is not directly Muslim to survive. That's why, like, when ISIS is going through Palmyra and they're not Palmyra, sorry, they're going through Syria and they're just busting up things that have been there for thousands of years, and they don't give a shit. It's because to them that is it's evil, and they have to destroy it.
An Indian invention. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. I just got corrected by somebody that I know that knows what they're fucking talking about. So obviously I don't. Okay. I think they invented the Ottoman Empire, but they didn't.
I thought it was a 0, but the thing is that
it was the Indians.
No, it's just when you look into this on a surface level, or you just Google it or something, you're gonna get like very pro Islam stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not always. I mean, there are gonna be like some parts of it that are true, but most of it's gonna be more of an exaggeration on the thing as opposed to an actuality. Like, they'll say the Arabs gave you coffee. That's not actually true. It was an African man who came to a monk and said, "Drink this, you'll love it." And that was pretty much it.
Dancing goat. Hey, listen, why don't we do this, folks? Everybody's in agreement to that, because Dave's last one was badass, and it kind of got off the rails again, which I agree is very cool. It makes for really good radio land, TV land, whatever we call this. Why don't we do this? Why don't we just mute ourselves? I think Dave knows what to do. Y'all over there in the chat.
No, we just all mute ourselves.
Take a chill pill. We're gonna go take a wee.
Invite the chat to ask some questions.
Yeah. If we don't need to go do anything, we can just take.
Yeah, I'll be back. I got to get some stuff. 1 second.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, me too. So I'm gonna mute myself. If you girls want to do whatever you got to do, to talk to these folks. But we will be back at 10 o'clock, we will be back at 9, and I think this may go for 10, just in case we scheduled it till 10. And you know what? As long as everybody's down, we'll go. As long as there's people watching, and we'll try to entertain you. Base Mama, and especially Day is Dead. You think everybody thinks I'm stupid, but I always fool them like Trump. I may be stupid, but I found you, girl. And that last thing that you said is probably the best thing that has been introduced into this discussion so far. And
well, it is an interesting topic, and I want to hear more about what Base knows, because she's right. A lot of people do just Google things, and
I'm gonna go say hi to my hooker and do some cocaine. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you can get more hyper though. Well, anyway, yeah, Base Mama, that was. You're right. People do just do a Google search and they're gonna find. I found a lot of things just praising Islam, and you really have to go to the opposite side to find out the other things, and maybe it's somewhere in the middle ultimately. I don't know, but it sounds like you know a lot more on the subject that I do. But
actually, the way that I left was this guy named Ibn Warq, who was also an ex-Muslim, wrote an article about these 2 Muslim chicks who basically had, I don't think it was MSU, I can't remember, it was a college in Michigan, and she there were two Muslim girls, and they had the entire sports complex shut down every day for an hour, so those two girls could go in and work out and not be, harassed or molested by men and retain their modesty. And even as a Muslim, I was like, what the fuck, really? But yeah, they did
Wait,
that.
are you Muslim?
I was.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's a very interesting perspective to have on here.
Yeah, and I got really pissed because he was basically when you're Muslim, it's really obnoxious and offensive to you when people call you out on your shit.
Yeah.
So he was explaining that this is what Muslims do. They demand exceptions be made for them and that people around them bow to them. And this was probably about 15 years ago, because it would have been about the time my daughter was born. And that kind of it planted the seed of doubt, and they said don't get on the internet. That was like the biggest thing. Don't get on the internet or you'll get possessed by a jinn. They said that all the fucking time.
Wow.
You will get possessed by a demon. It is. And I was like, that's the most retarded thing ever, because I'm American and I grew up here, so I was not going to believe that I could get possessed by a demon by using Facebook or MySpace or whatever. So that's when
Pushing
I started looking
there.
on. Yeah, I mean, I started looking on the internet, and I Googled him. No, I think it was actually Ask Jeeves. That's how long ago this was.
Oh my God, Ask Jeeves, dude.
Yeah, and I looked it up, and I looked him up, and I read what he had written, and I was like, oh, I hate everything right now, because I was married to a Muslim. I had just had a baby. I was like, oh, shit. So it was not a fun way to find out, but I found out anyway, and I'm glad I did. I mean, at least, I know better now, but I didn't. Then I was fully in. Like, I was full on crazy. Like, I would have killed Jeff for talking shit about Muhammad crazy.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, because you're surrounded by it,
Someone said, I wonder if Base Mama considers the whole Islamic Enlightenment thing is even possible.
I believe that's what we're going to be talking about a little bit later, right?
Oh, okay, cool. Well, let's not shoot our wad right now.
Oh, I mean, if you're into it, I'm fine with it.
I don't know. I just saw the question.
Did you have to bring your husband out of it, or bring anyone out of it?
No, he's still Muslim. I'm still fighting for custody of my daughter because as skewed as the family court system is in the United States toward women, Muslim beats vagina every time.
Damn.
Wow.
So,
and that's hard to do in the court system as far as custody is concerned.
Yeah, we've been doing it for about 13 years now.
Jesus.
And they just keep kicking it around to different courts and everybody's trying to avoid making a ruling on it. And she's almost an adult, and she's just like, I just don't want to be here anymore. But she's
what
done
does she
pretty
want?
good. She wants to live here, and I don't blame her. She's not a Muslim, and she's been very clear about that since she was about 7 years old.
Don't want no honor killings done to her.
Exactly. Also, her aunt tried to talk her into having the operation, they call it. And she was like, oh, hell no. I'm not even a little bit interested in that.
You know what? Well, I'm just glad she has a choice and isn't forced to do that.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, he knows I'd kill him. I mean, I would absolutely kill him. And he knows it. He's more, trust me, he's more afraid of me than he is of Allah. Okay. And he should be. But I've managed to get it rolled back to where she's not allowed to travel to Egypt anymore. So that's good. Because that made her really nervous. It started
Egypt is
about 9 or 10.
A crazy place right now.
About the time that she was 9 or 10, men started asking to marry her, and it freaked her out. And they would say things like, you shouldn't wear short sleeves. Men can see your arms. And don't wear shorts. People will think you're an easy girl. And she's like a 9-year-old kid, and she's like, what?
And that's just going to feel disgusting to a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
From America.
Yeah, I mean, she is American. I mean, exactly. It's really weird for her. But the thing that really upset her is that nobody else seemed upset by it.
Yeah, of course not.
And she was like, she was about, I think she said she was 12 maybe or 13. And she was at a cousin's wedding or something, and they were discussing basically her dowry. She's like, hell to the no.
Fuck that.
Yeah, she was like, fuck no, I'm not doing this. Where she's like, I need to know where the embassy is. I need to know how to get back to the U.S. She's like, no, I'm not getting stuck here.
Wait, discussing her dowry, and she was an American citizen? I just broke into this.
Yeah, she was about 12 or 13. I can't remember exactly how old she was.
Actually,
she didn't tell me about it.
I am going to cut out for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay.
In fact, we'll chill back, hard bastard. If it's all right with you, we'll just chat for another minute because I've got definitely until 10 and then whatever. I'll peter out with the last ones. I think this is going real well. I sure would like to. I want to say something though, if y'all will indulge me for about 30 seconds. Listen, folks, listen to me carefully. I do this out of the kindness of my heart and because through good business decisions and a really excellent wife that has bought everything that you see, including the solid gold owl and everything that I own, my guitars, everything that I have, and that she's managed the money that we've made. We've moved furniture professionally. We've owned our own truck. Now we own a farm, and my wife is a respiratory therapist. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not bragging, but I'm trying to tell you that right now I do this because I am a type A alpha male. If you can't tell that by this, you're fucking stupid and need to go and meet some of them. But that said, there are other folks here, and I'm not going to mention any of them, that they're doing that out of the kindness of their heart too. But they're risking their treasure, their life. They're risking things for you, whether you want to think that or not. You know, you can live in a bubble, you can live in a box, you can try to pretend, you can pull a blind over your eyes, you can do whatever you want, and try to pretend that Base Mama is crazy enough to invite people to go to the bar with her and tell her where she's at. You know, if you don't think that takes balls, you're stupid. If you haven't watched her videos, the hard bastard. I've known him now personally for I think about 6 weeks. I don't know the some bitch's name. Don't know where he lives. I don't even ask him because I don't want to know. It's nobody's business. That said, if you can find it in your heart, man, swing by Day is Dead and the Hard Bastard and Base Mama, because I don't know which of the ones, but some of them they might, if you enjoy what they do and you just take it and there's a Patreon there, you're stealing. So now I'll shut up. Go ahead, yo.
Would you say, Base Mama, like when you left, did you have fear that like people might come and because I don't remember that you were an ex-Muslim, but now I think I did read that on your Twitter bio. So like, did you have to deal with that, or is that just like in the most extreme circumstances where that happens?
Well, I moved far away, but no, it's not. It's not an extreme circumstance because of the ruling on it. Every apostate deserves death. Like that's it. And
right.
It's unlikely that you'd be killed in the U.S., but it depends on where you live and what kind of community you live in. Like if I lived in Dearborn, Michigan, or I lived in San Diego, I wouldn't trust that I wouldn't be killed. I'd move away.
Jesus.
I moved out of the area that I was living in for 10 years before I went within 50 miles of it again. Because my very best friend, who is also an American Muslim convert, flat out told me if I wouldn't do time for the rest of my life, I'd gut you like a fish and cut your head off and stick it on a pike.
Jesus.
Just said it straight to my face. She was not even fucking around. It was fucking cold. And it's just that's what it is kind of attitude about it. It's not even like nobody feels sorry for it. Nobody's upset by it really. It's just that's what it is because that's what you've been taught. That's what you know. That's what you think is best. So you don't question it.
Mm-hmm. See, that's the thing that I think is ignored because, like, in the research I do in regards to cults, like, well, even Scientology, which I view as like worse than the Jehovah's Witnesses, but none of them have the death factor. That's the difference.
Oh, yes, like, they do, man. Haven't you heard about that room they take them to, man? Well, not the death factor. They like pour ice. What bastard? If you haven't looked into it?
No, they have a prison. Yeah, I mean that's true. They do have a prison.
They do like the Stanford prison test with Zimbardo. They do that style and worse level shit. Anyway. Yeah,
No,
man,
they
that's-
like hid the wife of the leader or some shit. They
Yeah,
definitely
Miss
have.
Cabbage.
Where is she?
Who
Where is
knows,
she?
Miss Cabbage? Who
Oh,
knows?
who the fuck knows?
He's gone. That's what I'm saying. So before you say there is definitely no death, I would humbly say, whoa.
Okay, there's a little bit of death, but
Well,
like,
Okay,
I feel
that-
like they're more a PR death. Like they don't want anybody disparaging their religion or
Like a
letting
Clinton
out the
death. It's like a
secrets
Clinton-
of it. It's not like an honor
Outside
thing.
of it.
It's more of a like, they're gone, so now they know all our secrets, and we don't want any of that getting out because
Damn right.
like they'll follow you around. Like the
Yeah.
Scientologists will follow you around if you're
I got
vocal.
family in
But
that cult.
still, that's different than a fucking
It
fatwa.
is.
Like that is
That is
like,
different, yes.
and that's why I think you have to. It might sound extreme, but when I say I think Islam's a death cult, I do think there's something to that. I just find it crazy that with
It's a
all
sex
of
death cult.
say that again.
It's a sex and death cult. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Sex and death cult. Interesting.
It's
Man,
actually
I'm
more of like a
on that.
political ideology pretending to be a religion. I guess.
So, so
hard
you
to
would
explain.
that's the thing. Like there's no separation of church and state. Like I was saying before,
I
their
don't know.
their religion is like totally entwined with politicism. It is the state is based on Islam. There's no distinction.
So let me
Exactly.
clarify something here. So you would agree then with what I'm not sure if you're aware of like what General Flynn, I think it was Flynn, when he was talking about Islam being a religion or masquerading as a religion, but it was actually a political movement. You would agree
Oh,
with
you
that?
mean General Mattis?
Oh, was it Mattis that said that?
I think it
believe
was
so.
Flynn, but it doesn't matter. I agree. I just answered
But
that.
the
that's a good
sentiment, you
question.
agree with the sentiment?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's
So
absolutely-
Muslim agrees with
don't.
that. That's so it see, and if you were to say that on CNN, they would
Oh, man.
light their hair on fire.
Hey, listen, folks, before we get carried away, look, we're going to do this at the end. So we got if we can give another half hour and y'all can entertain me, because I know it's information, folks, and we're going to give them information the way we're doing it. But if we could hammer out at least one more round, and it would be cool if we could go 2 more rounds with everyone giving their ideas starting. We know the order, so I don't have to say it again. Man, could we do that, folks? And if not, I'll shut up
Yeah,
and we'll
that's
just
fine. That's fine.
girls.
Someone
Okay, because we
can
gotta
go.
have a quorum. We gotta have an agreement, man. I'm nobody's boss. In fact, I work
I was
for
just
somebody
talking
here.
about so.
Hey, okay, so look, I just want to say something before we start. Thank you again so much, everybody. I'm trying to get a hold of you, Chi-Town Jay. He says he loves you, bastard. If you got a
Oh,
specific
what's up?
question, get that question into right here, brother, and I will give it to him before the end of this thing.
Sure.
That said, we'd like to thank everybody once again for coming into the grand embrace of America and joining 3 truly American minds that meet up with one insane maniac. So here we go. Hard bastard, would you kick us off again?
Sure. I was looking on YouTube, and if you go to YouTube right now and you type in call to prayer protest, there's several videos of like left-wing protests that just recently happened where they stop in the middle of it and they do the call to prayer, which if you were to for example, like if you were to have a priest up there with the fucking chain, you know, they have like that ball that smokes on the chain and shit, people would be outraged. They'd say, get that guy the fuck off there. But for some reason right now, they're just completely okay with a call to prayer. And I don't think it's an accident that it's consistently starting to happen. And I think that like with the research I've been doing in regards to, I think they call it Marana, which is like Islam or a Muslim kind of, how would I describe it? Blending in with the West. So you might,
Maruna.
yeah. So you might like, you know, not necessarily, you might shave your beard, you might act more Western, but the goal is to kind of promote Islam. It's like, all right, when I was in a cult, there was this term that would allow lying. You were allowed to lie as long as it promoted the agenda of the cult.
Mama.
So in the cult, it was called theocratic warfare strategy. So what that was is like one of the worst things about the Jehovah's Witnesses is that they'll allow their children to die rather than accept a blood transfusion. So if a person were to ask you, if a non-witness asked you, isn't it true that you allow your children to die instead of take blood transfusion? Obviously, the honest question or the honest answer to that is yes. However, you're allowed to lie since it promotes the cult and makes the cult look better, because you look crazy if you say, oh yeah, we will allow our children to die.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you can use theocratic warfare strategy to say some like legalese bullshit like, oh, we want the best medical care for our children. And it's outrageous that you would think that we don't want the best medical care. So with Islam, it seems like there's like 4 levels of this shit. There's, I don't know how to pronounce it. Marana, is that what you said?
Maruna.
Okay, Maruna. And that's more of like blending in, which it seems like it's the kind of shit Linda Sarsour is doing with like the feminist movement, trying to act like you can be a Muslim and a feminist. And then you have, I think, something called taqiyya, which is another, I guess, form of like righteous lying, I guess you would call it. Then there's kitman. Go ahead.
Taqiyya is saying something isn't true that you know is true.
Right.
Like when people say, well, what about Aisha? She was, 6 years old when she was married to Muhammad. And you go, oh, no, that's not what happened. I've heard people say that she was 18, that she was a giant. So she was very advanced for her age, that due to the environment, girls that hit puberty much earlier, she was illiterate, therefore she didn't know how old she was.
Right.
They use a different calendar, and there's like a million, it's that kind of thing. That's more like taqiyya. But then there's kitman, which is just not telling someone part of it.
Like hiding information?
Yeah, like when they tell the story of, Muhammad was praying and this woman dumped trash on him, and he didn't get up from his prayer to go after her, except they don't tell you the rest of that story where he had her killed.
Right.
Then there's tawriya, which is intentionally creating a false image, which is closer to what Linda Sarsour is doing. She's trying to make the face of Islam look like it's more Western and more acceptable than it is. So it's not really even Muruna, it's more like tawriya.
Right. So you have like really 4 levels of this.
Yes.
And I forget, I think it was a Tree of Life video, and she was saying like, I don't know if I'm at this point yet, but her point, I think, she's pretty much like no bullshit. She's like finished 100% with Muslims, I get the impression. But her point was, and I think it's an interesting discussion to have, is like, how would you truly know who if you're talking to a Muslim, if what they're saying, even if they seem cool as shit, how would you know that they're not employing one of these tactics? And that's a good question. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't know how you would figure that out.
No way of knowing, brother.
Yeah.
That would be like asking, how do you know who in the church would be the one that would tell the elders that you didn't do your 10 hours a week? How would you know that?
Right, exactly.
And I don't want to get off the rails on that, but I do have one question for you, bastard.
Yeah, sure.
This comes from the Britisher.
Yeah.
And it's actually to the entire panel. How would any one of us or all of us differentiate between a cult and religion? Could we even make a disconnect between? Is there any religion? There you go. What's the difference?
I would say that you should compare it to either like whatever religion that you're comparing to. I would either look up the International Cultic Studies Association and their list, or you can look up Stephen Hassan has a BITE model, a BITE model. And I would say that if you're in a religion that is doing things like making you feel guilty about simple things, like things that you're supposed to enjoy in life, whether it's movies or television or music or who you fuck or any of these things, if they are using like fear and guilt, you should probably look into it.
But listen, I should probably let one of the girls speak, but let me give the definition because I don't want to make anybody look stupid by breaking this out afterwards, bastard anybody else. But the definition of a cult is a system of religion and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. So if you have an object or a figure or an ideal or a dogma, so if you think about it, the definition there, you can't say there is a difference. But that said, and I'd like to throw this to the girls right after this. In fact, Day is dead. I know I can see you over there, girl. I know you're grinding. You got something profound coming up. But
I don't.
I can't think of it. And I go to a church every Sabbath. But They're freaking cult members, folks, and I'm one of them. I can't even lie to you. I'm one of them.
Well, cult as the definition and not the colloquial term is going to be a little bit misleading in our context.
Yeah.
When it comes to cults, I would put it like people in the chat have mentioned, and I've mentioned this in videos too. I would say you can walk away from a religion and nobody gives a shit.
Yes.
And a cult is where you're going to be ostracized, shunned, and face, potentially deadly penalties for leaving it.
So we could almost make a qualifier and say dangerous cult. So we're talking about, because you even said death cult and sex cult. So there are different kinds of cults is what we're trying to say.
Well, any belief or following of any person or object or deity or whatever can become a cult under a very open definition, like the one you just read. But I think for our purposes, it's probably better to define it as something that you can't readily leave of your own volition without facing quite a bit of backlash.
I couldn't agree more myself.
Yeah, that's a
Hey,
good
do you have
standard.
anything?
I would agree with that.
Day, you got anything over there? We just want to bounce it on to Base Mama for her first point of this first round.
No, I think Base should go. She seems to have
Rock and roll,
actually
sweetie.
very interested
Oh God, I don't even know what I'm talking about right now.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
That's all right. Because
Well, I
it can
think
go to
that
either.
there
Because I've got
is,
something right now, and whatever can go whatever round. Go ahead, Day.
Oh, I think there is a great deal of ramifications for anybody who wants to leave Islam. It's an extremely dangerous opinion to have, and depending on where you are in the Middle East, or even, just depending on the type of, that's also the thing. There's a lot of different types or variations of Islam, maybe not the types, and they all have the Quran as the base for it, but there's a lot of different interpretations depending on your geographical location. I know that some people growing up in, like, I was researching and I found that some dude who grew up in Turkey, and he had this translation that was like the peaceful translation of the Quran, and it was actually when he was in America that he read, just a different translation of the same Quran, and it had all the violent stuff in it. So they like filtered out somehow all the good stuff and kind of just negated the bad stuff. And if you read the Quran in its entirety, which I haven't, but has anybody watched the Quran Reloaded? Actually, that is awesome.
Are they the same guys that do Bible Reloaded?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're fucking
love
awesome.
those guys.
Absolutely.
So I've been like learning about the Quran for them, and it gets complicated because there's all the hadiths, there's all the things that are tacked on, and they're also, between the Sunni and Shia and the other one, I forget what it is, the hadiths differ as well. So it's very complicated. And I forget where I was going with this. Help me out here.
Okay. You're doing good.
There are levels of hadith.
Yeah.
There is
there's like direct from Muhammad in his life, and then there's like interpretations of what he's saying. If that is that right, Base Mama?
Well, there are degrees. You have the most trusted would be like Sahih al-Bukhari. If anybody's looking into it. If you really want to like get down on the dirty on Sharia law, I would suggest picking up a book called Reliance of the Traveler.
I'm writing it down.
I got that written down, Mama. You told me that. I've got it written down right here on a card. I'm actually going to show it. If I can find it. Yes.
This is when I was Muslim, the Imam that we had, that was his go-to book, because no matter what anybody says, if you have a mosque and you have an imam, you have a Sharia court. That is what's happening there, because they're able to make fatwas. Fatwa just means a ruling on something or a decision according to the hadith in the Quran. And
to me, it means death sentence, so it means something more. It's different. It's like you said. It's like a bench warrant.
No, not really. It's they can make declarations or make a ruling on some issue in Sharia. So like if you get divorced, the Sufi are not peaceful. That's no. Anyway, if you get divorced or something, an imam will make a fatwa and that declares you divorced. So it's any kind of ruling. So a fatwa, like when we think about it from the West, it's like the fatwa on Salman Rushdie, right?
Right. Yeah. The satanic verses. Yes.
Yeah, it's sort of because Sharia is so all-encompassing. It's everything from what to do with your fingernails after you trim them, all the way up to killing people who leave their religion.
Have you heard that, hard bastard?
everything.
What to do with your fingernail trimmings? You're shitting me.
No, I haven't heard that, but you lived it, so I will defer to you on the fingernail shit.
But there is a ruling that they enforce on what to do with your fingernail trimmings.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
You can't
and
throw them out. You
also-
have to flush them down the toilet or bury them.
Oh
And your
wow.
hair too.
That is
When you cut your hair.
And also with the Sharia law, isn't like Sharia law is like the law of God or Allah, and isn't it like the adherence to it? The rules of the fatwa and the fiqh is the carrying out of like maybe punishment. Is that a thing?
Jurisprudence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the fiqh is how the law is applied.
Yeah. So the
all right.
fatwa is like the law.
Yeah,
There's-
and it's based on the hadith, the sunnah, and ultimately it always goes back to the Quran, which you were
Yeah.
smart to point out. Everything has to be in accordance with the Quran or a ruling on from a scholar. So there is no personal interpretation in Islam. Like you can't
Right.
pick and choose. You can't go, well, I like this, but I don't like that, and toss it out. And that's kind of when people are like, well, Islam has had reformation. No, it hasn't. The
Yeah,
society
that's the
has had
hard part.
reformation. The religion has not. They basically cherry picked what they want, but there will always be a regression to the mean when you have any kind of social advancement. You will always have hardliners who come in and say, no, you can't do it like this. You have to apply Sharia. And because they all believe that this is the ultimate truth, they really don't have anything to stand up against. They don't have in their world, they don't have a leg to stand on to argue against this.
Yeah, there's no recourse for reformation because it's either all or nothing, I feel. And I don't know what changed in Christianity where that became like a thing that was cool, where like no Christian in America is actually like
Well,
following.
it's in scripture.
Yeah.
Well, you got the Westboro Baptist Church. We always got to make that disclaimer for the fucking morons. And you got
Those
the
people are not
morons, and you got
Christian.
the.
I'm not even Christian. They are not Christian. They are crazy
they're not
people.
Christian.
They are not Christian.
See,
They're
that's
nuts,
what
man.
and that leads me into something.
They would
I
argue otherwise, though.
I know it's Day. I think it's Day's turn to wrap up, but I want to get into. I got something to read because this is so poignant. I believe that, and I don't know. We can extrapolate later what it is that we're collectively saying, but right now, I can really feel that it's reformation because Heaven's Gate. Does everybody know who they are? The Kool-Aid and
Of course,
wear the
yes,
Nikes.
absolutely.
Heaven's Gate, Applewhite. You can't reform that kind of crazy, but
No.
we have to come to the realization that the good book that I read it every day. I read it like I read Sun Tzu's Art of War. I read that book every day of my life. I could tell you I'm not going to bore you with that, but I know Sun Tzu's Art of War from front to back. I know every word of it. Why? Because I want to make it through this life as happy, as healthy, as strong, and I want things to be good for me. That said, it's reformation. So can I have just 1 second more? And I want to read this. And then, Day, if I cut you off, I'll go to you. And then before we go to the hard bastard, and we'll see if we can go through another round because that was really good. Has
You didn't
anybody
cut me off.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I know that we were getting deep there, and I could see that
No,
we'd
we're
go
just
for about
talking.
3 hours if I didn't say something. I want to go through one more round because I don't know about myself, but so far everyone here has really, in my mind, brought something to the table, and I'm learning something. I'm seeing that this is a conversation. It's not a point. It's not something that we can come to a final decision, a quorum on, if you will, a consensus. It's something that is an ongoing conversation that could change it. You know what? I believe that the Islamic people, the Muslims, they could be the next great Renaissance, but not the way they're going, because the imams, however you want to say it, potato, they are still actively saying, dude, but let me read this to you real quick before I just, diarrhea of the mouth and then I never get to it. Has anybody ever heard of Jerome
Yes.
or Huss or Zwingli? I know you have, Bastard. I don't doubt that. These are all reformers. And it's amazing to me that when it comes down to it, what tells you the difference between a patriot and a revolutionary is a patriot will say, I regret that I only have one life to give for my country, and die with a grimace on their face. And with all respect, a revolutionary, they try to put you online and get you in touch with their bank in Zurich so they can get out of it. Because the coward Che Guevara was a punk that said Negros should be shot, should be used for target practice. And now I'm run off of the mouth, so I'm going to sum up instead of read this because I don't want to be. But when Jerome went to the stake, because his idol Huss went before him, if I got the name correct, Hard Bastard might correct me. I believe it was Huss, and he was in prison because he said, "I will retract what I said," which was just saying that the Catholic Church was God and could torture and murder and cause taxes, and if the priest liked your wife or liked your little boy, he could diddle him and ruin you and take your property. It was all theirs. The kings bowed to him. When it come Jerome's time, he said, you know what? I give up. But then they put him in prison and tortured him. After that year, he came out of prison and he said, because of my forefathers that have begun this Reformation, put me on the stake. You put me in prison. You wouldn't let me have my letters. You wouldn't let me see anyone. No one came to visit me, but they were there. You just wouldn't let them in. And when they put him at the stake, because I'm wrapping this up, putting a bow on it, folks. I know it's getting close to 4 minutes probably. But when they went and put him on the stake, he said, don't take the faggots, which is a bundle of sticks on fire behind me, where I can't see them. He said, you bring that bundle of sticks right here in front of me and put them where I can see the flame. Kindle the flame in mine face, he said. And he died singing hymns. You don't have to believe in that cult, because to me, the cult I belong to is just as crazy as the Muslims. It's just as crazy as the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's just as crazy as the I could go on. What the difference is we had people stand up, as the Brits did, as the Americans did, in a secular way, folks. The Reformation was a secular thing. Look into it. That said, I'm done. Look into the reformers and see what they did. And until you see an imam saying, screw it, let them shoot me in front of a weird flag with some guy in black and cut me into, I've seen stuff that would make a billy goat shit himself. No one could watch. And there's people standing around like it's normal life. Now, Base Mama will probably bust my balls when it's her turn. That's the end of mine. There's a bow on it. Hard Bastard, what do you think about that?
I think overall we have a very toxic stew of bullshit, because you have a religion that's in desperate need of reform, that when they're not reforming, they're actually putting all of us in danger. Obviously, it's still the likelihood of getting killed in a terrorist attack is still small, but you have that, and then you have the left's complete inability to even acknowledge that there's a problem. And I think you can also throw in immigration here, because there's also the issue of, like, when I'm watching these videos of the ex-Muslims, you do have people who have woken the fuck up, whether it's in Saudi Arabia or Iran, that are like, wow, this culture and environment is fucking crazy. I need to get the fuck out of here. And if we, at least just for the sake of argument, let's say, even if we don't agree with it, for the sake of argument, if you have a country that you live in that agrees to take in refugees, let's just say that's the case. Those, I would imagine, would be the ones that you want. The people that understand that their country is insane and they like America because it's free and they want to be free just like the rest of us. But we're in a point now where to even dare suggest that Islam is even slightly unreasonable, you're immediately labeled a racist. And so unless there's some sort of break at some point, I really don't know how this problem gets solved. And I also think, we didn't really get a chance to cover it, but there's a lot of Muslims who are also in agreement that there's a lot of shit that they agree with and they want to reform, but they kind of get it from both ends, because you have the people who are suspicious of them because of the terrorism issue. So I just don't really see how this resolves, unless, maybe I'm thinking very grand here, but if Trump can somehow get something done, I mean, it's well, here's the thing. It's fucked up that that's like our only really, I mean, what other possible option is there? And I realize that that's crazy as far as like, this is fucking Trump, right? But what other...
Like the bastard, it's like we got every fucking dime of our whole fucking life, and it's the hard way, man. It's fucking ate the hard way, baby. We're in Vegas. The fucking hard bastard's whole fucking house, his life, his wife, his dog, his kids, and
I'm not married.
Come on, fours. Sorry.
No, I'm not married. But, you know, like, it's fucked up that we're in a situation where, like, our almost, I mean, unless anyone else has, like, a legitimate possible, like, way that this could possibly get resolved, that we're looking to fucking Donald Trump. It's a bad fucking situation.
Man, God's sake, you're right, brother. Sorry, that was a blow of reality. I don't know why it's stuck on me. Go to somebody else. I didn't mean to interject. What you're saying.
No, that's it.
I was for Trump from the beginning. So you're done. I need to shut up. It's base, Mama. What you got for me, Mama?
Hey, are we talking about Trump?
No. I
fucking love Trump, and he is the opposite of Hitchens' razor. Anything you think might be stupidity, I think you should consider it strategy.
For those that might be listening and don't know what Hitchens' razor is, would you just give a short, like, you know?
Do not attribute to malice what can easily be explained by stupidity.
Yes.
I think you should invert that, because he didn't get where he is by being a dumbass. And
I love Hitchens.
He is absolutely fucking raping the deep state right now, and I am not even a little bit sad about it. So sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree.
If he does nothing else but expose the bullshit, I'm fine with him. I've been really like super duper anti-war like my whole life, and Obama went around drone striking the fuck out of like everybody, and nobody said anything. It was all quiet on the home front.
No shit.
And I'm like, there's a fucking war with Yemen going on. What? Really? Yes. And nobody heard a thing about it until it happened under Trump.
If Trump starts drone striking, bastard, you better be having fucking pieces on that, or I'll call you.
Oh yeah, fuck that. I was hard on Obama.
Yeah, man, because that was just crazy.
He did actually, in a continuation of the policies already set in place. They were, showing this little Yemeni girl going, look, yeah. Trump's bombs killed this little girl. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Obama's bombs killed her brother.
No, they need to stop drone striking.
It literally killed her brother. Like, yeah. That's not being hyperbolic at all. He literally died from one of Obama's bombs. But nobody said anything about that. Now we're going to talk about it. So I've been, I've been trolling the fuck out of CNN.
Oh, CNN is the fucking worst.
I just like calling them out.
Worse.
Fun. But nobody wanted to say anything. Nobody wanted to say anything to him because he was our first black president. And even if you did raise an issue, it was, well, you're racist because you're criticizing Obama. I'm sorry, yay, he's our first black president. He's still a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
He still went around like 100,000 bombs in his tenure and 20,000 of them in 2016 alone. It's like, what the fuck? Every country that has requested our help because they are our ally or they are very much under repression has not gotten our help in favor of destabilizing countries that we have no fucking business being in, by the way, and basically doing a divide and conquer strategy where we bust up the society, let them all kill each other. And we do the same thing we've been doing for 40 years, invade their country and take all their shit. And that's what it is. I mean, that's, if you look at the Iraq war, that's exactly what happened. Go in, trash the fucking place, and then start handing out exploratory contracts for different companies all over, Europe, the US, even China. I mean,
it's fucking true too. It's what's so sick.
And now they're gunning for war with Russia, and I'm like, "Fuck you guys! I ain't even trying to get into it with Putin."
Is Trump gonna? Because you remember in his press conference, he was like, "Well, they buzzed the ship, and I know you fuckers want." I think he's steering away from it. But do you feel like he's even gonna go? Do you think they took him into the room and showed him the Magruder film from the fucking angle where you could see the dude that blew the motherfucker's brains out?
I don't think so. I think what's happening is that they're pushing for, I mean, a Cold War with us and Russia would bolster both economies to an unbelievable degree. The problem is they don't give a shit about the people.
No.
Like, think about every war we've been in the past 30 years. Did any, you know, apart from that Iraq war, which, you know, honestly, we went on bad information. So since maybe Desert Storm, where we actually got, you know, a distress call from Kuwait, has there ever been a war where the people were like, yeah, let's go to war?
No.
No. I mean, and the war in Syria was so roundly despised that Obama had to go in by proxy to have that war and completely circumvent Congress.
And it was all bullshit. Gulf of Tonkin was bullshit. The fucking attack on Pearl Harbor, they knew about it. The Lusitania being sunk was bullshit. Motherfucking Woodrow Wilson saying, I kept us out of war, and then signing the motherfucking bank into law. I mean, you know, Andrew Jackson's dying words were, I killed the bank. You know, and so if we were real Americans in 1913 when Woodrow Wilson signed that bill, and then immediately, Base Mama, from what you're saying, exactly what you're saying, for the reason to make money, so went to war after he ran on we kept us out of war, the American people should have rose up and done you know what that I can't say right now.
Exactly, but we've been doing this for a long time, and war is sort of the endless moneymaker. You're never going to run out of people to kill. You're never going to run out of people that you can apply a great deal of sophistry and get them emotionally invested in whatever bullshit you're spilling and telling them to go kill people, because that's, you know, that's what they do. I mean, we've been doing it for a long time, but it is very, very profitable for those few people who are invested in these larger companies, and they don't care. I mean, they really don't care if they kill everybody. They don't.
Well, and look, I got off in the weeds with you too.
People.
I just gave up. I forfeited my last thing to say because I just did all that. But so let me just say this. I know that you're pertaining this to Islam.
Well, no, this is the reason that we support Saudi Arabia against Yemen. Yemen is a tiny, extraordinarily poor country that has no real way to defend itself whatsoever, but we're stocking Saudi Arabia with everything. They could nuke them off the fucking planet. And the reason is because they hold 2 different ports from which Saudi Arabia, if it had access to, could move about a third more oil than they already move.
Damn.
So they are basically destroying this country, not just because they have their own Kaaba, which Saudis hate the Yemenis because they have
Kaaba, come on, girl. I don't know all those words.
The black box in Mecca.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Black stone. Okay, Yemen has its own of that, and they have always hated them for that. But this is a war for money. The Yemen war, they're doing this for money. So they see the same pictures that you and I see of starving children who want to be helped, who need to be helped. They know doctors are fleeing the country because they can't live there, they can't have a hospital there, they can't do anything there. They don't care, okay? They are willing to kill these people to get to those ports to move oil. They really don't care about the people. And that's why when people with the Muslim ban thing, well, why, it's because Trump has business ties in Saudi Arabia. No, it's not. It's because we've been working with them for over 2 decades.
What was the movie with George Clooney? It was about the oil thing where they bomb people with drones. What was that? Syriana. I was going to say Smyrna for some reason. That's a drone I fly as a Smyrna. But I mean, Mama, is that to you and your experience? Because I think you got some kind of deep experience that you may or may not be able to share on air right now. But in your experience, is that Syriana kind of thing? Is that a real deal?
I actually haven't seen that. It wouldn't surprise me if it is, though. I mean, as bad as you think it is, it's 10 times worse than that.
Well, in other words, let me just put it to you this way. Bastard, could you sum that up, like what they were doing in that, how they were using drones and killing, in the name of companies or whatever?
Oh, I didn't see it. I just knew the name of the movie.
Oh, okay. Well, it was basically like the East India Tea Company. I don't even know if the British are still on there. I gave up trying to be here and look over there, too. But it was kind of that situation where it was a private company, but they were acting under the power and authority of the state. And then, so in other words, America is drones, USA, whatever, is drone striking freaking targets based on Exxon.
Oh, that's some shit.
That wouldn't. That makes sense. I mean, it would get them out of the way.
All right.
And
Well,
you have to
again,
stop thinking in terms of you know, you have to stop looking at it like people have some kind of like inherent value because they're alive. They don't think of things like that. You are absolutely disposable.
No.
Like, that's what it is.
Well, Base Mama, that was badass. Day is dead. You've been sitting there rifling through papers, and I know you took it straight. Listen, folks, this girl, you think she's just hot? Some girls are hot and they're nerds too. She's actually a nerd that turned out to where she's smoking hot. So praise God for you. But Day is dead. You probably got something profound to say. If you do, say it.
Well, I was listening, and I agree a ton with Base Mama about, you know, the hypocrisy of the Obama administration versus, you know, the Republican administrations in our recent past and our current state. So I agree with that totally, but that got me to thinking about how, you know, liberalisms used to, especially like the feminists and the SJWs, have gone from, you know, denouncing Islam for their subjugation of women, and now there's this new thing where if you criticize anything about Islam, you're called as an Islamophobe. And I just find that incredibly, you know, there's so much hypocrisy in that, because they're supposed to be extremely progressive and all about women's rights, and then they support this religion that is diametrically opposed to that. So I'm just wondering if anybody has any opinions on that.
On the drive, well, I've said a lot. I'm going to throw that to the hard bastard of Base Mama.
I would say, like, as far as that they even go to the point where they're, I think, whether it's inadvertent or not, exploiting actual victims of, I guess, what you would call a patriarchy. I mean, they claim a patriarchy exists in the U.S. I would call bullshit on that. But in regards to all of the women in Saudi Arabia, all of the women in the Muslim countries, I mean, you had Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn get the platform to be able to go to the United Nations and talk about women's issues. And you know what, like,
girls are laughing at that.
Let's say I even give them that you can take a small portion of your time to talk about your Twitter bullshit, your first world bullshit. That's fine. But they didn't even take a segment to talk about any of the actual oppressed women. And I think that whether they realize it or not, they're oppressing and exploiting those women. And that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. And they view you as a bigot these days if you are.
Absolutely.
And it's like some of the most bigoted people I know are militant SJWs, and especially intersectional feminism, I feel has been a big regression for people as a whole, especially in the Western world. I feel like we are beyond a lot of these things, and now they're all coming back in a different veil covering it. But it's just incredible to me that we can support a religion that has all these atrocities, you know, along with it, and say that if you don't support them, that you're a bigot.
A phobe. And as a psychologist, as somebody that has a degree in psychology, I have to say this. Phobia, look it up. Don't let them news speak you. People out there, wake up, wake up. It's fucking wake up. It's 2017. You got Google. You can find this shit out yourself. But phobia is an irrational fear. I'm sorry, I just wanted to interject that, Day. And if who has an irrational fear of Muslims? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I feel like a lot of Americans hear the word Muslim, and the first thing they think of is extremism. There are moderate Muslims, but not really in the Middle East. I mean, I feel like they're
not in Dearborn, Michigan either.
Yeah, and like I said, Islam is a religion where it's not as common to be a moderate. And if you are a moderate, you're kind of shit in their eyes because you're not going with the religion.
Yeah, you're haram, right? That's what it would be. It would be haram.
Yeah, it is. So, like, the ones who actually follow the religion, and even some of the extremists, it depends on if it's, what is it, like the Mecca period versus the Medina period, where he kind of, like, went more crazy, Muhammad did. based referring to you because you know about this shit more than I do.
The Meccan years versus the Medinian years. Yes.
Yeah, and it seems like at the beginning he was more open, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he was more open, but I feel like it was kind of because it wasn't really a religion yet, and he was trying to recruit more people to it, and then he switched, he like flipped the switch and like made it his real opinions laid out. So I feel like so it's a very complex issue, and if you want to get down into it, a lot of Americans just think about the extremists, but there's a lot going into it. There's a lot in this religion. Like with Christians, it's either moderate Christian or Westboro Baptist Church, basically. And
yeah, but there's only 90 of them, so we can say there's a few. But I'm glad you mentioned these dumb some bitches. Hey, listen, we're getting close to. And listen, Bastard, hold that for one second.
Sure.
We're getting so close to being where. What I would like to do is this, Bastard. If you'll open us up with whatever idea you got hung in the back of your mind hook right now, and then Day, if you will either jump off of what he said or give a following statement, and then Mama, what I'd really like to do, because there's the most people watching us right now since we started. I don't want to leave them hanging, and we if anybody's got to buzz off, they can. But we've been covering heavy topics. We can all agree that. So, Mama, when you do your final statement about what I don't even know what it is, but I know it's going to be good. Would you then carry us into maybe a lighter topic like what Justin Bieber did last week, or what TMZ said, or what? I don't even care. What kind of
surprised me in finding out that he's still alive and hasn't in fact OD'd.
Yeah, but if we could do that, and I really do believe that I've used up my time by interjecting, so I may have one final word that will I say 30 seconds, but for me that means a minute and a half. So if y'all agree to that, do we have a quorum on that?
Yeah.
All right, so Bastard, why don't you go ahead and take it away? And before you do, I just want to thank everybody once again. I see to some people like Sargon of Akkad cuts a fart, and there's 2,000 people there with cameras to say what it smelled like. But we sure do appreciate every last one of you there that are hanging in. And so that said, come on, Bastard, tell us what you know, brother.
So I was thinking, like, as far as previously talking about like haram Muslims, and what I thought was interesting was when Tree of Life got her video removed for a hate speech strike, which I thought was bullshit. Even
Tree of Logic, she will find me and kill me if I let you keep doing that.
Tree of Logic. That even if you disagree with what she said, it's still bullshit that happened. But what I thought was interesting is that there seemed to be a decent amount of reasonable people that said that they disagreed with her, which is fine. But one of the things that I wondered is, because she's very like no bullshit, as raw as fucking possible. And I was curious if one of the reasons people disagreed was because when they heard her speak, when they heard her say that the people blowing shit up in Paris were, quote, good Muslims, I was wondering if the confusion is that they were, the people that disagreed with her were judging those Muslims based on their own Western values. Obviously, we would view Muslims blowing shit up as bad Muslims. However, according to the doctrine, I think what her point was, is those were actually good Muslims. Because as we were just talking previously, the cool Muslims, the Muslims you might smoke weed with, that they might be feeling guilty about it. In our minds, those are the good Muslims, the moderate Muslims, the cool Muslims. But according to the doctrine, they're actually haram. And I was just curious as far as like, because it seemed like a decent amount of people were disagreeing with her. And I don't know. I wondered if they were like thinking at it from our perspective as Westerners rather than from the doctrinal perspective.
Do you want to mention some about that, Base Mama, not even counting to your next statement? Do you want to add to that?
No, she was absolutely right. It's, a good Muslim is the one who dies for Allah. Every Muslim is called to be a mujahideen.
Man.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's kind of what I thought. I mean,
that's what I thought too. Yep.
Okay. So, all right.
I mean, you read the text, that's where it's going to lead you.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's what it is.
Well, put a point on this pencil, Bastard. Give us your final thought right here, and I'm going to pass it on to the next person.
You say me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much my final thought.
Okay. Yeah, just want to make sure you had your say and then
Cool.
some. So come on, Day, tell us what you know.
Hold on, I was muted. I know I
no
learned a
worries.
lot from this conversation. It's been very interesting. I don't really have a final thought. I'm still confused as fuck. Basically, I went into this with a lot of thoughts on my mind. It's a very complex issue, like I said, and it's still a complex issue. And I don't know how to reconcile Reformation in this faith because it's opposed to it in every sense. And I don't know what we do. We're all fucked. That's it. The end.
Day is dead. Day is dead said you might as well put your head between your legs and kiss your sweet asshole goodbye.
Drink bleach, everybody.
Oh, man, that was pretty good. All right, Base Mama, let us know what you...
Okay. Here's a little advice from the Prophet Muhammad to you. Okay, if a fly lands in your drink, don't just pick the fly out. Dip it all the way in and then pull it out, and then you can drink it, and you're totally cool, because on the left wing of the fly there is poison, but on the right wing of the fly there is the antidote.
Oh,
You're
that's
welcome.
some scientific shit. Yo, you should name the podcast "We're All Fucked" podcast.
Well, yeah, that's
live
good.
stream.
I'm
Live
writing-
stream.
I'm writing
Yes.
it- I'm
We're all
writing it down
fucked
right
live
now.
stream.
It's the consensus we've come to.
I'm down with that. I'm going to write it down right now, boss. So Base Mom, I don't know if you got a lot more, but you just give us your final word, because as I said in the beginning, for people that jumped on, Base Mama has made some points tonight, and some people may have heard some things she said, and instead of me saying it, when I'm done saying what they may have concluded, I'm going to let her say it. Some people may have heard some things she said and thought, oh, she's absolutely in love with Islam and with Muslims, and she thinks they're absolutely right. Base Mama?
No, I'm an ex-Muslim. I left at great risk to myself and to my children, and I keep going and I do what I do because I see what my daughter goes through and how she feels like she's alone, and I don't want other kids out there that are in her position to feel like they're alone and nobody understands what they're going through. And I actually do get a lot of messages from people who are secret ex-Muslims or secret atheists, and they are worried. They keep to themselves and they are afraid. But if you can just hang on so you can get to a point where you can dip out, then be prepared for it and run like a motherfucker the first chance you get. That's what I gotta say.
Somebody just asked me to show my tits. I can't believe it, but I'm going to do it.
Do it.
I'm going to do it. I mean, I can't
Kids are
can't
get the
believe
fuck out. Sorry.
You know what? And who is that? It's Max Burr says show tits now. And go ahead with the intelligent conversation while the
I don't know
fucking
if you
monkey
met your
dances
tits,
for its
but we're
public.
going with it.
Oh my gracious.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
done
hey,
with
if you don't go to my
conversation. I
real
just wanna
channel
see
and
this.
subscribe after this,
Yeah.
you suck.
That's right. You go to hell if you don't subscribe.
You got the tie on and everything.
Nipple and
All right,
everything.
All right, there you go. That was fucking weird that you asked me, and so I'm just gonna show you gonna be weirdo on me. Ain't nobody got crazy on a
Yes.
motherfucker like me. All right, anyway. So Mama, I think we were gonna go to something less serious, and I don't know, and I'm not gonna just ask you on
Hey man,
air
you
right
just
now.
showed
Can
your
we-
tits, and I just. You want me to tell you how to avoid demonic possession?
Oh my goodness, I'm watching it over there. It's so stupid. Oh my.
I mean, if
Thank
you
you.
want to know, I'll
I
tell
would like
you.
to thank the Britisher for the wonderful scotch. Straight
I
from
want to
Scotland.
know.
Woo-woo.
Yes.
The British,
wanna
by
know.
the way, hot voice. Just saying.
I haven't heard his voice.
Oh,
Are you
let's jump
No.
off here and just go
Okay.
off from the
Oh,
most.
Oh, we're gonna after party. Okay, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
down
yeah.
for that. And Hard Bastard, I don't know how long you got, but
Yeah, I got to
I'm
go
gonna let it
soon.
go.
I can for a couple of minutes.
yeah. As soon as anybody's got to drop off, just give a holler and say, hey, I got to go, and we'll give you a chance to plug whatever it is that you need to plug for 30, 40 seconds, and we'll tag off as we got to. But the real conversation is over, folks. I just want to say once again, we really thank you. I had some thing about Reformation, but everybody can look it up, and I really appreciate the guests that came on tonight. It really was orchestrated by the Hard Bastard. I did my best to work to get these girls here, and they did their best to do their research. I hope that was obvious. We did our best to have fun, but also to bring you some information. And we hope that each and every one of you stops by, if you haven't already subscribed, to the Hard Bastard, to Based Mama, to Day is Dead. And I humbly say to myself, I don't care if you like my videos or whatever, but come and watch them and call me a cocksucker in the comments. I don't mind.
Can we put a
Like I
link
said-
to our channels in the description?
Yeah, in fact, there'll be links to everybody's channel descriptions, and
Oh,
I'm
cool.
sure that each one of us will take this video and we'll chop it up in the way that we like, and we'll put it on our respective channels. And
Oh, I'll just mirror it. I'm too lazy
again,
for
I don't want
that.
to talk out of
Yeah, me
turn, but I
too.
do believe this will be the beginning of a really wonderful friendship. And we'll probably always keep it to 4 to 5 people, so it's not bedlam on this kind of serious format. But you never know; you might see the 4 of us back together again sometime.
The
in
We're All
next month
Fuck
or so.
live stream. I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote it down, boss. I wrote it down. That's, since I'm talking, I could put it up there. But yeah, I wrote that name down. It says right here. Look, I wrote it down for you, boss. Man, we're all fuck live stream.
There you go.
All right, but so let's continue, girls. What I want to know is, Day is dead. Can I ask you a
Yeah.
personal question?
Sure.
So you had fucking karaoke, girl. You said you played in a band.
Yeah.
I've been in blues bands for many years. I've been in many bands. I played in Saginaw, Michigan. I played in bars that Stevie Wonder has played in, and
yeah?
I've been. So what I'm going to ask you, young lady, is did you learn your fucking lesson?
My lesson? What? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, how many times?
Oh, because I was hungover yesterday?
Yeah, how many times? Yeah, because
Oh.
if I got to be serious, is how many times does a musician have to get hungover, shit faced because he got paid or her, they got paid and got all the free booze that they could drink before they
Well,
realized.
that's the thing. I get free beer at karaoke night, and I get drunk every Saturday, and Sunday's a wash for me. That's about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that would spark some conversation. What do you do when you karaoke? Do you want to plug where you do it, or if you don't want to, that's
No,
cool too?
no, I don't want
No.
anybody to come see me ever. No.
Are we gonna go off air, or are we just gonna?
Oh, it's totally up to you. If you want to take off, take off. There's a few people
I'm just
still
saying
over
you
here.
have to stop broadcast, or it'll go on for 8 hours. I'm
Yeah,
just
I think
letting you
we're
know.
just
Even if
chilling
everybody
and
leaves,
actually
it'll just stay
still
there.
live
Why don't
streaming
you
now.
Oh no!
Why don't you
I'll
ask
be
the
last
chat
one
if
out
they
now.
have any questions?
Okay, yeah,
Alright.
let's do that. Anybody got any questions?
No, I forgot to tell you that it will automatically keep going for 8 hours, even if you leave.
Oh no! I see the red button down here. I'll
Okay.
I'll be the last one. I'll
I've
cut the
had a
lights
lot
off.
of people fall asleep on live streams and had to listen to them snore for 6 hours because
No, I'm not going to do that. Believe me, that's not. I never sleep.
the chat says you're Ted Nugent.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that I take that as an insult because he got so much poontang, but I don't like terrible Ted anymore. He's got I got a big mouth too. Maybe that's why he said it. Maybe it's because I'm a cocksucker. Is that what
Oh,
it is?
that was a massive hit.
What?
Ted Nugent cannot grow an
massive.
adequate beard.
No, he can. There's no way. Tell
I'm
us
just saying.
anything that you can share with us. Give us an anecdote, like something that happened to you at the cult that you were at. Something funny that was like so fucked up you
Who,
can't
me?
believe it. Yeah, you.
All right, let's see. Fucked up cult shit.
Yeah, like something that you just can't believe it happened, and people are gonna hear it and be like, "Holy shit!" When they come knock on my door, I'm slamming it.
Well, I mean, I think that they cover up child molestation. That's pretty fucked up. It's not funny, but it's like, yeah, if Jehovah's Witnesses come to your door, you can say, so tell me about the child molestation issue. They're going to give you some bullshit. Oh, we don't do that. That's all apostate lies. But no, they do it. They cover it up. That's one of the reasons I left, because I was like,
But have you ever been like in an office where they were asking you about how much you gave or how much time you spent, crusading or whatever? Have you ever been in there with some elders?
Yeah.
Where,
well, yeah, like I had position. I didn't reach elder. I reached ministerial servant, which is like right below elder. And like you have to hit certain quotas. And if you don't hit certain quotas, they get together with you and they, of course, all quote unquote voluntary. We're just here to encourage you to do better. And then, if you don't, you get your position and shit taken away. But yeah, overall, I would say that the deliberate covering up of child molestation and telling the victims that if they call the police, they'll be disfellowshipped is pretty much the main, that's, I think,
dude, that's kind of weird.
yeah, it's like, it's
They're very
basically
similar.
the Catholic Church, but just not on like as big of a scale, since there's way more Catholics than there are Jehovah's Witnesses.
what's strange to me is Dave should get this, because even karaoke, when you're dealing with music and bands, it's so weird to me how similar it is when you're in a church situation with church people, and when you're in a band, it's like,
How is that similar at all?
I'm gonna tell you how it's similar, because hey, listen, what did the drummer get on his IQ test?
Oh, my boyfriend's a drummer.
Drool.
So-
He got drool on it. I'm a drummer too. I've heard all the jokes.
My boyfriend's extremely smart.
The drummer, I'll go. I can't tell you how many times I've been to go to band practice, and my drums were already broke down and outside the door, and there was a note there that says, "We really don't want to talk to you, dude."
Drummers are good at math.
And it's so church. That's what I mean. It's just kind of a weird. It's a cult-like environment. I don't know. I guess I can't get it out of my mind.
Nah, not the bands that I've been in. I've only been in one, and it lived very shortly. But I don't know. It can be like a power structure, but I don't think it's a cult at all. And there's people with delusions of grandeur in the band sometimes, but not really a cult. Oh, wait. Someone said, Day, I think you still worship Anna. It's beyond obvious. Oh, Anna from TYT. You fat fuck. I'm better than you. You know what? No. Anna is terrible. And
she's the worst person in the world.
Oh my god. I used to like TYT. Did anybody else?
Yeah, I used to like. That's why I do so many videos on him.
I've been a grown-up for a long time.
What?
I've been a grown-up for a long time.
So and that's what I'm saying. You know what, Bass Mama, you and I believe
I'm
are
too
to the
old
right.
for that.
We're kind of to the right of center, but we got two people there to left of center. I want to ask both of you because, Bastard, I know you've said that you feel like you've stayed the same place and the left has moved. Tell one of y'all explain that to me because I am a leftist. Everybody says I'm a conservative. I am a leftist. I believe in helping people. I believe in community. I believe in freedom to do what you want, where you want, when you want. I'm a liberal. So someone explain this shit to me, please, if you can.
I think this is some shit that like I'm in the middle of resolving, but I will say that, yeah, I'm still liberal, and all of these motherfuckers that went to the left and are supporting violence and all this bullshit, they went crazy. So I'm to the right of crazy, but yeah, I think
we can all be to the right of crazy.
Yeah, I think we're all to the right of crazy. And the other thing I'm trying to figure out is that like all of the Trump supporters, I don't know if they're all necessarily Republicans. Like the thing that I wonder is how many Trump supporters are just like the regular people who were like, these motherfuckers on the left are crazy. Hillary Clinton is a criminal. So I'm going to vote for Trump. You know what I mean? Like normal people. Exactly.
Well, I've always been an independent because I lean more libertarian. Like I don't really give a fuck what you're doing as long as you're not bothering anybody else.
Right.
I don't care. But when it comes to Trump or Clinton, I was like, really, fuckers, this is the best either of you could do.
Yeah,
and then the Libertarian Party throws a fucking Gary Johnson. Like, what the hell?
We talked about that on your live stream too, Gary Johnson. But you know what, Bastard? I'm going to press you on something that I heard you say.
Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned in one of your videos that, we should let all all drug offenders that are users free. But then you said yes, nonviolent.
Yes. Okay,
but,
gotcha.
But then you said that, but we'd have to have a discussion about any drug dealers that were there. I want to have that discussion with you right now, sir.
I would say
nonviolent drug dealer sold heroin to a 21-year-old person that was going to buy it anyway. What should their punishment be?
See, that depends. The other problem is I'm probably not the most unbiased person with this because I used to sell drugs a long time ago. So I don't necessarily want to see these people completely hammered, but like, I guess what I'm really referring to are like, if there's people involved in like massive, I'll just give this quick anecdote. The reason I stopped selling drugs is because I realized that the neighborhood that I was involved in, I was contributing to its, I don't know what you would call it, like
detriment.
Yes, right, exactly. And when I realized that, I started to. When you sell drugs, once you get into like the coke phase, you either are a sociopath and you can continue doing it, or you have to realize that, like at some point, you have to make a decision to be violent. And if you're lucky enough to be able to leave, if you're not a sociopath, I generally think most people would leave. And so I would say if you're a person who's heavily contributing to that and there's a chance that you may reoffend when you leave, that's what we should have a discussion about, I would say. Not the weed sellers.
Sense.
All weed is fucking cool. They can leave.
Oh,
I don't care about weed.
Yeah.
I live in a legal state too for anybody who's me smoking to something that doesn't look like a cigarette. But I want to hear also from the girls on that same
full
topic
fucking red state though, and we've had legal pot for a long time.
Mama, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about that? I mean, I want to know
Well,
from you too.
there's been an exodus going on for a while. Basically, about mid to late 90s, you had a lot of like crazy leftist professors talking their crazy shit. And that was a big turnoff for people. And then it started with the, politically correct shit where you couldn't say Oriental anymore. Now you had to say Asian American, which doesn't differentiate between a Pakistani and a Vietnamese. So now you don't know what the fuck is going on. And it just confused the shit out of everybody and frustrated everybody because you couldn't be truthful or factual without pissing everybody off or having some like horrible backlash to just speaking the truth. Like I can say a Vietnamese person is Vietnamese, but that's offensive now. Like you can't say that. I don't know why. You have to say Asian or Asian American. Like
Well, and
why?
didn't we get along
That just,
better
like,
when you could
erases
joke
them.
about it? Didn't we get along better when there was no N words?
Yeah, I don't think anybody cared. Like I'm a big fan of Lenny Bruce.
Me too.
And the reason is because he believed in free speech to the point that he went to fucking jail so he could tell a joke that offended people. And he took a fucking stand because he was tired of that shit. And I think that the same appeal to Lenny Bruce is the same appeal that Trump had. Maybe he doesn't say stuff very well, but fuck you, he's going to say it anyway. And if you don't like it, stick it up your ass. And even if you don't agree with him,
Amen.
you like that he is clearing the way for everybody else to be able to
Well, the
speak their
church
fucking
said,
mind.
Amen.
Yeah, I
And
like
for
that.
a
I
lot
like
of
that
people,
about
that's what it was.
Yeah.
He's a fucking snowplow through the snowflakes, man.
He's definitely shaking up the political world. I'll say that. Like he is like no other president that has ever been elected. He
What do you
wasn't even
think
a
about him,
politician before this shit.
I want to know what you think about him. I don't even care if you tell us if you voted for him or not, but I really would love to hear what you think about President Trump.
Me?
Yeah, you. Absolutely.
Oh, I don't like the guy personally. I think he's gonna be an awful president, probably. I'm hoping, I feel like, unlike a lot of people on the left, I'm not hoping that he fails miserably because I live in America and I would like for our country not to be further in the shit than we already are, which has been...
Listen. So you don't think like I lambast you after this? Let me ask you one question.
Okay.
Did you dislike him before he said he wanted to run for president? When you knew who he was and he was on The Apprentice and everything else, did you hate him? Did you say he was a horrible person then?
I thought he was a smarmy asshole, but a good
Well,
businessman, maybe. But then I learned that he wasn't even really a good businessman. I didn't really have any opinion of him.
Let me
to be
ask you
honest.
this in a different. There you go. That just quelled my next question. So in other words, you formed your opinion after he said he was going to run for office.
Well, I researched him more, and also just listening to him. I listened to like every address he did, or every
That's
thing
fair.
he
And I
said,
know that.
and
I
I'm
know
like-
that Base Mama agrees with me. I'm kind of curious, bastard. How about on what she's saying? Do you? I mean, what? Come on. What do you feel about him personally, if you care to share?
No, yeah, I don't really. I think a lot of. I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about just people in general. I think it just depends on the type of shit you find important. Like I don't really like. So many people they hate him so much, and like I don't necessarily like him. I never necessarily liked him, but I just figure like I don't know. I just don't put any effort into whether I like or dislike him. I just want to see what he does. And so based off so far what he's done in regards to like the TPP, I'm on board with that. I love how he totally trolls and fucks with the media. That's
I
the
love how he
main
killed
thing.
the TPP before he was even sworn in. I'm like, holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So I would
That's
I
like
do
I'm
not
great
like the
alpha right
Keystone
there.
Pipeline and the North Dakota Pipeline being back, though.
yeah, I hear that.
American
See,
steel in the pipes
I'm in
or no
support
pipes?
I'm in support of the pipeline because
Me too.
it's replacing an old fucked up one, and there's
There's
not a
already
safer
one
way
there?
to move it. It's
Well, Mama,
old. It needs to be replaced.
I kind of want to ask you a question along the same vein too, but because I think that you're like me, that you like Donald Trump. But did your opinion? So
I like him
you
all
have
right.
you have a good opinion of him now? Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be a great president. I don't think he'll be a horrible president. I think he'll be an okay president, and I think he'll go down in history as being a great president.
Well, that's
because
fair,
everyone
but
who came before him sucked balls.
that's very fair. But what I get, so let me ask you the same question I asked Day and Hard Bastard. did you change? Did your opinion change before escalator or post escalator? When he's, what I mean, come down the golden escalator and running for president. Did your opinion of him change after he said he was running for the Republican nomination?
Not really, because I'm in my fucking mid-30s, man. It's like, who doesn't know everything about Trump? If you're a 90s kid or an 80s kid, you know more shit about that motherfucker than you know about your spouse, and you don't want to know that shit.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Anyway.
I'm going to tell y'all right now, man, about 10 seconds. I love the fucking guy. He's type A. He never sleeps. He's a motherfucking animal. He has no ego or super ego. He's all id. He would take a shit in front of you if it made him feel good. He would grab the hamburger off your plate and eat it. He would fucking take your girlfriend or your boyfriend if he wanted to, and he wouldn't give a shit about nothing. And that is why I like him. I see a kindred spirit, but somebody that took it to a level that makes me look like a derelict moron. And the reason I see him keeping his promises right now is not because he's some great benevolent person. It's because he can't not do it. He can't sleep at night now. If he said, I'm going to build a wall, and I know the whole thing. He didn't say build a wall the whole way. He said there's going to be a fence and natural borders. I watched almost every one of his rallies.
Yeah, because that law's been in place since 2010.
Yeah. Well, they now ramble on about all
We've been gonna do that.
I love the guy, but I don't love him because I think he's great, Day. I love him because he's a fucking maniac. I disagree with, I think, everybody, because I think he will go down in history 1,000 years from now as 1,000, I'm saying too, as great as George Washington, Ronald Reagan, JFK. And to me, those are three of the only real presidents I can name. I'd have to throw in Andrew Jackson. But other than that, we've had a bunch of stooge faggots that did whatever the fuck they were told. I don't mean faggot gay, so don't bust my fucking balls, you princey ass, mealy mouth fucking cocksuckers. If you do want to bust my balls, watch the hard bastard shit and watch the end credits. Suck my Jew cock. I say what the fuck I want, especially after a little bit of scotch from.
I was just gonna say that scotch is good.
Well, I have a question for you. I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you noticed also that when he selects people for his cabinet, even if they don't like him, he still selects other alphas?
Oh yeah, always. In fact, if you look at it, Tillerson would eat Trump's fucking heart alive. He would crush Trump.
Like, wait, that is his man. That is his liaison between him and the whole fucking rest of the world. And that dude has never for a moment hidden the fact that he fucking hated him. But I would, because he was like, I don't like him, so.
Nope. He don't like you now. I don't think he likes you now.
But he wasn't a never Trumper either. He was just like, I don't like that motherfucker. I
feel like I'm taking over. But to answer your question, that's no. He surrounds himself with it because, listen, The Apprentice was, when you talk about Mark Burnett, he was a special ops in Australia, or I can't remember, New Zealand somewhere. But he got, when the first time, for some reason I'm brain farting the host's name, Jeff Probst. When he first got him, he was like, listen, this is going to be hell. And when it was a social experiment, Burnett is a fucking genius. He went from selling books down where Mark Dice works all the time on Venice Beach and whatnot. He went from selling books and just begging for anybody to get, and the whole time he had to say, and he got Trump, and it just showcases Trump's not a fucking genius. He does have 153 IQ. I have 132 IQ. I can't spell cat, and the hat came back. People that see my type, and I can't even type. So if it's not, IQ doesn't mean, it's how well you could get out of a situation. So Trump has a high enough IQ, to wrap this up, to say, I will surround myself with people. He said it. He said, I'm going to surround Tillerson. I'll say it again. Tillerson he would kick Trump's ass. And wow, that was, thank you, girl. However you made your mic come on when you did that. I needed that. That was badass. Because that calmed me down a little bit. Made me realize I'm getting a little over the side of a skirt. And man, that was nice. Your boyfriend is, I hate his guts. No, I love it.
He wanted to do me before this chat. I said after.
Oh, man.
He's just torturing you.
Look, I don't even believe you, bitch. I'm gonna go on my idea right here. So Tillerson would crush Trump in any way you can pick. A fist fight, a spelling contest, who would survive in anyway. But he picked him as the second most powerful person. I mean, you have the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm not stupid, but they're four. There's not one of them. After the president, it's not the vice president. He's a derelict that goes to funerals. That's the most boring job in the world. Several of them have said. Look, so I'm rambling. Yeah, he surrounds himself with alphas because he's smart enough to know that if you get the job done, it doesn't matter. If your name's on the building, it's under budget and ahead of schedule, then it don't fucking matter who did it. If your name's on the building and you're the one that assembled the team, you still get to bask in the glory of the Trumpdom. You get your gigantic 60-story cock sucked by the world.
A ghost for you said in the chat, Trump equals blue collar billionaire, and actually, yeah, that's true. That's how people think of him.
Did you see the guy hugging bastard? Tell me what you think. If you're still around, you might have left off.
No,
if you're still around, would the guy jump at the fist? Do you think that was set up? I think it was just a maniac, and he even said.
No, I don't think it was set up. I think that was pretty genuine.
So was that just? This is my opinion, so I'm not blindsiding you. I believe he was on the WWE, dude. He cut McMahon's hair. He is a master of the mob. You know,
it's possible.
The great Roman
either way, I don't really. To me, with Trump, the deal is it's more my neutrality at Trump is what turned me against Clinton and all of the bullshit. Like in the beginning of the election, I was like, all right, I guess I'll hold my nose for Clinton. And then all of the bullshit with the media.
I hate it.
Yeah, I know. You really couldn't. After you knew too much.
Yeah.
You can't unsee it. You can't get back in the cave.
And then just the lying, the outright fucking lying by the media. That's pretty much what made me vote for him. And then just like with the shit with my channel, I just basically, I think it's just coincidence that I end up defending him a lot because the media is deciding to make up complete bullshit. And my whole point's not necessarily because I'm not pro-Trump. I'm like, if he does actually do something fucked up, no one's going to listen because they make issues out of the smallest shit.
Yeah, I've seen your video. The Britisher did one very similar, and that was very poignant. So give an example because you did just said a little thing that you did a whole like 45-minute on that. Tell them what you mean by that. A boy that cried wolf syndrome with Trump.
Yeah, I mean, if he actually does something, right now the trust in the media is at an all-time low, and they're making issues. I mean, during the election, they made an issue about one of his sons using a cup that was designated for water, and instead he put lemonade in it. Who gives a fuck about that? What kind of shit's going on with your life that you would actually give a fuck about that? That's crazy to me.
Completely agree.
Yeah, Day, I'd like to hear a little bit more from you too, because I know you also. I just went on like a 5-minute diatribe about how Trump's cock is 60 stories tall. So give it.
I agree with the hard bastard, the boy who cried wolf syndrome. Before he even was inaugurated, people were pulling up all sorts of shit on him. That really has nothing to do with what he will be like as a president. And I feel like he's gonna fuck up a lot because he's a total noob as a politician.
Okay, but girl, listen, I can't let you keep saying that without telling me. Tell me how he's gonna fuck up, please, because I hear this a lot. I want to know what's he gonna fuck up?
Well, it all depends on his cabinet, which he has pretty much put together. Who has some people in it who I really disagree with, but I also don't like how in his
I ain't gonna keep busting your balls. This is the last time. But you said you don't agree with some cabinet members. Who are they? What don't you agree with?
I don't know their names. I just know that, and again, I have not brushed up on this as much as I feel like I put you on the spot anyway.
I'm going to shut up and you go on with your
DeVos with the school choice shit.
Yeah.
You don't like
Dude,
that
I am
bastard?
such a huge fan of that. You have no idea.
I like school choice. I don't like DeVos, but I do like school choice.
So why don't you like DeVos?
She started a business cult. I hate cults, so I don't like that. But
okay.
That doesn't mean that she's going to do a bad job. I don't know.
I'm ignorant on what you, because I don't know much about the lady.
Amway. She started Amway. Now, no offense if anyone's in
that's
Amway.
Up in Harbor Spring, Michigan. Those are some cocksuckers.
I fucking joined it at some point. We all fucked up and joined Amway at some point. So, like, no offense to anybody, but that's basically my opinion about that. So that's why I don't like her. On the other hand, though, yeah, I think it's hilarious that you have Democrats arguing that against inner city kids being able to choose where they go to school.
Where to go to school and have the money.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's fucking crazy.
Does that like have to do with the charter schools and stuff?
Yeah, it does. But the thing
Yeah.
is, if public schools were decent, then I would disagree with school choice. But we're at a
Right.
point where they're so bad,
They
and
suck,
when you
dude.
see all the Democrats arguing, and all they're doing is they're stepping on the backs of all the poor black kids and exploiting them for their political purposes and fucking up their chances at an education.
So Bastard, before you got to go to bed or slip off here, help Day out and give me at least one or two more of his cabinet picks because I know them all. But give me at least if there are any that you disagree with, and what is it? Because I need this knowledge too, brother. I got blinders on, man. I need this fucking shit too, dude.
Well, it's not necessarily, they haven't really done anything yet. So, for example, I don't like DeVos, but I'm on board with school choice, at least for now, unless I see something that changes my mind. Tillerson and, the guy that was the Carl's Jr. guy, he's out, I think.
Yeah, he's out.
So it's not necessarily, my thing on his cabinet is, it seems like it's basically rich motherfuckers. But the bottom line is for me is they haven't done anything yet. So while I don't like them, I'm not really going to say anything till 100 days. You know what I mean?
But Day, you right away said, yeah, when he said, let me ask you two a question. Because I seen McGinnis do this with that chick in the black and white, that crazy chick with the hot lick. I'm sure everybody's seen that interview. Have you seen that bastard where Gavin McGinnis interviews that the feminist lady? But let me just ask a question.
Okay.
Well, it's in black and white, and she's kind of got frizzy hair, and she's talking about she was putting things on cars that said black people are suppressed, and we need to get
I didn't see that.
Well,
I didn't see
Let
that.
me just ask this question, and I'll give you all links to that. It's a great interview. Gavin McGinnis is one of my heroes. He's an honorary Jew because of his way with. Anyway, so would you two rather the pay gap be here, okay, or here?
In regards to what? In regards to what?
If this finger represents poor people, and let me try to do this even better. If this finger represents
just
poor
verbalize
people,
it. Don't show me the fingers because it's too
okay.
laggy.
Would you rather have the poorest person, a poor family in America, be $45,000 a year instead of the abysmal like 8 or 10,000 a year? I mean, would you rather be the poorest American be 40,000, but the richest American be a trillionaire now? They are no longer even billionaires. They're Rothschild money now. They got gold vaults in the. So would you rather it be lower for everybody, but the gap be closer between the richer or the poor, or the gap be astronomical, but the poor be richer? Excuse me.
You could have the poor be richer, and I don't give a fuck how big the gap is if people are making a living wage. So I'm cool.
You both agree with that? What you just said. See,
I agree too. Like as long as the majority of people are okay.
Tell your liberal friends that because they don't agree with that.
Oh, you think they can be reasoned with? That's cute. You think they can be reasoned with?
No, I don't know, dude. No, I think they'll actually
you're
burn
one
shit.
utopic thinking motherfucker.
I want to be. I'm anarcho-capitalist, and I want to be. You know what, bastard? It's people like Day. It's people like Based Mama who hasn't said a word in a while. We should probably say something. I should probably shut up for a minute.
Yeah, I got to roll soon. So
yeah, it's all of us that could make a difference. So that said, hey, man, bastard, you got to split. If it's time to go, listen, let's give the bastard and Based Mama and Day 2, if you got to go, let's give everybody a chance to plug their channels. Go ahead, bastard. Any last thoughts?
youtube.com/hardbastard. Again, like I said, I deconstruct bullshit. And if you have any questions, if you're like watching the chat, you can hit Twitter. I'll probably answer them tomorrow. And that's it. It was a pleasure, everybody. Good meeting everybody. I'll talk to you, Ogre.
Hey, Hard Bastard, before you go, I want you to hear this from my mouth. I knew Sargon of Akkad. I'm saying this live for everybody. If he ever sees this, you could call me a liar, but I used to be called Gunther 360. And the bastard just poof and vanish. And there's a lot of other people, but you and the Britisher and Based Mama are 3 people, and I'm not leaving you out, Dave. It's just they actually have a big following, that are people of their words. And I just want to thank you for being somebody that even as you're growing astronomically, that you remember that I talked to you on chat and said, dude, you're going to be bigger than the Young Turks. I'm telling you that
I don't
again,
buy that
bastard.
at all, but I appreciate the positivity. I don't buy that. I'm not even, 13,000 is really not that much. However, I appreciate the positivity. I think that's crazy, but I appreciate the positivity.
Go see him. Go see the Hard Bastard on YouTube. Check him out on Twitter. All the links will be in the description. Thanks a lot, Hard Bastard.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Peace.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, darling.
You girls, what you girls gonna do? Because I'm gonna stay for probably a minute. There's 70 people here. As they drop off, I'm gonna drop off.
We could round it up and hang out a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, I'm all done
where
with
do
the
you want to do
serious
that?
talk.
Like you guys can chit chat, but I have to pee so bad.
No, go pee. In fact, I'm gonna, I could even take 5, and I'll talk while you're gone. And then when you come back, you hang out. How are you doing,
All
Day?
right.
Did we
Good.
steamroll you, girl? Did you feel like you got steamrolled?
No, not at all. Actually, I thought that was quite good.
Okay.
I really liked it.
I kind of thought we would disagree on the liberal thing, but I want you to know I respect your opinion to a point that and it is not your boobs. You got you don't Chicken
keep
Little. You should see my wife. She won't go on camera, but my wife she's actual like Melania Trump level hot. I'm not even bullshit.
Melania.
Yeah, she's smoking. But it's not that. It's as soon as I seen the way that believe it or not, with some of your vape videos, you have a way. You got a good brain, girl. And all of your worry, you're like every other great speaker that I've ever known. You
Really?
worry
Thank
about
you.
stuff. Well, I think so because you were telling me, oh, I'm really preparing and this and that. And then when you got on here, I seen your notes at the beginning and boom, you did this like you should be on CNN or Fox, and be one
I don't want to be.
No, well, you know what I mean. You have that ability to do that. I was really impressed with that. So, I really appreciate it for you too, because I just blew them up, and I know people are still watching. They're dropping off, but they're still there, and this will be
If
recorded.
they want to stay for the afters, that's cool.
Yeah. And here's the thing, girl.
Someone said, "Am I a gamer?" Did you mean me? Am I a gamer? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Who,
I'm
me?
looking at the chat. No.
Yeah, that's them.
I think they meant me. Yes.
Fat girl, if there's someone
I am
in the chat.
absolutely a gamer. It was Gamergate that actually got me started on this whole anti-SJW spiel, along with Anita Sarkeesian. Yes.
If there's
I am
somebody that
a
you know
total
over there
gamer.
that you wanna invite into this too, you're welcome to do it. I wouldn't mind having 2 or 3.
I don't know anybody. I'm
Okay,
really
well.
like a YouTube noob.
I seen y'all in the chat. If there's anybody that's interested in coming on and giving their 2 cents, and Day is dead and Mama's not against it, leave your email here and I'll
I'm
email
down
you.
for whatever.
Yeah, I'm down too. That was a really good talk. The different ideas are so. I mean, if you don't listen to other people, you got nothing in life. You'll never make it.
Yeah, and my ideas are always changing the more I learn. They are not rigid. They are subject to being
You got some
wrong, and I
booze?
feel like that's unique, especially with the hard left these days.
You got some booze there with you?
Me? Yeah, I've been drinking this whole fucking time.
Yeah, I see this Corona too. I love Corona. Hey, look, this is from the hard bat. This is from the Britisher. I got to say it again. I can't believe he sent this from England. He put it in a box. He sent me a nice little card with it. I want to have a drink with you right now, Day.
That's so cool. Yeah, let's do a toast.
Can I tell you something, girl?
Yeah.
You're badass. I think you misunderstood my question about karaoke and stuff earlier.
Probably.
I shouldn't have put it that way. Like, learned your lesson. I was just trying to be a jackass and be funny.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes my jokes don't go.
No,
home.
I got it after a second. It took me a second, but I got it. Let's do a toast.
Day?
To what?
Here's to you. Here's to your old man. Hey,
Okay.
you want to know what I always toast to? Hang on, listen. If you want to know what I toast to, say this: Annuit coeptus.
I don't say anything
It's Latin.
before I know what it means.
It means our enterprise is crowned with success. It's
What's that
Latin.
mean?
It means Annuit.
What's our
It
enterprise?
means that what.
You can't do this to me because I will want to know exactly what everything means. It's not gonna be simple toast. This is all messed up.
It's fine, but it means something simple. It means what we do together will be successful. It's not specific.
Okay.
It's a non-specific
I just
thing.
need
It
to
would
know.
be like if we were speaking Spanish, it would be like saying salud. Here, it would be like saying cheers.
What is it again?
Annuit coeptus.
Annuit coeptus. Skull.
Like ting ting, and I'm just over here with a Red Bull. Like, yeah.
Red
Well,
Bull.
my base
works.
mama.
That works.
You were
Hey
in your
man,
cups
it's
the other night.
8:30, and I got 6 kids, so it's Red Bull, or you'd have been hearing me snoring 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to pressure anybody. We stay as long as we want. Hey, base mama, just like I told Day, if there's anybody that you would like to invite to come to the after party, they're more than welcome up to like 3 more folks. I don't even care. It would be cool to have somebody
I
else.
wonder if Prince of Queens will come on. I like him.
Yeah, see if he'd be anybody. I would love the Prince of Queens to come on. If he's watching, I didn't even see him over there, but if he's watching, I love you, dude. I would kiss him on the lips in front of
Ogre's
people.
new man crashes.
I love the guy. I love it, man.
He's the best.
I put his icon up when I'm doing. I can do voiceovers like the opinions expressed in the Laughing Ogres, channel today are not the opinions of any sane human being. And when I'm saying that, it's either today I put you up too. I put Base Mama. I'll have the Britisher or whatever. Yeah, I love my folks. I feel like it's kind of weird because I feel like I know y'all, but I don't fucking know y'all from Adam.
Okay, I just DM'd Prince. Maybe he'll come on. I don't know if he'll see this, but
Oh, that would be badass. I should. Well, I don't want to pester, but
let's get Sargon on here.
Oh man, I wasn't joking about Carl.
Like
I
4 o'clock in the morning, man.
I've known him for a long time,
love
and he
that
just
guy.
yeah. I still watch his stuff, but he's not a. He doesn't have a long memory once he's making that $250,000 every couple months.
I love him. Hold on,
Sam,
I'm not trying to.
I'm gonna when I meet you, you're in for it, young lady.
Oh,
I don't love him.
You don't love
Sargon?
Sargon?
I have seen his son, and Carl can go fuck himself. Baby
Really?
Carl is adorable. He's the most beautiful baby ever on the internet.
So what's
He's
the
just
deal?
so squishy and cute. He's
So
so
what did
squishy and
he
cute.
not? Damn, Day.
Sorry, those are my kids.
She's trying to keep people in the live stream. Girl, you're shaped like a pear. Like
no, I'm not pear.
Man, you got that apple
I'm not pear
bottom.
shaped.
You got to be kidding me. You
I
look
got
like
hourglass, bitch.
man. That's what the fuck is the difference? Look at a pear. Look at an hourglass. I can't even compliment
Hourglass
a girl
is
over
small
here.
in the middle. Pear is
so is
all
a pear.
bottom. No, pear's
well,
all dinky on top.
Okay,
and
you're
all
2 pears.
bottom.
Put a fucking pear on top of the other pear, so you're an
That's an
hourglass.
hourglass.
I said what I said. You look like a pear to me. You look like a peach, and I could eat a peach for hours.
That's what people have said to me before. Yeah,
Oh.
pear is a fat chick. I agree with the person in chat. I'm not pear.
That means
Well,
I have a big
hey,
baby.
listen, I'm old. I'm sorry to all you in the chat. I didn't mean it as any kind of disparaging remark to the lovely lady that come on with myself. Look at her.
Oh, Lord, have
By the
mercy
way,
on her.
Okay, this is
Oh,
devolved. But about Sargon, why don't you like him?
Me, I like him just fine. I just like his baby better because he's a lot more
I get it
cuter
now.
and he has smooshy cheeks, and I'm a mom. So
Oh,
I just see his baby and I'm like, oh, the baby! And that's pretty much my response to it. And then I don't really care what he has to say.
yeah.
I'm like,
No,
more
he says
video
a
of
lot
the
good
baby.
things. I like him. Who else does
yeah,
everybody
he's quite
watch?
thoughtful. I watch kind of random people.
It's
Yeah.
fine. You said it devolved, and I can't let it go. But what is this shaped like?
What?
I can't
This
see
right
it.
here. This thing that I'm holding right here in my hand. What would you say that shape is?
A
Guitar
guitar.
F-holes.
But
A guitar shape.
It's hourglass. Is that hourglass? Because they designed this to look like a beautiful woman.
Mm. Yeah,
He already
I don't know.
out, so he's like, dinner.
it looks like a guitar to me.
Do you play it all?
Oh wait, someone's asking for an invite. No, I don't play. Someone said no invite.
Who?
Philip Daniel?
No, you're not coming on.
Okay. I don't know who anybody is.
No.
He was the one like having a coronary in the chat.
Oh,
It's like, no.
sorry to call you out, Daniel. Didn't mean to start shit.
Face Mama is last word. No.
No, because I gotta go anyway, and he's gonna start a really deep conversation, and then I'm gonna be like, "Damn it, I have to go." And
Someone
I'm
else said invite Jam Ob.
I have to
I'm all
go
good
and
with
beat my
anybody
children into bed soon, so
Okay.
I'll do whatever y'all gotta do.
like
I'll
no,
stay here
no
as long
fun
as it goes,
conversation
but-
that I'll be sorry I missed.
If everybody wants
I'm
us to go away, we can.
a farmer. I don't even. I'm at this point. I'll be nothing different.
I'm a
Well-
farmer in
Past my
Stardew
bedtime.
Valley.
We I have you guys been paying attention to the PewDiePie, whatever?
Oh my
thing?
god, I fucking love PewDiePie these days. I used to hate him because he was so annoying, but he has evolved so much, and I fucking love the guy.
I've never really paid attention to him, but I'm always on the side of free speech. Even if what you're saying is totally fucked, I am 100% on the side of free speech.
Mm-hmm.
I've intentionally not paid attention to it
anything.
because of the same, like the Milo thing. You know, I'm not paying attention to the Milo thing. It's these, I don't know about PewDiePie, but sometimes people just say things to get attention.
He made jokes, they took it out of context. Then he made a joke about how they take shit out of context, which then they took out of context to call him a Nazi. It was like, do you really not even see what you're doing here?
It's just so indicative of the times. I feel like everybody is a Nazi these days. Like a Nazi is today is what a witch was back in whenever that was. What were you saying?
Cool level 9001. There's a fucking 4chaner there.
Keck level. Hold on.
Jamboni, you want to join us?
It's come here, buddy. In my opinion, I've heard a lot of crazy, fucked up shit. Like calling for the deaths of Jews and things like that. I would rather know who those people are than shut them down and pretend like I don't want to hear it, because that just makes it, that drives the underground. It makes it more attractive. Now it's something illicit, and I'm like, no, I want all the crazy right out there where I can see it, and everybody should have the right to say all the crazy shit they want to say, and I don't care. I want to know. Especially when it comes to, when it comes to the crazy stuff about Islam. No. I don't want crazy imams that say crazy stuff like, it's not really fornication. Oh, yes.
That's bad to the fucking bone, girl.
This is for my next video. Just saying.
Did your old man make that?
No, we bought it off Amazon, but it's for my next video. I can't really talk in it because it's like
that is so cool, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm doing a Shaladay music video.
Base Mama, I gotta say that your knowledge is you. Do you have so much knowledge on that stuff? And I'm not trying to get back into like a deep subject, but do you have so much knowledge on that Islam stuff because they forced you to learn it, or?
No, it was mostly because I realized I wasn't getting the whole story. Because it was the 90s when I joined up, so you didn't have like the internet everywhere. There are so many people that you're just 100% fat material to right now. It's just boobs with a Pepe head. You realize that?
I got vape through it too.
Oh.
But
Day's cool that way. Just let her be.
No, people would challenge me about it or tell me something about Islam that I thought was nuts, and I would get really mad and freak out, and then I would read up on it, and then I'd get all depressed because they were right.
Day, I tell you what, man, I wish you could meet my old lady. You'd love my wife, man. She's just like you. She's beautiful and kind of crazy.
You're like checking your vape.
Oh, someone said I can't vape with it on. I proved them wrong.
She just did it. I just seen her. Who said that?
Although it was very foggy in there.
I keep asking if somebody wants to join us, but I didn't look. You girls are probably looking. How are you typing, Day? Are you doing it one-handed?
I'm so elite, you guys. I got mad skills.
Yeah, I mean, you must, because it seems like you're doing it you're typing one-handed.
But yeah.
Base Mama, do
you know the Republic of Kek declared my son the emperor, the child emperor in exile of Kekistan?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
He needs his rightful place.
Oh, he already has it. People have sent him. He has his own crown.
Well, I'll tell you what,
the song is Chatelet. Like, oh my God, he will go from screaming his head off as soon as he hears the intro. He's like, oh, I like that.
It's so amazing, and I've learned the Italian lyrics for it because it's gonna be a thing. That's my next video. I take a long time with videos because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. But that's my next video is a Chatelet music video where I'm going to be singing it in Italian, and it's gonna be this whole grand music video.
Oh, so you know the Italian lyrics. So have you seen the translation?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Aren't
It
you, like,
goes so
It's
deep,
the
dude.
worst song ever. Like, it's a terrible song.
So
Jay, I
Once
have,
you
I
know
have
what
you
it
on
says,
full. I
you're
have
like,
you on
no.
full screen because you make me laugh. I'm about ready to do a dab. I'm
Dabs,
finna
yo.
do a dab of some dank. It's a special K from Royal Dutch Genetics. It's the sweet leaf from a big old plant.
Tell Ogre
So-
I accept his invite.
He
well,
is over.
okay, yeah, leave your. Okay, I see you, Jamboni. Just, are you willing to put your email address there so that I can send you the link? Because I'm not
Or
going to
if
put
he's
the link
on
here.
Twitter, he can give you his
Yeah,
at.
Twitter's fine. Yes. Thank you, Mama. I'm new to this. These girls will keep me straight.
It's all
They already
right.
busted my fucking balls to death as soon as
He
the
will.
bastard
He will
left.
not
You know, it's
divide
like,
us.
I feel.
Oh,
Sorry,
I love
you
it.
take care of getting that to him, okay? The He Will Not Divide Us stream is now going to be touring the U.S., and I was going to go to the one in Albuquerque, but I think it's actually coming here.
Where? Oh wait, no,
To
I don't want to
Phoenix.
dox you.
So, Mama, should I put my Twitter
There's,
up there
like,
and just let?
3 million people or something like that. More than that, I don't even know. In Phoenix, I'm not really like that worried about it. And I have a really common name, so even if you found out, there's about 100,000 of me.
Well, I live in New York, and I'm not in the city, but I was gonna go travel to it just to like do some weird shit in front of it. But then they took it down, and I was so sad.
Gee, I hope it comes here because I'm definitely gonna go.
I was gonna
We
grab
were
my
talking
friend and like go do some
Well, here's
crazy
the fucked
tech
up
shit.
thing, okay? They're doing a tour because they got shit posted by everybody basically when they were static. So they're doing a tour to kind of like try to mitigate that. Except 4chan is everywhere, dumbass. Like they will find you. They will be there. It will happen, and I'm sorry. But this thing became really just so much more than I think that he actually meant for it to become. You know what I mean? He meant for it to become like he meant for it to be some kind of unity around like fuck Trump, but it became really the true unity that most people are okay with him, even if they are not like huge fans. And the more you hate him, it's that underdog spirit of Americans, man. The more you hate him, the more we like him.
Yeah,
Just because
it's
you're being
the
a dick about it.
contrarian in us.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'll hate him when he fucking does something. Like the hard bastard was saying, like the crying wolf thing. Like, don't protest him on his first day in office. He
Well, he's
hasn't
not even done
done
anything.
shit. So
Yeah,
when he
no
actually does something, it's gonna mean less if he protests it.
What about the women's march? What did you think about that day?
The women's march was like cool in the fact that it was peaceful, but pointless in the fact that it doesn't do shit, and there's really not any point to it. And I love the women's strike that's going to be happening. It's like, let's
maybe it'll
do
be
the
like
day.
I just can't see
Day
you
Without
there.
Immigrants.
Yeah, and people
Like,
are
I
surprised
can't
when
see
they don't.
one of you two girls there at that thing, but especially you, Day. I just can't see you
No.
going to that.
Fuck
Okay,
no.
how about
Uh,
you, Mama? Would you have,
If
would
I
you have
still had a
participated in
job,
that?
I'd be expecting to get fired from it because you don't
Oh,
do that
man.
if you work at a place. Jesus Christ.
So Mama,
That was
you
so
wouldn't have
funny.
went either, huh? You wouldn't have went and participated in that.
Okay, they've done this like Day Without Immigrant shit before, right? And the same thing happened. I think it was in 06.
I'll
maybe.
track some chicks.
Go flash of guns.
Sorry, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, look, she's fucking upstaging me always. Go ahead, Mom. I cut you.
I'm not one-upping you. I muted my mic so I wouldn't do anything.
Oh, that's because I got you on full screen. It shows what a perv I am. I'm taking you off now. You're
Jesus
done.
Christ, dude.
I did too. I had you on full screen, so damn.
That's
Okay.
funny.
I did it so nobody would notice.
That's funny. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
God.
Mama.
No, they did it before about 10 years ago, and the same shit happened. A whole bunch of people didn't go into work, and then they all got fired because they didn't go to work. I hope like hell they fire every single one of them, because fuck you. You have a job, do your job, or
That's
get
right.
fired. That's how it
Fired.
works.
Oh,
I can't
you
just be
guys-
like, I don't feel like working, therefore no. Like,
No.
what the hell?
But you were saying, but Day, you said you think this woman's strike, because what is that about? Please explain the woman's strike
right
to me if
quick.
it's not boring.
Jim Obi says, "Has anyone seen my messages?" And the Norbinator 79. So I think he's trying to get in here, you guys.
I'm about ready to copy and paste my thing. So how do I do that? So it's just the Ogre 710. If I send them that, they can find me on YouTube. On Twitter, right?
Well, has he messaged you? It seems like he might have messaged you.
Well, message me on this open
Twitter.
thing, but I'm not going to put.
Twitter.
Oh, I'm looking. I don't see a message on Twitter.
Mhm.
I mean, the Britisher did. I see
would
y'all's
imagine.
from earlier, but I'm just going to put it up here. I'm just going to pop it up there on the thing. So if you're listening and you want to join, you'll see that right now the Ogre has put up at the Ogre 710, and that is my Twitter, and it's just JT at the Ogre 7. I mean, I'm looking at it now. I don't know much about Twitter, girls. I just started this. So it just says, yes, it's JT at the Ogre 710. So if you type that in, you should see my page with the Forgotten Man and me playing a different color guitar like the one I was just showing. And I will hook
He
you
said
up. I'll
just
send you the
on
link.
chat, what's his handle again? Oh, there we go. Yeah. The Ogre
Yeah,
7.
we both put it in.
Yep. Thank
So I
you.
need to put it
No, we both did it.
Okay, all right.
I just put it in the,
Yeah,
in
let's
the
get some
chat,
fresh
'cause
blood in here, girls, because
it gets confusing when you're doing your first
And
few
this is-
streams because you have the side chat that's just what we can see, and then you have the live chat, which is
Yeah.
what you're reading on the screen. And like I used to accidentally post stuff in
I
the
haven't even
live
looked at the
chat,
side
like
chat.
the Hangout link.
I would
Are
love
you
to
girls
do a
posting
live
in the
stream
side
with
chat?
you guys on my channel, but I'm just so scared to like
Well, next
actually go
time-
live on my channel. Like I
Let-
haven't
let's-
done
let's-
it yet.
Let's do it with something that's not a topic like this where you could get struck. That's why I use this channel, because you see, I didn't even look at this had 1 subscription when I started. I bet it's got probably 20 now. And if I'd have done it on
That
my
was
channel,
me. I
I
was
think I'd
the
have-
first. Boom.
So, well,
oh, you can't see me flipping.
I would say, listen,
Aw.
because we did it, because
That's
because we started out with the bastard tonight and let him talk first. We should start with, and I'm MC obviously and got a fucking loud mouth and don't care. We should start with Day is Dead and let her host one that will be non-controversial and get her some subscribers, and then Bass Mama, go to you because you're next, and then go to the Hard Bastard if he wants, and then last but not least, we'll go to mine. And
I mean,
I would
what-
love to have you 2 girls.
If we're gonna form
And we
this little, I don't know, quartet of shitlords.
I like that. No, I
what are we
actually
going to
like
call
that.
ourselves?
Well, I like the fuck it. We're all fucked anyway. I really like that. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, I was right here. I
Yeah.
wrote it down.
Yeah.
We're all fucked. We are all fucked live stream. That's what I'm talking about.
Shit. I'm trying to get this thing to sit.
But
Yeah.
Ugh.
I do
That's
like
new, and
Prince
that's
a
with,
lot.
like-
I want him to be a part of this too. We can
who's that?
I
Prince
don't
of
know
Queens.
what a quintet of what then?
Yeah, I like 4, but
Fuckery.
Prince, if it was
Quintet of
Prince
queers.
I
Fuckery.
would be down with Prince of Queens.
Quintet.
For
I
one
don't
thing,
think
too,
you
Prince of
can't
Queens
put
would
that
let me
on
not
a
just be the
title
only
on
bad guy. He
YouTube
would help get keep stuff
Oh,
in
yeah.
order. And I would
Wow.
like that.
for a while.
Well, I
I
don't want
love
to be the
Prince.
bad
He
guy every
starts out
fucking time.
completely put together and very rigidly defined, and
Me
then
too.
he's like, "I'm trashed. Fuck it." I'm like,
Who
"Yep,
doesn't-
you and
People
me."
are getting saying to get Crout and Tea or Angry Foreigner
Hey,
next time.
Day, it's
Yeah.
your turn for a toast. It's your turn to say the toast that you made me
You
feel all
know,
fucked.
we don't all just know each other. I think people should
I
realize
know.
that.
The only person I've actually
know
been in
of each
contact
other.
with, yeah. The only people
wanna
I've
know
been
y'all.
in contact with is I'm actually in
Don't tell us.
contact with Chris Reagan, which I'm kind of proud of because I did a shirt for him.
Wow.
I did the Bleach shirt,
Wow.
the Bleach 2016
I want
shirt.
the
where he
Bleach shirt.
designed that.
I want that shirt.
Yeah.
So can I
Well,
buy
it's
that from
not up anymore. It's not up anymore. Tell Chris Reagan
So I
if you
can't
want
buy
that
that
back.
from you.
No,
I want you. I
Well,
want to buy
guess.
it from you because I was looking.
Yeah. Well, me and him split the profits. I actually got pretty good profit off of that. It was nice.
Well, let's have a drink to your profit then.
Oh, okay. Drink
Hoist
to.
a lusty beer.
Oh, it's a baby. Hold on.
It's a baby.
It's a baby. Cheers, baby. Is that the Prince Shaladay or whatever?
This is the child emperor of Kekistan.
Child
Yeah.
Emperor.
Let me look.
Nice.
In
I'm
exile. He's like the Dalai Lama, except he doesn't give a shit.
Oh,
No, there's no one
he
sending a
doesn't give
message.
no
So
shits.
I'm about ready to give up on it.
No, he doesn't, and he's farting on me because
Hold
that's how
on.
much he cares.
Jim Obi said he can't DM you on Twitter. You guys have to follow each other. Like that's the thing with
Oh,
Twitter. You
so
can't DM
weird.
someone unless you both follow each other. So you should have a request
Well,
from
you
him.
can use this email, I guess, because I don't really
Okay.
care about it. This is a fake email for this fake live stream
hello to
channel.
your people.
It's the ogre710 at gmail.com. I'll check that right now.
Hey,
In fact, I'll copy and paste that for him. I don't care about this email at all.
he likes you, Jay.
Oh, I like him too, man. Look at that little baby. I bet he'd like to play with my beard and pull it till it made me cry.
His dad has a beard. He loves the beard.
He's a pretty kid.
He's a cool
You're
kid,
the man
man.
that
Look
did-
how
you're
chill
the-
he is.
His
He's just
father
like,
must be
whatever.
handsome.
Well, I like him.
Well, babies that age usually don't look. He's an attractive young person.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a weird little red potato people. Which
Right,
is
that's what I'm saying. See, you already know I'll put my foot in it, both you girls. So just give me some
No,
slack.
some
you know?
babies are just weird and they look ugly.
I'm trying to
have
help
social
out the
Tourette.
chat. We need to help out the chat, you guys. They're trying to come in here and.
There you go.
Okay. I'm
Or,
gonna.
you know,
I
you could just
spaced
post
out.
the hangout link in the chat and see. who
Yeah,
shows
let's just
up.
post it.
Holy
Free for all you
fuck,
guys.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, just
You really
do
want
it.
to do that day?
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah, it's
outvoted.
gonna be whoever gets in here first.
Yeah.
Post it
Fill
up.
it out.
Because I will start kicking motherfuckers out. The
Talk
rules
with
are
us.
I
You
kick
see
you out.
Day? Say hi, Day.
Do it up, girl. Put it on there, Day.
Oh, I don't know
I'll
what
let
it
you
is.
post
How do
it.
I get the link?
So cute.
Well, I got the link right here on Twitter. One of y'all
Just put
sent
it
to
in
me.
the YouTube chat.
In fact, didn't you send it to me? Yeah, it's right here, I think.
There you go.
So boom. No, that's not that.
It's gonna be like an invite from you. I don't think we can do it, can we?
I can't because I'm on my tablet. I'd have to get
Okay.
back
Where-
in on my
How the fuck
computer.
did I invite y'all? Don't I just copy and paste this thing above
You
my head right here?
Click the little dude with the plus sign.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yes, you already told me this.
Copy and
And
We're
paste.
then-
so
and
good
then-
at this,
and
you
then-
guys.
Copy and paste this.
Yeah, copy and then paste it into the live
All right.
chat.
Here you go, fuckers. Let's see what kind of mayhem ensues. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you try to do to me like you did Base Mama the other day, I'm gonna fucking throw you one of you cocksuckers out. Anybody makes rude comments about titties, you're gone. You can
What
say
happened
nice
to you,
things, but
Based?
don't fucking-
Oh my god, it was a total shit show. Like
What
everybody
happened?
was in there.
Oh my
There
goodness,
was-
girl. It was mayhem.
There was like the chat was full. There was like 9 people in there. Everybody was talking about 5
Come on
different
in.
things, and they were all arguing. And it was like, oh my god, shut up! It was the worst thing ever. But it was actually kind of fun until I'm Indian, so like 3 beers and I was completely shit faced and I didn't even care anymore.
Two, and they were not your dad's root beers, but 2. Now you were shit faced
They're
after
like
about
almost
4 or
6%
5.
alcohol, man.
And it was before you were shit faced. It was about 4 or 5, and I got to give you credit because you were getting shit faced because you were getting hectored on every side. Hey, we got a new one. Say hi and tell us who you are.
This is Jim Obi from chat. I don't know if you can hear
What
me.
up, Jim Obi?
You get-
Jamobi, we can hear you.
Yay!
You got a good mic too. Join the conversation, friend.
Oh, Mass
I
Effect.
saw this link on the Hardbusters YouTube page, so I was like, all right, I'll go watch it.
Now, I think I seen you earlier say that you were here because of the Hard Bastard. Is that correct?
I follow him.
Yeah, me
Sorry
too.
I did not wake up to
Love
be
the guy.
here, dude. Sorry.
I know. I
but
was just
it's
thinking,
my
ignorant.
Gargoyle doesn't
shit.
know any of us.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning there. Or
I'll leave you all our information that I can. Jamboni,
ugh,
Jim
Jamobi.
Obi.
Moby.
Moby, whatever. I'm
I
gonna
want
call
to
you
say
Jam if that's all right with you.
Jamboni too.
That
Like,
works.
Hey,
like
we got somebody
jabroni.
new here too. We got Jam and we got Colton. Hi, Colton.
Hi, what's going on?
hi, Colton.
Not much. Join the conversation.
Hey,
I'm gonna actually shut up until other people come in and I'll introduce them. Y'all
Philip,
talk
you do
amongst
not
yourselves.
start a deep conversation right now because I'm gonna have to go soon and I'm gonna be pissed off.
Aw.
all that sucks for you.
I
do
promise
it, do it,
I
do
won't.
it.
All I
I'll
do
People are
is
joining.
deep conversations.
try to
Oh,
inhibit
God.
myself.
I like to go deep myself.
Let's
Well, I'll
go
go deep down the
deeper.
history rabbit hole since that's my major.
Oh, and what kind of history? Anything in particular?
I gotta pick the specialty, but I'm really good at American and Western history.
Oh, okay,
Well,
cool.
Bit about other areas.
So what about the War of 1812?
America barely won. Not really even really won. Got our ass kicked for most of it.
Yep. By the British, obviously.
The biggest battle we won was
so-
technically
so-
after the war ended.
Yeah. Which was that?
New Orleans.
What do you think the most historic thing in the 1812 war was that happened that you would say? What was the most like destructive thing on our side?
We burned. The British burned Washington D.C., but then we killed like
Yeah, most
5 of their generals.
most people wouldn't know that though, sir.
We did some shit. I don't know. We barely fucking survived.
Yeah, but
I got
most people
some
wouldn't
more
know that
followers
they
from
burnt the
this
White
last
House
year.
and shit down in the War of 1812. So that's cool. That's cool. We got an intelligent person here. Is there someone new here that I didn't recognize? Is there someone that I didn't mention? Philip. Philip. Hi, Philip.
Hi.
Hi,
Join the conversation.
Sure.
Philip. Who are you?
Philip
Well,
is one of my subs. I love Philip.
Oh, cool.
thank you. Well, I'm exhausted, so I probably won't stay on for very long. I'm trying to control myself and not start as base moments at any particularly involved
Start some shit.
discussions.
Just
No,
talk
no,
about
say
what's
what's on your mind, Philip. That
So I
sounds
get into
interesting.
a deep conversation when I have to leave soon. So
No,
I'll
say
have to leave
what's on
before
your
that
mind.
happens anyway.
If you have a question or something, I'll be around for a minute.
I turned on France 24 this evening, and they were covering, of course, the President's Day protests. And I had known about this one sign, but the Mr. Trump, keep your tiny hands off my uterus sign. I find that quite offensive.
I don't think anybody wants to grab a uterus that belongs
Yeah,
to
no,
any
no,
of those
just-
chicks.
What was offensive?
Just
the tiny hands part. 'Cause I happen to have hands that's, I guess, somewhat diminutive. You know, I'm a
Diminutive
scrawny
hands.
guy. I'm a scrawny guy.
That don't say nothing about your Johnson, though. You know what they say about guys with big feet? They got big fucking shoes. So,
No, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
I don't mean to sound PC or anything, but it's like
It does sound
No,
very
you-
PC.
I don't think it sounds
Yeah.
PC. He's
I
just
think it
saying that
does.
that's a terrible attack to say, because what are they
It's
saying, Philip, when
not,
they say tiny
though.
hands?
it's
It's-
just
I
very
find
it's
it
very
kind of
hypocritical of
entertaining.
them.
No,
Well, perhaps
it,
it's not, because they're really into shaming masculinity. After all, what's better way to
well,
shame the masculine than to point out its deficiencies? And
Yes.
Trump is a symbol of masculinity. His deficiency, besides his supposedly meager mind, would be his small hands. So
well, I do agree with that. Yeah, it is. It is a definite case of hypocrisy, and I guess that's where I'm on the side where it doesn't fucking matter, because I don't believe any of their shit matters either. And so I feel like it's like, oh,
Just
he
a
has
tactical
tiny
thing.
hands. Oh no. Oh my God, the wage gap is a myth. It's just two sides of the same coin, and I feel like all of them are stupid.
Is
So-
the wage gap a myth?
Yes, it is. It's based on
yeah,
productivity.
yeah, it's bullshit. I just
It's
wondered.
based
Yeah,
on
my daughter solved
productivity.
the wage gap.
Yeah.
She said,
Hmm?
"Stay at work." That's it.
Work more, and you get paid the
Oh.
same. I got paid more than most of my male counterparts when I had a job before I was.
Well,
I'm-
yeah.
I'm disabled, so I don't have a job anymore. But when I did work, I got promoted far better than a lot of my male counterparts, because I gave more of a shit. It's all about your own
Not disabled,
productivity.
handy capable.
It's all individualized.
I work for a
And-
pharmacy, and I get paid less than the female clerk that's been there 12 years because, well, she's been there 12 years.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
that makes
Duh.
fucking sense,
Yeah.
Well, something like, there's nothing quite like being an unpaid intern, but
Is that what you do
someone
now?
in the chat said the tiny hand gap is also a myth. I love that.
It is. It is. Because I got big hands and my pecker's only about that long, man. What the fuck happened to me? My hands are huge. No, I'm just teasing. Whatever. It doesn't
So I
matter.
just-
But
Either a curse.
I
never
just got
find
my
you.
email. The Diversity Days 2017 schedule of events at my law school. We have Diversity Week this week. Unfortunately, I won't be down at the premises of my law school very much time this week. But so Wednesday, wait, let's see, I'm scrolling down. On Monday, February 27th, there's a facilitated discussion on intersectional feminism sponsored by the Law Students Reproductive Justice.
Oh boy.
Yes,
that.
cult
that.
indoctrination. And I think there's also on Wednesday, March 1st, there's intersectionality and diversity,
Day is dead. I'm finna fire up
Sponsored
my
by-
head.
sponsored by Outlaw, which is the LGBTQ.
I love me some Day is dead.
Hey guys, people are saying they're having
Interesting
trouble
stuff.
hearing the newcomers.
Yeah,
It's
I know. I
probably-
can't even understand him. I can't
Yeah.
understand what he's saying.
I'm sorry.
It's hard if you don't have like a good microphone.
I
Yeah,
hear you.
Is
And
there
also,
no-
you keep saying words that make people zone out, like intersectional.
I mean,
Or
no,
like
no, no,
bird-
no. I'm just looking
Oh,
at
someone
the
said he
schedule of
lost me at
events.
intersectional.
No, I mean, this is what my law school is promoting, and I know it's fairly common nowadays. But
Yeah. Well, that is a good opinion to have, because the reality is that this is being taught in like every college across America, and it's crazy that
I will have to say, like, I go
Huh?
to school in the middle of Oregon, I'm right by Eugene, in Oregon. If you guys know Oregon at all,
Yeah.
Eugene's hippies and hipsters.
Oh,
And my
okay.
school is like smaller, so like there's not enough people here. So like, I don't know if that just helps. There's not enough people here to give a fuck about those things, but they generally don't infest every single class. And I'm in the humanity.
It's only when they make them mandatory that you really
Yeah.
have a problem.
Yeah. Well, I'm from Massachusetts. I don't live there now, but Massachusetts was like kind of a hub for this whole, what's it called? The whole,
the critical theory
Social justice.
yeah, I guess just social justice. I thought there was another word, but yeah, it's like a social justice hub. And my Facebook is filled with people I have been friends with for a long time, and is just overridden with the most disgusting rhetoric I've ever heard. And a lot of these people are also atheists, and I feel
I
like,
grew up in Seattle.
yeah, I feel like a lot of these people who are atheists now need some sort of doctrine to live by, and they've like latched on to social justice like a religion.
It's
And,
definitely their new
religion.
religion.
I think it's more like
Yeah.
religiously minded that can't give up that religious mindset. Because I'm not particularly religious. I don't really give a shit,
Yeah.
but I'm not taking up a mantra.
Well, like the thing is with religion, because I was recently down
Oh,
here in
that's not
Southern
gonna
California.
work.
Your
I don't
mic
think that's.
sucks.
Yeah,
Cutting out.
it's like a robot voice.
Are you sure you're plugged in there, dude? Because I'd like to hear what you got to say, but it's horrible.
Shit, I actually don't know.
That's
There you
better.
go.
Is it good?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's good
better. Mm-hmm.
All right, we're good. All right. No, but like, so I think what religion really had was it had that really good set of serious values that brought people together. It wasn't, I mean, yeah, it was kind of self-contradictory, but it wasn't as self-contradictory as what's going on now. Like, it was a lot more internally consistent.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, you have those baseline
I guess.
values like family, cohesion, community, service to community, sacrifice on behalf of the future generations. Those are things that are really kind of lost in this, because
Yeah,
I've observed, and I might be wrong, but I've observed this. It becomes a cult of the self. It's like what I feel is good and true must be good and true because I feel it, and it's all feels before reals. And I find it a nuisance, to be honest.
Hey, Day, kiss my bald head, girl. Kiss my bald head. Give
What?
a kiss. It's good luck. You're supposed to like
Yeah.
Patterson.
So where are
Is
you?
that
Where are
good?
you all from in
That
America?
was awesome. Yeah, that was awesome.
Hold on, I gotta full screen you. Oh, I didn't realize.
Oh
Underneath
yeah, I'm
the
fucking
hat.
bald. Yeah. I lost my hair when I was 19. I never had it, so I don't know what it's like to have it. It ceased to exist. I have a feeling that people, it's like small hands thing. People, they allow things to either affect them or not. And look at my dazzling blue eyes and my marvelous white
He did
teeth.
you right.
Oh yeah.
I think when
At least you
But
didn't do
anyway.
the comb over.
Okay, that was real. No, fuck no. As soon as I started losing my hair, bro, I used to have long hair. As soon as I started losing, I was 19. I cut it all off because it just makes you look like a child molester when you got.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
No, and I've found that many chicks love my head. They tell me they like my head, so whatever. And it don't matter to me anyway. I've been married 23 years. Okay, I'm done. Hey, we got some newcomers here, and I'm just doing what I do. I'm rambling on. And Day, Base Mama, I want you two to know. I even though I tease you and shit, to me you really are. You're like dudes with boobs.
Yeah,
I-
pretty
You gotta
much.
give me your theory about the alpha female.
Oh,
Well,
what's that?
you have it. Well, you are one too. You're an alpha female. I bet your husband. From what I've seen of him, just that little piece. I bet he went and grabbed your beer today, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
There is a thing called an alpha female, and like in my relationship, I'm an alpha male, and so That's why I like the sunglasses, because you can't tell where I'm looking. But I'm an alpha male, and my wife's an alpha female. So we get along good, but we both have to know, there's a certain point that I don't fuck with that girl. If I do, she will cut my fucking John Thomas off in my sleep.
I'm not
Feed
gonna
it
do
to me.
that.
Well, no, I'm not saying, and that's an obvious exaggeration. I'm just saying there is a point to where if I go, she'll escalate. She'll escalate. If I go, hey man, I'm breaking out the handgun. She gets out the cannon. I get out the cannon. She gets out the tank. I get out the tank. She goes fucking full thermonuclear ICBMs. You're fucking total mutual assured destruction. And so, and you
so
girls
it's like
are.
a Stan and Francine fucking standoff and shit.
But you girls both, and especially you, Base Mama, with all respect, today is dead, but especially you, Base Mama, you are an alpha female. It may be because you had to deal with, I don't know why, but I could speculate. Maybe because of your Muslim past and having to deal with overbearing bastards. It may be because you have 6 children and you have to, that brood instinct, that mother bearness has overcome you because of the last 16 years. We figured 8 of them you were pregnant, and you have children now, a little baby up to 16. Yeah, so that's kind of my hypothesis of alpha, and I believe this: if you're a beta male, search for an alpha female. It will be hard for you at first, but the relationship will last. If you're an alpha male, search for an alpha female. It's so weird. What I'm trying to say is, if you're a male, search for an alpha female, because then she won't be afraid to balance your checkbook. Women can multitask. These girls, Day is Dead somehow with one hand is like she's adjusting her shit so her boobs look good for you boys. I hope you appreciate that.
I am. I didn't realize.
I don't know. It might be subconscious. And Base Mama, I see
her
you do it
boob
too.
itched, and she was just trying to discreetly scratch
Did I
the
do
boob with her
something?
bra. So
I
you
really,
didn't really
have
notice
no
it.
idea what I just did. It was entirely subconscious.
What Base Mama will do is, if her boob itches, she'll be like, she'll scratch it really vigorously, and I just see her do it today, and then be like,
I will. I don't give a shit.
So anyway, that's it.
I
That's my
told you, man, I threw
hypothesis.
my give a fuck card away a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck either.
Do you see yourself, Day, as an alpha female? Because I already know the answer from Base Mama, but do you realize that you are that?
I don't know.
Well, when I said you're a dude with tits, you did not argue with me one bit, and you have
I
been
feel
in there
like a
today
dude
all
with tits.
day.
I do, but I don't know if that means alpha female exactly.
So we're adding dude
Nah,
with tits.
I don't know, cause like I'm kind of submissive.
What was that you said, Mess?
I was saying we're gonna add dudes with tits to a new gender identity.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I guess a gay dude in a female body because I think
No,
I have a
we
very
used to call
masculine
him- we used to
brain.
call you a
if we're going to,
tomboy.
like- yeah.
Tom,
But I'm not
yeah,
even really a tomboy. I'm actually quite girly. I'm like a weird mix of things.
My
Like
wife
I'm,
is quite girly too, but she still likes to climb trees, go skiing.
well, that's just fun. I view myself as very playful, and I also like super love video games and like nerd culture and shit. And like before it was cool, like back when I was made fun
Do
of.
you like
for
the
it,
moldy? Do you like the moldy peaches?
I just know that one song that they were popular for.
So you don't know who's got the crack?
I think I've heard it.
Y'all
but
talk
I'm
amongst
not,
yourself. I'm
like-
going to give you a rare treat. You just talk amongst yourself.
Oh, okay.
Moldy Peaches. I might be too young for that reference.
It's a band. How old are you?
I'm like 21.
Yeah, they're teeny weeny ween.
Too young for the moldy peaches at 21. They're like
Well, I also didn't pay attention to pop culture till like 5 years ago.
Anyway. Listen, we can sing along to this. Never mind. I'm not even gonna do that.
Yeah,
But
I
they're
grew up in,
moldy
like,
peaches.
70s.
Check out who's got the crack. Check out if you're 21 years old. Check out also the Mountain Goats, and then
Ooh,
go
and
ahead.
Wrecking
Dave.
Dead.
Yeah, the Wrecking Dead's also good. Punk rock. It's good. It's good stuff.
I like
They're
punk
like
rock, but it's
rockabilly
like the
punk.
stuff I
They're
grew up with older because my dad raised me on 70s punk rock and rock and roll.
How old is your dad?
We can't talk over the music, right, Jay?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, I think that was loud.
Oh, hold on. People
to me,
in the
it's
chat
like-
just asked how old we are.
I'm 35. I'll be 36 this year.
I'm the old man. I'm 42,
I'm 33.
I'm
and also
26.
42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Also, in case you wonder.
Thank you.
And 26.
I get that reference.
I can
read
still
the
do this
book.
with my chest. I also have big boobs, but it's because I work out all the time.
Got those pec boobs.
Exactly. The struggle of working out, and you have man tits, and you're like, damn it.
Yeah,
They're muscle
because
tits.
what's going to happen if I quit working out? They'll be like, I'll have the furniture movers disease. My chest will drop into my drawers.
I play offensive line at my college, and I'm just like, God damn it. Does not look athletic at all.
No shit, you're offensive lineman.
Yeah.
At what could you
center.
you want to say what college, or it doesn't matter? It's up to you.
Don't
I'll
say
just
it.
say
Don't dox yourself.
Division II school. I'll put it there.
Okay, that's cool. So that's like CMU, Central Michigan University's Division II.
Yeah, we're west on the West Coast though.
Oh
so
well, no, I
we-
just wanted to compare. Yeah,
Yeah.
I dig it. That's good. That's badass, dude.
That's fun.
Pays
I
for
heard
your
it was
college.
nice.
Talking sweetness.
Doesn't
Is
pay
it a
as well
cat
as
or a baby?
That's
Don't
the
get a
baby
hold of
talking
my
to the
answer.
ceiling fan.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
I might duck out
Is-
soon, you guys. I'll hang around for a few more minutes, but
No,
I'm
do
gonna
what you
have
gotta
to go
do,
I gotta
Dave.
get going soon too. It's
Mm.
like way past my bedtime.
Yeah, it's fucking way past mine, but I'm just hanging in for the viewers. In fact, boys,
I'm
if y'all
so
are gonna
old.
hang
It's 9
around,
o'clock.
I'll stay until y'all peter out.
it's
I'm a
11:11
workaholic.
here.
I mean, I'm a fucking night owl, so I can be up forever.
All I gotta do is have another
Honestly,
shot.
I'm just gonna go play video games after this. I should really start Twitch streaming.
You owe your old man something, Dan. I'm not gonna repeat it, but I heard
Oh,
what
yeah?
you said. So go and
What?
do what you said you were gonna do.
Yeah.
Play video
Why did
games.
you
your
ask me? Why
opinion?
you said you were gonna hump him? You said it was either before or after, and you said you were gonna hump him after. So I don't want to
I'm
fuck him out of a good
Oh
piece.
yeah, I gotta do that too. But first, I'm gonna play video games.
Oh yeah, I gotta do. No, you get to do that. You get to do that. Not got to do that.
Yeah, as soon as as soon as my fiance is free, I'm like, dude, he made a friend on Twitter now, so there are 2 car guys that are just talking car stuff all the time. So
Although Day, I mean,
I'm just like, dude.
either way. Do you play Mass Effect at all?
Mass Effect. Yeah, I played all
Yeah.
3 of them, and I don't know about Andromeda yet.
And keeping up with all the releases as my avatar shows, I'm kind of on the hype train, and hopefully
Oh,
that'll let
yeah.
me down.
I'm not. I'm not getting hyped. Like, they said it was going to be the last one with 3, like it was a trilogy, but now they're like rebooting it, I guess. And I'm pretty excited, but I don't want to get on that hype train because I don't want to be disappointed. I just
No,
played Resident
too
Evil
Yeah.
7, which was really good.
Oh,
I play all sorts of video games.
So speaking of Mass Effect, I actually just received Mass Effect 2 for free on Origin.
I did too.
20 minutes
Yeah.
ago.
that means I have it.
Oh,
on-
really? 20 minutes ago? It was like for free on that like 2 weeks ago, and I got
Did
it.
they sign up for it? or they
Really?
just-
I just opened up my Origin today and got it for free.
Oh, nice. Maybe it's still on there from last time, but I got it for free too. And Mass Effect 2 is my favorite one, so like I'm
never
pretty
played
psyched
it,
that
so-
I have it on
I'm
the
gonna
PC
bounce
now.
you guys.
Okay.
All right, base mama. Thanks a lot.
Thanks
Hey,
for
but
having
before
me
you
on.
go,
Good night and have a
Yes,
oh, it's
sir.
too late
Good
anyway.
week.
So no need to plug. Thanks a lot, base mama. I owe you one, girl. In fact, I owe you like 15.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime you need anything, just give me a buzz, okay?
You fucking rock. I love you, girl.
Love you too. Later, guys.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Bye.
Today's cat.
Laters.
I'm yours,
Man,
Space.
that chick right there is bad as fucking shit. I mean that. I hope she's not just watching us now and seeing me kiss her ass, but that is one
You
badass
kiss
chick.
everybody's ass.
Well, no, I don't. I invited
Okay.
people on that I really liked.
Like that.
But if you knew me, you'd actually. I'm glad you said that. Why don't you tell my wife and all my friends that? Because they say I'm a hard motherfucking piece
Oh.
of shit.
I guess I just seen you interact with people you like then.
Well, and I
So
want
what
this
would-
to go smooth. I mean, you know.
People said
Kanji.
Metal Gear. I love Metal Gear.
Gear's
Kojima.
awesome.
I just got an Acer Predator G6. I'm looking at it right now. It fucking runs games. I can't even believe
Oh,
it.
I just
I play
built my
games
own
y'all probably wouldn't
PC.
like. Anybody play
I
real time
fucking-
strategy?
I love real-time strategy games.
Yeah, I'm still into Koltar.
You play
and-
Kotor?
and I play all kinds of RTS, but
Do you play Dawn of War?
I like Dawn of War. It's
I do
pretty
not
good.
have that.
My favorite is Rome. SPQR Rome is my favorite, and it's old, but on this computer, man.
Total War, original Creative Assembly.
Total War, yeah.
Yeah, I put like 3,000 hours into like Total War Attila. I think between the Medieval Kingdoms mod and Game of Thrones mod.
Well, we got to shut up, dude, because Day is Dead was talking about some newer shit, so let them go. Let them talk about.
No, I don't know what I was talking about anymore.
Do you know what we were talking about, though, girl? Do you know about?
No,
like,
I haven't played any of those real-time strategy games.
It's kind of like it's for thinking people. Not that you're not a thinking person, but it's like for somebody that if they had to choose between aiming and just shooting bullets or deciding what to do and then telling what to do and then it did it without you actually making the controls do it.
Well, I played like XCOM and stuff. Is that like what it is?
That's like a simpler version, I guess. Total War is like really large battles, like 10,000 people versus 10,000 people. Like,
yeah, I'm not down with that. Like I'd be bored. I like story. I like story a lot.
From all the archers. Fuck the archers.
Well, in a good real-time strategy, the story is paramount. It's the center of it. So, you know, like KOTOR, to me, Knights of the Old Republic is one of the best that ever was made. And it's, you know, probably people disagree and it's cheesy, but he said, I don't play video games, but hearing something caught my attention.
Hearing Attila.
Attila.
Oh, Attila. Total War Attila.
Attila the Hun.
One of the newer Total War games.
No, I'm sorry if I was talking over you, dude. Yeah, but it's different, girl. You know, what's your favorite game, Dave? What would be if you had to like pick one game? Would it be like?
Oh, I don't have one game. I've been playing games since I was 3 years old.
But a genre would be better. Would it be like Call of Duty?
Probably action adventure, I guess. Like I like RPGs, action adventures, like loot and shoot. Yeah.
Uncharted's pretty good.
Borderlands.
Yo, oh my god, Borderlands.
Fucking
Borderlands, dude. I had every fucking legendary weapon, and then they kept raising the level cap with each DLC, and I had to get the level 70 legendaries of all of them. I spent hours upon thousands of hours in that game. Borderlands 2 especially.
That's commitment.
Yeah, I only have a couple hundred hours. No, never mind. I only have 100 hours in Borderlands 2.
Aw, noob.
Fine, Day, you're like a hardcore bitch, Day. Look at this bottle.
I really
That's all
am.
I'm drinking.
Like, as far as gaming goes, I am like way more into it than even my boyfriend. Like,
no, but I've also seen you pounding that beer down, so I'm gonna have one more drink with you.
Oh yeah. Cheers me before I go, because I'm gonna have to go soon.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Have you guys ever played Space Marine?
No.
Oh man, imagine Gears of War if it was good.
Hit me in the field.
You'll make me spit out good
man,
scotch.
Dude, Gears of War ruined me because I always played as Dom with my friend, and then like, oh no, Dom, rest in peace. They went my fucking character.
All right, you guys, I'm heading out. If you want to check out my channel, it is actually it's VaporS on YouTube. It's youtube.com/VaporS.
And all this will be put up, boys. So even YouTube, in fact, whoever are here, you know, this section, if you want to cut it out and just be like, look, I was at the end of a live stream with a hard bastard, because y'all probably know he's pretty big, and also in fact, Day's pretty big. She's got thousands of views. Well, yeah, you get. I looked at your stuff. You have thousands of views on your stuff.
Well, that's the thing. I used to be big, and then I didn't get big anymore because I stopped.
And hey, boys, is she big? Can we all agree she's big?
I'm big in like a certain aspect.
Don't say she's pear shaped though, because she'll bust your fucking balls.
I don't like being called pear shaped.
Hourglass shape.
Yeah.
Hourglass shape. All right, so take your hot hourglass shaped ass on and suck your boyfriend's dick, man. Give us some pussy. Do something good for him.
I will do all that. Good
Hey,
night, you guys.
I love you, Day. I owe you one.
All right. See you later. This was great.
Later.
Bye.
Later.
What are you boys going to do? The girls are gone. It's time to go, or what?
Total sausage fest. Let's go for it.
I don't give a fuck, man. I'm down with it. Because y'all were talking
conversation with the hard bastard earlier. Like, I missed that part of the stream. I got on after he left.
Oh, you missed the meat of it. We had a serious where we went in rounds, and it was about Islam. It'll all be put up. I mean, look at me, dude. I'm a farmer. I'm usually way in bed by now. I got a chicken ranch that I run here. But
chicken ranch. Yeah, we have a beef farm. That's where I go.
No shit.
Yeah, with belted Galloways.
That's
what those are.
Sorry, say it again.
Belted Galloways.
No, I've not heard of that.
They look like a giant Oreo cookie.
Okay. So you must be out in the western part of the state. That's the only country. That's the only place I've ever seen those kind of cows.
West side of Washington.
Oh yeah, way out there. Yeah, I've seen some beef out there, dude.
Seattle,
I mean, fucking.
just outside the city, metropolitan part of Seattle.
Yeah, I can't really say where I'm at. I mean, I know you can see my face and stuff, but if you see my channel, man, we were talking about Islam tonight. I'm not too far away from one of the biggest centers of Islamic population in the United States, and I'm well armed and all, but.
We don't have a bunch of Muslims out here. There's a fuck ton of Mormons up in Washington, but
Yeah,
they don't get that.
Sure it is. How are the Mormons affecting you? They don't really affect their communities negatively, or do they?
They just annoy me when they knock on my door because I have to like fight my dogs from killing them. My dogs go ballistic when people come to the door, and then I'm like fighting my dogs off, and then it's really awkward.
Yeah, it's because
why do they even proselytize when they can just convert posthumously, and they do convert posthumously?
Absolutely.
You know? I mean,
in fact, they convert posthumously like way more, dude, because some of them have many wives and shit.
How do you convert posthumously? Like after death? They're like, oh,
no, that means your progeny, the children that you leave. You know.
Oh, gotcha.
I think that's what he meant. I don't want to.
Well, no. I actually meant converting after death.
Oh, okay.
They, apparently, or so I've heard, they actually convert the dead to Mormonism.
Fuck them.
Without their consent.
That's converting me. I'm a baptized Catholic, not practicing.
I mean, it sounds strange, but it's what I've heard.
You talking about like baptism for the dead? Is that what you speak of?
Basically, I call baptism for the dead, although I can't see how they would baptize a corpse.
Well, they're Mormons.
Oh, dude, Mormons are weird. They're really Masons. They're Masonic.
We have a Jehovah's Witness temple or whatever the fuck, like 3 blocks from where my apartment is in my college. They're not that annoying.
Well, but the hard bastard was he was saying earlier that you got to do 10 hours of community outreach just to be a member of the church every week. So they are hardcore about the go. Yeah, man. Because listen, folks, y'all will hate on me for this if you want, but I was what do y'all know what a call porter is?
If you explain it, I probably will.
It's a fancy word for Bible salesman.
Wait, a call porter or call porter?
Call porter.
Okay, I was thinking the composer, call porter.
No, like call porter. It's old English, and what it means is to call at the door.
Obviously.
But I knocked on doors, and I would be like, look at these Bibles, look at these books for your kids, buy them, please. And then I would leave referrals for what they call Bible workers. This was all for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Anybody ever heard of them?
Yeah, they're the pacifists, and they're big in Texas, aren't they?
Well, they're big everywhere, but you said it. They're pacifists. They just did that movie about the guy that wouldn't fight. But there's another big deal is that, we are, and I still go to the church, but they're big into proselytizing. And the way I feel about it, folks, is if your religion is worth having, people will seek it out. You don't have to go knock on their door.
I respect that. Yeah.
Or conquer them by force of arms,
Or what'd you say there, Philip? What'd you say, Eric? What?
Or conquer them by force of arms.
Oh yeah, no, fuck that. That's no, because man, I'm Jewish, so I'm absolutely anti.
So am I. Although if you read scripture, if you read the Hebrew Bible, it's full of it's full of imperialism, it's full of slavery, it's full of genocide, it's full of all that.
Fucking Mass is badass. What's your real name? I gotta look. Jamoni. He's fucking bad. Jam's badass.
You gotta pull out the Crusader references every now and then. If people blame the Crusade for terrorism,
hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, if you didn't notice, man, people were fucking dogging me. I mean, not everybody, but I could see what people were writing about me over there. If you can't take a troll, you should not be doing what I'm doing. That's for damn sure.
Oh, fuck no.
Why don't people?
That's one thing I guess I learned through bullying. Like I got bullied all the time as a kid, and I don't give a fuck anymore. It's like, oh, no, I've heard way fucking worse.
Well, this is a good outlet for you, Jam. It's your turn to fucking get back at the cocksuckers. Find some punk that can't take a troll and just get that wound open and just fucking hammer it.
Oh, I also honestly like it sounds fucked up, but like every kid should be bullied to an extent because it does
absolutely.
Like would get the same level and handle it properly.
Yes.
But like it did help me make me a better person. So this whole like no bullying allowed. It's like no, fuck off. Let them get bullied a bit. I mean, they'll either break or they'll fucking adapt.
So you're Canadian, Jam?
No, I'm American.
Okay. No, so you're not. You are the cattle farmer. I'm just trying to keep things in line, and hopefully y'all will join us because we will do this. I actually work for the Hard Bastard. He's my boss to a certain extent. I mean, I do a lot of other shit. I do have a farm, but I got on board with him really early. So a lot of you folks, I just want to leave my contact information or a way that I get a hold of you. Because you guys that have stayed here late at the beginning, I don't know. You might be starting a channel, or you might just want to hang out, or end up joining just to say you were on the channel with the Hard Bastard, and y'all will be.
I'm down to pop in and talk about history shit. If you guys want someone who knows history.
We'll be doing that a lot.
I happen also to know a good deal of particularly Islamic history and also some Chinese as well. Do
you speak Cantonese?
No, I do not. Although I have a friend who's a Chinese national who is an international student at my law school, who I'm trying to get him to start, just start casually teaching. He knows some Cantonese, but I think he definitely knows Mandarin. He knows a bunch of the Sinitic languages. So I'll see which one he's most willing to teach me.
Well, so you said pharmakia. So you're the pharmacy gentleman, because if we could use that too, we might be talking about so when you say pharmakia, could you cover something like? Have you seen that? Oh, I'm trying to think of his name. It's the skinny dude, and he licks the toads. He's on YouTube. He goes. It's called. Oh, what's his name? What I'm saying is, can you speak about like hallucinogenics and stuff? That kind of pharmakia?
Oh, I could tell you firsthand experience on a couple of those.
Well, me too. No. But as far as Philip goes, could you speak on like, psilocybin and LSD and THC and stuff like that, or is it more just like a pharmaceutical kind of thing?
Wait, what? I think you misunderstood me. I think it's the poor quality of my microphone.
I thought you said pharmakia.
I didn't say pharmakia. No.
What is pharmakia?
Well, that's just the knowledge of drugs.
Yeah, you misunderstood me. I was probably talking too fast, and with this, with this crappy microphone, this isn't the most
What'd you say?
conducive.
What did you say, Philip? What could I get you for? What's your expertise in?
My expertise? Well, I'm currently a law student. I probably should be, I probably should be speaking so quickly, especially with this microphone. So, and I studied history in undergrad.
And also, the other history person was Jam. And Jam, okay, that's where I got it confused. That's where.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. Colton, are you still there?
I don't have the text. I don't have the text.
Yeah.
I just feel like everybody's talking and you're not saying much. Do you have anything to add?
I actually have something I need to do. I got to go.
All right. Thanks a lot, Colton, for stopping by, bro.
Guys.
And if you ever feel like being on TV, man, just look me up on Twitter. It's easy to find me, man. It's easy to find me anywhere. And you see this channel anyway.
It's all about the Twitter. Dank memes and shit. Keeps me occupied.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it, brother. You have a great night.
You too.
All right. Talk amongst yourselves, boys. I got to go piss.
All right. Sounds good. So,
Hi.
Philip, where are you
Yeah.
from?
Excuse me?
Are you in the American, or are you from out of the States?
Yeah, I'm living on the East Coast. I'm not going to disclose which state, but
No, I got you. It's fucking late. What is it, like 11:30 out there?
It's 11:29. I've got to be up at 6 a.m.
Fuck yeah, same here. But it's like 8:29 right now.
Yeah, I've got a 45-minute commute, so.
Yeah. So you're studying law right now? Like, are you undergrad or are you?
I'm a law student, a third-year law student.
Okay.
I don't know why the ogre misunderstood me. I mean.
Well, I think I said something earlier because I work at a pharmacy. He must have
I see.
confused me.
Well,
I don't know shit about actual pharmaceutical drugs. I'm just a clerk. I call myself like a legal drug mule. I just do a bunch of deliveries and sell shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I can like give first-hand experience of annoying people like wanting their drugs or tweakers that come in.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I'm scrolling through the iBooks app on my iPhone, and I must have like 500 books on here, and I've only read maybe an eighth of them. I have a chapter from China's Sea Power. Page 86, it talks about how China under the Mongol Yuan dynasty was basically an apartheid state. Well, that's not very politically correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know general. I don't know like it's big into Far Eastern history. That doesn't intersect with the Western part. I know like general, and like I know the big events and shit. But like you want me to pin down a specific date, I might not be on that level.
Well, it says for the first time in the history of China, there was a formal stratification of the people on the basis of race. Now, I wonder what the SJWs would say about that.
Are you saying the Mongols did nothing wrong?
Oh, they did nothing wrong at all. I mean,
no, they didn't. They just. It was the times, man. It was. I have to agree with them. It was the times. It was the way they did shit, dude. They would circle up and they would kill.
Like when I talk to people about history of war, like yeah, I feel bad for what like America did to the natives, but it's like
it was the times, man.
But you know,
we're better now, but like they lost at the game.
If we don't watch it, and let Islam do what they're saying, they'll be saying it was the times all over the world, just like we're saying right now. They'll be saying that in 500 years. And brother, yeah. I heard you. I got my headphones and was in there. What happened was there was two people speaking at the same time. Just to answer you, I did hear you say you were in law, but you know, man, I'm tired and I just got it mixed up. And listen, boys, I'm hauling ass. If you two are going to stay and talk, I'll let this run and I'll get up and check it an hour or two. But if not, I'm going to shut her down. And I see the people over there chatting and stuff. But and the main reason, I won't even lie, I could hear you when you were in there, Philip. What are you? You're in school. You got class tomorrow?
Well, I've got class in the afternoon tomorrow, but I've got my internship in the morning. So,
yeah, man, that ain't no fucking joke. Law school, dude. The reason you got all them books on your iPod is because you got motherfucking read them all.
Oh no, most of the books on my iPad are actually for pleasure, but I do have some outlines on it. That
don't you ever listen to audiobooks? Do either of you?
The only time
I listen.
I've listened to audiobooks in preparation for studying for exams, but not actually. I mean, a couple years ago, I listened to the Gulag Archipelago as an audiobook, but I also read the full.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
you said.
I just read the full Gulag Archipelago, or I listened to it as an audiobook, and a while later I read the entire 2 volumes of Masterpiece by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. But I really don't listen to audiobooks. No, I mean I listen to plenty of music, but.
I like audiobooks because I love Moby Dick. I'm a Stephen King fan, but I like the classics. I like, Dumas, and I could go on and on, but y'all just think I'm being pretentious. But so what happens is when I'm out forking chicken shit out of chicken coops, it's hard to have, Alexander Dumas there reading about fucking the Count of Monte Cristo.
No, I hear you there.
Yeah, so I put it on the thing and boom. Yeah, well, you hear me. You shovel the real shit, dude. I'm just a little chicken farmer. Taking care of beef is no joke.
Well, cattle shit doesn't taste that bad. We don't feed them silage, so they don't stink to high hell.
Chicken shit smells like ammonia, man. It'll knock you down and knock a fucking skunk in the ditch.
We have chickens like that we have for our own eggs. Like they die. Coyotes and raccoons killed them for a while. We slaughtered all the raccoons in our area.
Yeah, I lose them to hawks and to coyotes myself, but I keep it pretty buttoned up. And I've got some, in fact, it used to be behind me. I've got some high-powered air rifles and shit. And because I got a farmer's license, I could shoot any bird of prey that would threaten my flock,
That works. Yeah, we would shoot the coyotes with a Remington 514, one of those single shots. Just use the CCI Veloster bullets. My dad would.
Oh, those are nice.
That's fucking good shot. We don't have a scope or anything. He would just shoot them, and then eventually he learned he was too tired of going out there to throw the bodies into the woods.
Yeah.
So he would just shoot them in the.
That'll attract other coyotes. Yeah,
So you'd shoot them and let
that'll-
them limp off and die.
That's what you do, man. And then besides that, the carcasses will track to the coyotes. We got. I can't. I'm like Philip. I can't say where I'm at, man. I can't. But where I'm at, we have. They did two things that were horrible. They started protecting black bears, and then morons around here started feeding black bears, like for sport, like it was smart. And then they started protecting bobcats, and I could go on. But between the coyotes, the black bears, and the bobcats, it's dangerous for a human being in the woods. It's very dangerous for your flocks. A bobcat will take down a small beef, baby beef.
Where I grew up in Washington, my parents still live there, so I'll probably move back there anyway. It's the same county as Seattle, so there's a lot of retarded fucking ordinances that they get passed that like fucks us over, like wetlands. Like ditches on the road with water in them are technically wetlands, so you can't cut them and mow them.
Oh yeah, I know all about it. One cattail.
But like they haven't like fucked over like killing coyotes and stuff, surprisingly.
Well, but that's because it's because there are bigger farms with a lot of money that lobby for saying, no, we can't just have this predator out here kill. And then there's a psychologist named Garcia that came up with the theory of the hypothesis of taste aversion. So they're starting to, the tree huggers that you just spoke of are starting to try to say, instead of shooting them, we'll poison one of the beef carcasses, then they eat it and they almost die, and then they don't want to eat your beef. It does.
I'd just rather shoot them.
Thank you. Yeah, fuck all that.
Yeah, like I grew up in the middle of like very liberal area, and I've got I'm a mix. I go both ways, but like I just kind of more practical. It's like I'm not gonna go to the fucking effort to catch that thing and release it in some new area. I'm just gonna fucking kill the raccoon and throw it in the garbage can.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
Thank you. And what do you think about that? Because Philip just said he was from the East Coast, and I kind of want to know. What do you? If I look, he just sent me a video. It's probably somebody shooting a fucking coyote some horrible way.
It's my channel. I upload my musical compositions.
All right. So what do you think about it as an East Coaster? How did you think like we're barbarians because we're shooting? And if you do, it's fine with me. I
personally don't. But I guess I kind of romanticize the country. I have a sort of romantic view of it.
Man, you sound like Paul Stanley. Has anybody ever told you that? You sound like the singer Paul Stanley from the group Kiss.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, of course I do.
You do. That means to me, you're a Jew from Brooklyn, so I love you. You said you were Jewish. I love you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I haven't had much experience with Jewish communities. There's nobody up in Washington that I know of. Like I had one friend who was not even.
We're weird, man. We're old sponses, man. We're just old fucking long dicks. We're just old. We're the wolf at the door.
There's a synagogue.
It was great talk. It was great being on the stream. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was great being on the stream. But I really gotta go. So.
Oh no! Thank you so much, Philip. Hey, please tell me you're gonna look me up, my Jewish brother. And God bless your mother. God save Israel.
I'm Yisrael Ty. Good night.
Good night. Listen, Jamie, what are you gonna do, man? I don't even give a fuck. I'm gonna stay and finish my drink. I know that.
I ain't got shit to do. I mean, if you want to like go do something and come back, like I'll just leave it running.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't have tomorrow, so I've got an off day.
There's like 11 people still chatting in there. I mean, you people are crazy, you hardcore sons of bitches. I feel like I don't want to leave them, but I don't know. I just signed up for the bastard. He told me, listen, this is how it went down. It was like, we're gonna do this live stream, but he's very busy. The fucking guy's got, he's shooting up like a rocket. He's starting to make money.
Yeah.
And he didn't have time to, arrange anything or come up with any form. You said you came into it late though. You didn't see the format.
No, I came in right when I basically when you guys saw my joke about the like 9001 keck. It's basically when I showed up.
That was you. That's right. That was so good. I was like, "There's a 4chaner right there, man. That was good."
Well, that's the thing. I don't post on there. I lurk. So I just picked up the lingo. And I have a friend that posts in there, but I've like gone way down the fucking rabbit hole with that shit more than him. I just lurk and pick up.
I was
shit.
on 4chan when it first started, man. I'm a troll from the old days.
Deliver to because I deliver medicine to group homes, and one of this is for kids with mental disabilities. So we give them out their medicine once a month. They get a cycle fill, and the guy who works there was talking about how he's actually one of the poll contributors there.
Huh?
And quote unquote.
Quote unquote. He says. No,
Well, he
I'll
calls
stay in
himself a
chat. I'm not even going anywhere. If you're up for it, I'll stay in bullshit, man. I'm fine with it.
No,
I
I
got nothing
find
to do.
I want to try and get into more live streams and chat with people because like you follow Kraut and T.
Oh yeah, man. Hell yeah. With all his
I
Muslim
won him
stuff.
last week, and I managed to hop in there. He had left, but I was fucking around in there with a bunch of the people that were there. There was a Kuwaiti, an ex-Muslim Armenian.
You were on Crowton T's live stream?
After he left. Again,
Well, that's okay. That's still cool. You're here after we left. I mean, somehow or another, you obviously know how to do it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like usually I see these when I'm at work. I'm like, fuck, I can't jump on now. I'm like, I gotta go home and hopefully it's still running. But yeah, no, I was fucking around with these guys for a long time.
No, I don't mean just know how. I mean, obviously, you know how to present yourself in a way that's like, let me on your channel, bitches. Yeah, we did it. I mean, that was cool. You know how to do it.
Yeah, I figured. I was like pest you with good jokes until maybe you let me on.
I would have got you on sooner, but I can't multitask like them girls where they're like fucking typing and shit, man.
It's all you
Damn,
think.
I do it all. And besides that, I try not to look over there because people were, I don't know. I mean, while I'm talking, I don't want to watch insults about me because I'll think about that. And then what I'll do is I'll troll them back live, and I didn't have time for that shit right there.
You gotta have the focus on one or the other.
Yeah.
Pull up the stream. See what's being commented because I don't have the stream open anymore.
Yeah, that's what I got right here. Just mute it. You probably need that. Yeah, that's all you gotta do is mute this some bitch. You can watch what they're taking. There's still 11 people in there. Hey, you crazy some bitches! If y'all are listening to this, say something. Push one or something, or say the ogre has a weird beard and a tiny dick. See, I beat him to it, man. You know, us Jews are good at that. That's why I'm glad to meet you. But also, you know, shit, he just left in his name, Philip. You know, it's good because us Jews, we're kind of like Filipinos in America, if you know any. You know, they got the coconut phone.
My best, Filipino friends. There's a bunch on the West Coast.
Yeah. So do you know some Filipinos?
Yeah.
They're very tight.
One of those 4chan, and he's the one I talk politics with the most. He's half white, half Filipino. His dad is a a colonel in the army? He's one of the few like regimental rank Filipinos in the U.S. Army, I think.
Huh? No shit. So he's not a Filipino soldier. He's an American soldier.
Yeah, he's an American soldier. He immigrated over here. The fucker worked hard and made life for himself.
Oh yeah, them Filipinos, man. You know, people call me racist and shit, but I tell you what, they're watching. They push one. The Day is Dead push one. I love you, Day is Dead. You bad bitch. Hey, listen, Day. I wasn't joking with you. I got no interest in you sexually whatsoever. My old lady blows you out the door, man. That ain't no shit. I wish you'd get on camera because she make me look so good. But that said, I love your mind, and you blew my mind tonight. You came. I knew you'd be prepared, but I wasn't ready for the level of preparedness. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. I just had to tell her that. I like that girl. I thought she was about 22 because of her looks. I won't tell you her age because I don't want her to cut my cojones off. But
she's fine.
Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. How old do you think she is?
This day was in earlier. I put the 20s. Not like 20s.
Yeah, she's a lot older than 20s. I'm just not going to say what. She's a lot older than you think she is. I almost fell over because I told her, I was like, you could be my daughter. Well, no, she couldn't be my daughter. If she did, it'd be a fucking scientific miracle.
Unfortunate for you.
Yeah, well, I love her. I love Base Mama. Base Mama's fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know if she's listening right now, but she says some shit, and I can't corroborate it, but I can't deny it either.
Well, I don't know. I didn't see her when she put the video of her kid up, but like she's an ex-Muslim, but she doesn't look very Arab. Is she like more like the Palestinian?
No,
white.
No, she's half white and half Cherokee.
Oh, she's
no Muslim at all. She married a Muslim man.
Oh,
and now I'm going from memory. If she's listening, she's probably gonna think, "Well, you dumb fucker." But
you're like,
she's badass. She's the real deal. She's half Cherokee, so she's a Native American. Well, I was on a live stream with her Friday, and she was like, before the live stream, she was like, she didn't say she was gonna drink, but she said, you know, I'm half Cherokee, and Cherokees and Indians have this gene that doesn't let them process. The first thing she did, alcohol. Well, you know, first thing she did was cracked and not your father's root beer.
Nice. Oh, not your father's root beer will fucked up quickly. Like, I mean, I sound like a lightweight little pussy, but I love that stuff.
Dude,
just drink.
Man, she went from 0 to fuck you. I'm on the warpath in about 5 minutes.
Oh, it looks like
It was a
Day
beat.
did say her age earlier. Which, by the way, Day, my cousins are that age.
They're 33.
Them.
Yeah, Day, you're beautiful for any age, but you're like my wife. When she was 33, she looked like she was 22, and now she's 41, and she looks like she's your age. Which that's good. That's good for your husband. You know, you have a man there.
I'm gonna be fucking Avi for this my account if I'm gonna be on live streams, because otherwise I'm just a fucking BioWare shill.
Yeah,
without even getting paid.
Well, you got a good voice, dude. Have you ever thought about trying to do like, you know, I just started my channel like 3 weeks ago. I already got 100 and some. I mean, I'm doing it the hard way. The hard bastard would help me more, but you know, I mean, and I'm drunk now, so I don't want to say too much, but I don't. I want to do it on my own.
Because like, well, I want to be a teacher. That's what I'm studying for. So I mean, that might just do my own video thing.
Yeah, you should try. You got a great voice.
Because like part of the problem I see with people these days is they don't know history. They don't even know like very recent history, let alone shit that's old. Like you want to know politics, why they are the way they are. You go to World War I's resolution.
Yeah.
And that's just set the stage for everything. Because they fucked it up.
Yeah, they did.
Like the Middle East, the way they carved up those borders, they did it just to fuck the old Ottoman Empire, so they wouldn't have an Islamic challenger to their. I mean, I could take you down a rabbit hole if you haven't been down there before. I do it all the time.
No, I know a lot about the Ottoman Empire, but I'm listening. I like what the vein you're going in. I love history, and you're the 1812 guy. You're the historian.
Yeah, no, I've got like. I'm not trying to disparage people. I'm not being PC, but like I kind of like an autistic ability to memorize history facts. I'm shitty at math and like science, but I can remember random facts very easily.
Me too, brother. Yeah. You got one or the other, and I'm the same way. I can't remember a name or a number, but I can tell you about wars and battles and shit that happened 10,000 years ago. Tell you about the siege of Masada, or you can tell you anything you want about Jewish history, going all the way back to Abraham.
Well, but Masada, isn't that the one with the quote the zealots on that mountain fortress?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The Romans, they killed themselves.
3.5 years.
That's the people don't realize. Like the Jews get a bad rap for being like kind of weak, which they got shit on like for like hundreds of years in Europe. This program, everyone's rolling in. Yeah, but you have the Jew, badass. They didn't give a fuck.
The new Jews are badass. What are you talking about? They're surrounded by about 400 million.
The Jews before, now, and after Masada and that shit. Like.
You know, you're thinking of like the stereotypical Jew though, son. I'm Jewish. I weigh 200 pounds. I've been a bare knuckles fighter my whole life. I've been in martial arts and whatnot. I mean, that's all verifiable.
Were you ethnically Jewish, or were you like culturally that too? Or?
No, not culture, not culturally. We retained a little bit, but I'm looking at my grandma right now on the wall. My grandma Weinbrenner. And that's about as Jewish as you get. Meyer might be a little more Jewish than Weinbrenner or Goldstein, but that's about it. And we didn't go to temple. We didn't tell people. I was about 14 years old the first time I admitted to somebody that I was Jewish. Because where I come from, well, at the time that I came up, if people would have known, man, I would have been, and it wouldn't have been good. Because where I grew up, it was in the South, and it wouldn't have been good. So that's
the thing for me being from the Northwest. Like the South kind of pisses me off from time to time because like I know I have relatives that lived out there. And I meet people from there. They're really nice, but they do some really fucking terrible shit.
There's some bigots there. But you know how everybody waves to you in the South like this, you know, right? You know what they're saying? Yeah. They'll be like, "Yeah, I'd fuck you too."
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'd stab you in the back. Oh yeah, I'd fucking take your wife. Oh yeah, I'd steal. You know, that's the whole deal. It's like they say Southern hospitality. But where I live now is in the deep north, not the deep south, the deep north. And they're the best people on earth, bro. Period.
Yeah. Because I have family out in the Midwest, the Stickelmeyers, really German.
Stickelmeyers, yeah, that's actually German Jew. Are you sure you don't have any Jewish in you?
Oh, shit. That might explain why I get curly hair when I grow it out.
Hello? I might just cut you off, man. If you're still there, let me get my other headphones out. These batteries just said battery low. I just got to get on a headset. Just chill.
So, chat, what are you all up to if you're still here? All 10 of you.
Can't believe I worked them damn headphones to death today.
Yeah, I've heard East Texas is a scary fucking place.
You there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Hey, I might have to turn something else off. If you can hear me, just give me one more second here. Let's see. I'll cut this right off there. That should have done it.
I don't know Texas enough, but San Antonio is the only place I've been, and that was there's some scary people. You got me?
Okay, I muted you. Now I'm going to unmute you. You say you hear me. Okay, I see. I actually evidently muted you. I'm going to unmute you. I don't know what the hell happened to me, but I'm going to figure it out here, dude. Just give me a second. It might have been. Okay, I think I just. Yep. Fuck, I muted you. You unmuted yourself is probably what happens. Let me unmute you. You should be all right now. And if not, unmute your damn self. Let me figure out what the fuck's going on. Why is this doing this? Make sure this is turned right off. Hello? Man, this is so weird. It's like it's trying to tell me that I'm done. And I just was getting interested in this conversation. Muted it. Okay. I want it fucking unmuted. Google is cracking down on you. Yeah, probably that ain't no shit. But I'm gonna figure this out because this is bumming me out, man. It's like, what the hell? You just started talking some deep shit because it's true about the South, man. It's like you can't even fathom it till you live there because they try to pretend that it's all done, but in the reality, there is no Ku Klux Klan anymore. But the heinous shit that has been perpetuated forever, it still goes on. And to be honest with you, if in the South, I would much rather be a Jew than excuse me, man, some bitch, man. I'm totally lost, Jam. Do you have if you have my information and can get a hold of me on Twitter, let me know, because I might just call this to an end. Let's see, we still got the same 11 hanging on. I can't give up this easy. Hang on, dude. Stay where you're at. Let me restart my computer. If you'll stay there while I restart my computer, just send me a message. Yeah, I see you. You said okay. All right. So just chill right there. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna restart this sumbitch and see if I can't come right.
All right, chat. Let's see. PZY Matui. I think I see you there. So I don't know. I don't know much about Texas, but I just know I've heard. Well, there's always the jokes about Texas, and then Canyon Lake by San Antonio was some scary shit. When I went there, like meth heads that would shank you in a heartbeat. I don't know if you still hear me or not. And all 12 of you still watching. Oh, I've never solo fucking run a live stream before. Yeah, I could understand that. Yeah, usually big cities are more liberal. Like, you fucking look at Washington, liberals everywhere. But yeah, the big cities typically have it. I don't know. People like to give like Washington shit for being super like hipster and whatever, but like there's a lot of chill people. And when you go to the east side, it's very like it's a Republican heartland out there. Bunch of farmers and shit. I mean, it's a fun place. Dry as fuck though. You know, like Washington, the eastern side just gets no rain. I don't know. You guys should probably petition him to add you into the chat, or I don't think I could add people in. I don't think I run it or have any sort of control over this. And if I do, I don't know how to do it.
I should be here now.
Oh, you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah. Hear you really good now. Them headphones I had in, they're wireless, but they suck. You sound great.
Yeah. I've just got these wired. What are they? They're APIE. For Christmas. They actually work way better than my Samsung phones from my that came with my phone.
These are Panasonics. I got them real cheap, and they got a really, really long cord. But I tell you what, this I don't even remember the name of this brand, but my Bluetooths I get from I hate to admit it, but I get them from Amazon, and they're like $12 a pair. I just used them for 4 straight hours, and daggone, I love Bluetooth because, like we were saying, I love my audiobooks. But what were you saying right before I lost you? You were talking some deep stuff there, and I lost you.
Here's Indiana. I was talking about like the German Stickelmeyers. You were saying they're Jewish. Or at least sound
well,
Jewish.
I got it. Stickelmeyer does sound like it's German Jew. Are you related to them?
That's my mother's side. She's Stickelmeyer.
Yeah, and believe it or not,
I'll spell it out in the chat.
As far as Jews go, your mother's side is where you get your heritage from. I know that sounds weird to Americans, but you like Do you understand why?
That's how you spell it.
Say it again.
It's just because that's where you're birthed from, right? It's matriarchal. I know that much.
Well, it's
like in terms of
matriarchal.
heritage.
It's matriarchal, but before there were DNA tests, if you came out of a woman, you couldn't deny that you were part of her. You see?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it always goes
Actually,
by if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish.
Gotcha. No, but I know that all I know about the Stiglmeyers is that I assume that they probably came over in the immigration waves at the end of the 19th century. Because I read shit like this. Because I know they're around.
Stiglmeyer is Stickel.
Stiegelmeyer.
STI. Man, you're way too fast for me, kid. I'm half drunk. STI. Oh, you got. Oh, never mind. You got it right up here. Never mind, dude. Go ahead and just talk while I write this down, like I got a brain.
But I know that they come from southern Germany, and they were at least minor nobility because there is a coat of arms for them. The knight arms in the Bavarian colors. I think it's light blue and white.
So that would have been from Prussia. So you that's even makes it more probable.
They're Bavarian.
Oh, Bavarian. Okay. Well, that makes it a little less probable then. But I'm going to check it out. I'm just going to throw this in. Well, there was a lot of Jews that were Catholics. Like I'm telling you, I couldn't. Man, in my family, we haven't been to a temple that I know of for 150 years. It's all about not wanting to admit that you're Jewish because unlike black folk, look at me, I got red in my beard. You can't tell us from each other. I got blue eyes, but we can lie about it is what I'm trying to say. We can lie about it. But I'm going to look this up right now. I'm pretty sure that's German Jew, but I'll tell you. Us Jewish people, we're overly interested in knowing who we're related to, I guess.
No, I always love that shit too, because like I have Norwegian in me, and I know.
Ooh, very proud.
A long time ago, and this still isn't that thing. Iceland and Norway, it's like, say my last name was like John Johnson or whatever. I'll just say that. That means that I am the son of a John. So like let me change it. Sorry, like Jack Johnson. So I'm the son of John. If I had a son and I named him like Aaron, he'd be Aaron Jackson. He would take
right.
Through the generations, and then when they came here, they were Johansson. And then at Ellis Island, they changed their name to the town they came from, or like the farm or something. Some settlement that they lived in just became their last name.
Huh.
And they still do that in Iceland. They still change the names because an Icelandic family moved to my school, and there was like Axel Gislason, and his sister was Gisdottir.
No, see, I was wrong. And this is just based on your last name. Punched in right here to Ancestry.com. It says England and Wales, Scotland.
Stiglmeyer?
Yeah, the Stigllmeyer family history. Stigel.
I got Scottish and English and Irish, but it's not from that branch.
Well, and again, listen, this is far from a blood test. This is just saying where it came, like where they think it came from. And it shows that your people came over mostly through Ellis Island and, or the people with this last name. But like you said, dude, it's so hard unless like my grandma before she passed. And because I was, like I said, I was a grown boy when I found out I was Jewish. And then I was explained to by my grandma and my mom that the reason they didn't tell me was because I was a dumbass motherfucker. And my brother and sister, they both know way younger than me. But I would have told people, like I do now. If you notice, I don't deny it because of that, and I'm probably too dumb for my own good.
Cooler to be a Jew than it ever was.
Yeah, but like you, brother, you're Icelandic. Why would you ever? If you're Norwegian, why would you ever be ashamed of that? No one should be ashamed of where they come from.
No. That's I don't get that. It's like it's shitty when people will do that to them, but it's like, oh fuck. It's just, it's like immigrants get shit on all the time. I mean, like, people forget. That's always how it is, no matter where you go. The newest group gets shit on, especially by the previous group. Wow. The lower rung jobs. Like
and a lot of that
in America.
A lot of that comes from society. Somebody was saying it. I don't know if it was you, but somebody kept saying boogeyman in the beginning. No, it could have been you because when we first started. And they were trying to make it like we were saying that Islam is the boogeyman. The four of us on the panel tonight, no way. We actually are all kind of utopian big thinkers that want the world to be great. But, I can see that angle. Shit if you're
Muslim and, like, behave as you're expected to. Then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
That's right. Just like you don't care if I'm Christian as long as I don't come and tell you that you got to do whatever X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, and I'm not
No
religious. I'm
mixture
not
of
going
church and state.
to make fun of stuff. Like I just let you.
No.
I'm just like the the let live and let live kind of shit.
And you're not religious, you just said.
Not really. No, I mean I'm
No,
not arrogant enough to call myself an atheist. I don't think there's no God, but I just don't see enough hard proof for me to like believe it.
Agnostic is what you'd say.
Yeah.
Agnostic. Well, you know what? I respect that because I'll tell you this. A lot of people say, well, if you don't have my brand of Christianity, my brand of belief, then you're, but dude, I'll be honest, and it shows my egocentricism, but I thought you were Christian just because of your politeness, you're well-spoken, you're intelligent. I can tell that
my
you're
mother
right.
was Catholic, so I get that old school upbringing from her. My
Right.
dad is not religious though. He was raised technically Unitarian, but that was
Which is not religious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
no.
social convention. Everyone's
Yeah.
at church, so they just picked the least churchy church.
Yeah. Well, and that just goes to show, you don't have to have religion to have what the Romans would have referred to as virtue.
Yeah. Like I know a lot of like fucking people that call themselves Christians where I grew up, and they're assholes, and they just the
Yeah, and
churches
no
they went
virtue
to,
whatsoever.
weekly reminder to like not be a fuck. That's what my dad views church sometimes as for some people.
Yeah, but then like you said, then a lot of the some bitches don't even listen to that, man. They're jerks
No.
right in the church before it's even time to leave.
For my friends growing up, because if I slept over and there was church, they could like get away with not going because I didn't go to church.
And then as a Jew, what day of I do go to what's considered a Christian church. In fact, I think I already might have mentioned it to you. I did for sure because I was talking about being a coal porter. But why do you think I go to the Seventh-day Adventist church right now?
Just convenience, probably.
Saturday.
Is it just the biggest thing around?
The Sabbath day. All the
yeah.
other religions keep Sunday. Why on fuck's sake would there's only one commandment, son, that begins with remember. And it's the one that every Sunday Apollo worshiping church tells you to forget. It's the fourth commandment. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And it's the longest commandment in the 10. And it's the only one that says remember in it. So anybody that says they're a Christian and they go to worship Apollo, and then as soon as they're done with church, they go watch the football game or whatever else. No, if you're a Christian, there's a certain way you keep that day. And I'm not saying that everybody should do that. I'm just saying that if you say you're a Christian and you don't do that, you're a liar. That's it.
Yeah. Well, like I always like to joke with my friends that are not Catholic. I call them heretics.
They are heretics, brother,
Like,
because Catholicism.
If people ask me to identify a religion, like they're not going to take agnostic for an answer. I'll just say Catholic because I am baptized a Catholic because my grandma's Irish from Ireland. So that shit had.
And Catholics are pagans, bro. The biggest pagans on earth. It's the biggest pagan religion on earth.
It's so much shit, but like that's just like it's very smart on their part to like because they do that like what is it, Guadalupe, Saint Guadalupe or whatever.
Oh yeah,
fertility guys.
What does Catholic mean? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
It means universal.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And
like Christmas is not even Jesus' birthday. Apparently, apparently it's actually Easter.
It's nowhere near. I know Jesus' birthday because you can figure it out, but by the 2,300 year prophecy in Daniel, and you know when he was born. But his birthday was somewhere around Easter, and then his death was somewhere around Passover. Yeah. So they kind of celebrate that backwards, according to every Jew on earth. And I could be wrong. And remember, this is according to my mythos. So you can't look at it that way.
Not like the Jews are trying to fuck with Jesus again.
No, we're very into keeping the traditions. We are. But that all goes too.
That PewDiePie joke, I think, was that joke he made that they got pissed at him about was that dude who would dress as Jesus and was saying like Hitler did nothing wrong.
What did Hitler do wrong?
And he's like not like the Jews would, and then it's like a Jewish run site shut that guy's channel. And I was like, and look, the Jews found another way to fuck over Jesus. And then Wall Street Journal went after him for that.
Man, you know what? Sometimes my people are a little too fucking touchy, man, with the Anti-Defamation League. Do you know who that is? ADL?
Yeah. When they put Pepe as a hate symbol, I immediately put a fucking Pepe on my Venmo account.
Come on, dude. I got Pepe, man. I got a Keck flag, dude. Man, give me a break.
I've got the Jewish Pepe looking at the Trade Center picture on my phone. When I reference meme, I put up.
Because, hey, I got to admit it. I'm Jewish, and I'll be here to tell you, the fucking guy that owned the Twin Towers that just got it and just did the thing, anybody that thinks that fucking Muslims hijacked planes and did that is stupid, period. That was an inside job, bigger than shit. Everybody knows it. That there were Jews that masterminded it, but I would humbly say they were Zionist Jews. They were a different kind of Jew than me. You know, I'm a blood Jew. A lot of those Jews aren't even blood Jews. They're Zionists.
I'm conflicted on the whole Zionism thing because, like, especially after the Holocaust, I felt like, yeah, Jews need a country.
Dude, the Jews mastermind. Do you realize that Hitler was a Jew, right? Because I just told you it comes through your mother, and his grandmother was Jewish. He's Jewish.
Grandmother, yeah.
The Jews
Even
masterminded
like,
shit.
yeah, by his own laws, he was a fucking Jew. The Nuremberg laws would have put him in a camp.
Fucking right.
We had a
You
secret
ain't
kid
no
too.
dummy.
Heard of that? He had.
Well, I've heard a lot about
kid.
that.
He knocked this woman up
Do
during
you
World War
believe
One.
that's true? Uh-huh.
No, it's like they've actually got documentation to it, I think. I mean, the woman hasn't actually said anything about it until recently. So, I mean, I'd be inclined to believe it. I mean, she waited a long ass time to talk about it. It's like, if you wanted to cash in, you could have cashed in like a long time ago.
I got to say something real quick, man. I'm not cutting you off. Just keep your thought right here. This PYZ Matoni, whatever you are, the person that said I'm agnostic and I couldn't care less about what people believe. I love you, friend.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Exactly.
I'm Christian. I'm Christian, and my friend here is also agnostic, and that is the point, isn't it? Isn't it, brother? We shouldn't care what other people believe. That's their fucking business.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm not arrogant enough to determine what you need to think beyond like just behaving in society. Conform to like
Man, what a
societal,
perfect way to say it, too.
and then we can get
No,
along.
continue. Yeah, because it's arrogant. Go ahead on that, man. I cut you off. If you can expound on that a little bit more for this person, because it is arrogance and egocentrism.
Yeah, I'm a humble person, and like I've never been like in the position to like just like be I don't know, like arrogant like that. It's like it's just not me. It's like who the fuck am I to tell you what to do? I'm just a fucking another person out there.
Hmm.
I mean, it's
I
just
couldn't
not
agree more. Couldn't agree more. So what about Max Bear here? So he's laughing. He's yucking up a storm over here, and he's I wouldn't call him this is a very combative person. Anybody got any questions for that can hear me over here for Jam? I just call him Jam. Say your name out loud. Say your name out loud.
Jamobi. It's a fucking nickname I gave myself when I was like 2, trying to say my name.
Jim
I fucked it
Moby.
up hardcore.
And how do people get a hold of you for the ones listening right now? If you
I mean,
want
I
to
got
get a hold of you.
I got my YouTube. You just look that up. It's the Mass Effect guy. I mean, I don't have
Well,
anything on. I literally
Also,
have
I'll
no.
tell you the truth. Well, if you say any way to contact you, even if it's Twitter, what I'll do is when I'm mastering this tomorrow, I will put it in some of the main parts so that you'll have your name. So if you want to plug yourself in any way, do it right now.
I might make it. I need to make an alternate Twitter because the one I have is like it's all got I got my football shit on there. It's like if people wanted to
Fair
DM
enough.
me on there, I wouldn't mind. But like tweeting at me would be like, it'd just get annoying.
Shout it out. Shout out your thing if you want.
The Twitter is the Norbinator.
The
79.
Norbinator. The Norbinator 79. All right, no, I'll
DM
have
me.
that.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. But DM me, don't tweet at me because otherwise I got a bunch of people that I know that would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
They don't know. Like,
yeah, tell them that too. DM only, and then when I do this, because I'll cut this down and I'll say, go check out Jamoni. I mean, I'm gonna butcher your name every time. Go check out the Jam Master.
well, yeah. No, the Jam Master. No, I can make another fucking Twitter for that. I should make one if I'm gonna get involved in this shit. I need my alternate profile.
So you know a lot about history. If anybody's over here listening and even gives a shit, tell me the truth right now. Because this is something that came up in Base Mama's chat on Friday. Was General George Washington an intelligent and smart general?
I gotta go over this because I haven't studied the area of history for a while. But like early on, I mean, in the French and Indian War, he just did distinguish himself by like General Braddock was some fucking legendary English general, marched them into the forest to fight the Indians, got his ass kicked, got killed. George Washington kept them alive. So I think he had a mind for strategy. He just had the problem of like a completely untrained fucking army. Like the British army was super well drilled. I mean, like I don't want to be a dude standing in a line getting shot at by muskets. Like you just gotta stand there and take it. They're not taking cover. Like that's why they ran away all the time. He kind of just had the problem of like a completely untrained army.
Oh man.
didn't matter how good you are with the firearm at the time. You got to be able to stand there and hope to God you don't get shot.
Well, this is obviously long in the night, so I'm not going to try to pin you down, and this is no real interview, but you're kind of skirting what I asked you, and I can see you're very, very, very knowledgeable about this. So the question is, was General George Washington, and you said he was a good strategist already, but was he a good, intelligent general?
I'd say, yeah, he was a good, intelligent general. He kept that army alive for as long as he did. Against
And I
the best
agree
army
with
in the world.
I agree with you.
Compared
And how
to
many
generals
battles
nowadays,
did
probably not as good, but at the time, pretty fucking good.
but how many battles did he lose compared to win during the War of Independence?
Fuck, a rough estimate, probably like 7-1, like
Right,
losing
lost.
7-1, probably.
Right.
Shitload.
But you
Well, he
still
didn't really win
even
anything until Trenton and Princeton, and he snuck up on the fuckers while they were drunk and sleeping.
Huh.
That's
So
why I
you
love that
have
meme. It's like, America, we'll kill you on Christmas. We've done
fucking
it
on
before.
Christmas, dude. That's where West Point was born, brother. What you're talking
Yeah.
about right now. That's how West Point was born. That's our oldest and most proud. I don't know if you know anything about it, but if you ever get a chance, look up the Bugle Notes. And if we chat one time and I ask you, what is the cow? Maybe you'll be able to say, she walks, she talks, she's full of chalk. You know, and I don't know if you know anything about it, because you'll see what a cadet at West Point has to learn before they even walk in the door, and the amount of knowledge and the pride, and they try to take away the hazing. Let me ask you that too, because you're such. How old did you say you were?
21.
Yeah, you're a young kid, but you have the wisdom. You sound like you have the wisdom of someone my age. So, how do you feel about an old, proud place like West Point and hazing? Do you think that hazing should be done?
Hazing is fine. Just like I said about bullying, it's fine. Like, just don't take it to a point too fucking far. I mean, like, it'll help you. Like, because I've done football. There's always hazing. We got hazed in high school. We didn't haze many people when I was a senior, just because at that point, like, the culture had shifted. But we got hazed a fuck ton when I was a freshman. Like, kids would get thrown in trash cans.
But did you ever hurt anybody? Like torture them, or just right? Okay,
No,
I just wanted to
that's
make
where you
that
see the
clear.
stories where they're shoving brooms up kids' asses. Like, what the
No,
fuck
nothing
is
like
going
that. Yeah, 'cause
Nothing happened like that. where I
that
was.
does happen, but rarely. And I just wanted, because I know there's still a couple people listening. I'm going to cut some of this stuff up. I'm going to put you on the main thing, because even Day is Dead, if you haven't noticed over there, she says, "Hey, Jam, make some YouTube stuff because you got a great voice." So continue. Tell me what would be the advantages of hazing someone that was coming into your fraternity or your whatever.
It just kind of helps, like, put them into the culture of the group they're going into. It's like, it's kind of like, you know, it's like getting jumped into the gang in a sense. Like, this is what we're about. You can handle this. You can handle being in the group. Kind of. It's like how I'd see it. Granted, I don't have most experience with hazing, but like, it's kind of about.
No, but I love that analogy. You said it's like when you get in the gang and everybody gives you kind of an ass whipping on the way in, and it's just to see if you can take it. So what do you think would happen to the military? Let's forget about football and high school football. What do you think would happen to the military of the United States if they took that out of the equation completely?
I just like, I mean, unless they kind of found a way to replace it with something just about as good, you're going to lose a component of, like, the camaraderie is going to get weakened a bit. But then again, I'm not in the military. I have friends in there. I'd have to ask them what they think also, because I've got a bunch of friends in the Marine Corps, and that's a cult. They're a cult practically. As I say,
They
that
are
with
a
a lot of
cult.
respect, because I follow that Terminal Lance page. It's fucking hilarious.
They are a cult, and they are the best cult on earth. Thank
Yeah,
you.
if anyone in the chat wants to, like, read, like, military Marine humor, if you read enough of the comics, you'll actually understand it without actually being in it. Like, Terminal Lance is hilarious.
Terminal Lance.
It's some ex-Marine guy who does comics, kind of like talking about the Marine Corps. He does like 2 a week. My friends always post them, so I follow the guy's website.
I just did a video on Sergeant Gurn, and he was given a warning to America. I tell you what, I'm a pretty big guy. I slouch a lot but I work out a lot. I weigh 200 pounds, and I have very little fat on my body. This fucking guy, I'm not even kidding. If he wasn't 285 pounds, he wasn't a pound, and he looked like a barrel. And he was just saying about how, he asked the Iraqis after the whole Muslim ban, which is not a ban. It's exactly what Trump said. It's extreme vetting. And to make a long story short, because I want to hear your opinions on this stuff, but, he was like, I asked them what they would do if I was to leave town, he's now there as a security advisor. He's not even in the Marines anymore. And the locals were to know that I was, and they were like, oh, dude, within an hour, they would snatch you up. And it's on my channel. You can see it. And it was, I wish I could remember the link I got it from on Twitter, because the guy is great. He's an older guy that does some really good dank fucking links and news. But he said they would snatch him up. They would torture him for probably 24 hours till he was just beat down really bad. And then they would cut his head off on fucking national television. And he said they didn't wait to say that. That was their answer right away. And that was, so, what are we dealing with?
It's just a fucking, well, we didn't help. We kicked the fucking hornet's nest. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we didn't fuck up catastrophically.
And we keep kicking it with drone strikes.
I know that, I do like President Obama. I think he did some good shit. I mean, I don't.
Well,
think
I'm glad. Well, tell me what he did that you like, because I'm glad to hear that opinion, because I didn't like him very much. But
I'm not. So I might bring up economy, and I'll tell you right now, I don't know really shit about the economy, really. But from what I've seen growing up, my parents got fucked over hard by the recession, and since then things have gotten a lot better. You can't put all the blame and credit on one president, but he did do a good job that way. I think he did okay.
No, GW ran the shit in the ground, kid. You were just a young boy, man. I watched it happen.
Pretty good at home, considering the GOP just wanted to be cocksuckers the whole time, and now the Democrats look like they're going to be them.
Well.
4 or 8 years, which is pissing me off because I didn't like it when the Republicans did it.
Yeah.
And now the Democrats, who I thought were better than that, apparently they aren't. So now I'm fucking pissed at them.
Nah, brother, listen, young man, you're smart enough to start to realize that they're all the fucking same, dude. I think that's why Trump's getting so much flack, because I honestly believe he's our first real president since JFK, and JFK got fucking blown away.
I'm not. I'm like, I don't want to wall off the media because I don't want to fall victim to oh, you're don't trust Khan. But when I watch his video, what he says, and then they talk about, it's either you don't understand what he's really saying or you're lying. When he's fucking with CNN all the time, it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Simone, whatever the fuck, shit, and he doesn't give you the time of day, and you're pissed. No shit. What did you expect?
Well, I said it earlier on the broadcast. He is all id, so I don't think he's capable of not keeping a promise, and not because he wants to make you happy, but because he's all id. He doesn't give a shit about nothing but his own ego, and I don't mean the ego as in id, ego, and super ego. I mean his own. Look at me, mine is bigger than yours. Was it you that was saying something about the hands thing earlier? Yeah.
The fucking hands joke is kind of funny. I laugh at that shit. I'm not I'll laugh at the jokes on Trump. When they call him a tangerine, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, the one girl's Cheeto dust, bathed in Cheeto dust.
Hilarious. Some of the protester signs I will appreciate the humor. I'll appreciate your cleverness. You went an extra step to make fun of him.
Yeah, I gotta give him that. That's the fact.
Because even with Obama, I love when they do the big ears cartoons. He's got big fucking ears. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I liked Obama, but I liked him for probably what you would consider all the wrong reasons. I liked to make fun of him. I liked him because he was great when he was reading, but as soon as the shit went down, it was they called him a kid. I mean, it was all these things. And then if you think about it, with his background, whatever it may be, and I believe he was probably, I don't know, because the only lady that could have told went down in a little plane and died of a heart attack when everybody else lived. It's so weird, the whole birther thing. And I'm not into that. Here's the fact: we got our first half-white president.
There you go. Yeah, pretty much.
I don't think I
love the argument. Sargon would always say this, and other people how do you say you live in a white supremacist country when the president's black?
It's crazy.
No. We're not gonna. If it's a white supremacist, not gonna placate the darkies. It's making fucking. Why would that?
Well,
happen?
and I hate to keep playing the Jew card, but as far as white supremacists are concerned, who is the most hated person on earth? Is it a black person?
What, Soros? A Jew?
No, yeah, well, Soros, yeah, because he's Jewish. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Number one on any skinhead or white supremacist, they hate Jews. I said it earlier: the wolf at the door, the kike, the sfansa. The fucking schmeckel, I should say. That means nose. The sponsor, that means the dick. It's because we like black people. We got big peckers, so they fucking hate us because we make all the movies. We come up with all the funny stuff. We're the comedians.
Make all the porn, apparently. Apparently, the porn industry is all Jewish, but
make all the porn. And what we don't do, the black folks do. They do the basketball and the football, and they do all the sports and stuff. So between the two of us, it's just like, why are there so many Polak jokes, Jam?
Oh, fucking. Well, that's the thing. Like, for my age, no one makes Polak jokes anymore.
It's because they were the smartest people on earth, though, son. That's why everybody said, "Oh, dumb Polak, dumb." It's because they made the first fucking real machine gun. They make the best tanks. They're geniuses. They're engineers. If you're in college now.
I went way into a tangent on them like a year and a half ago on World War II and just how fucked over they were. Like, they got cut hard.
And they fought like fuck. They weren't like France just rolled over.
The West, they got betrayed like 3 different times in that war.
Fucking A, man. You know your shit, kid. I'm proud of you because
You ever heard of the Katyn massacre? I'll put the spelling in the Katyn massacre.
That's ringing a bell, but very dimly.
So basically, it was when Russia and Germany invaded Poland in 1939, took it over of it until Germany kicked their fucking ass to Moscow and then fucked up. But the Russians took a bunch of officers prisoner, Soviet style. They took thousands of these officers, and they would just drag them into a room, a dark room with padding, and there's a bunch of fans going outside of it to mask the noise. Shoot them in the head.
Oh my goodness!
Throw a bucket of water. Like tens of thousands of officers just shoot him in the head, throw him in ditches. Like there's a fucking movie. I'll have to find. I was just watching on YouTube, like the scene. Like they have a movie like doing the scenes. It's so fucked to watch.
Man, there's still 8 people there. I'm telling you, folks. I'm looking this up right now as he's saying this. He is not even stretching it. They're saying just thousands of officers murdered, just like you said.
Thousands, and the Germans like found the graves when they took Smolensk, and then there was like their PR moment to show the Bolsheviks being evil, even though they weren't any better. But then the Russian.
That's why I hate the Anti-Defamation League, man, because they want to pretend that the Holocaust was only Jews. Fuck me, man. It was everybody.
No, that's the thing with that Trump statement. Everyone got all but I'm so sorry, but like he actually went out like most people only think the Jews died, and I'm sorry, but him not outright saying it but mentioning everyone else is good.
Good. It's finally. As a Jew, I got to say you're right. Finally,
sorry,
because what was it, how many Russians died? I believe it was 20 million, or am I wrong about that? It was something close to 20 or 50.
In the war total, 25 million, like half of the casualties of Russia.
Fucking
about
million.
2 to 3 million POW. But most of those aren't the Holocaust, really. The Holocaust counts the 2 to 3 million Russian prisoners of war.
Oh yeah, no. I meant how many died in the war from the Battle of Stalingrad. They were losing 100,000 people an hour.
Yeah, they're grinding in that meat grinder, dude.
Oh man, they were running at tanks with the guns.
People died in the war, and the Russians you wonder why they wanted the Iron Curtain.
Thank you, sir. Because they're not that bad. And Putin, hey, I'll say it.
No, they were fucking bad. No, Stalin's a piece of shit. They were bad then.
Stalin is bad, and so was Lenin, and yes, communism is horrible. But when you come to our modern age, a Russian they're the great other America over there, dude. They really are, and they're trying to be free now.
I don't trust that motherfucker, but like I have respect for the work he's done.
Well said.
I just don't trust him because
I don't either.
Fucking goal of like reclaiming the old Soviet stuff.
Well,
trying to take Georgia, trying to take Ukraine.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You beat me too. I was about to say Georgia. Yep, he's doing it. He's trying to do it.
Yeah,
he's got chip on his shoulder for Georgia too, man.
Like I want us to get along with him, but like so farther we can throw him.
No, I wonder sometimes
where Hillary, for me, where I completely at that point, there's no possibility of me ever voting for her. Was that debate in no-fly zone when like the week before
that would have been war.
Outright to Congress, we can't do this without going to war with the next nuclear armed country. I think they even have like as many or more nukes than we do. Some study that showed that they had more, but
they have more. They have more ICBMs left now than we do. But what they have are these. I'm trying to think of what they call them. They're basically a large rubber-wheeled vehicle, but they have one ICBM on them. They got like 100 1,000? No, that might be the wrong number. It might be 1,000. They have several times more of those than we do. If you remember, it was just in the news about 6 months ago. They moved all of those on the border. And then there's that one weird country that's like right by Poland that Russia has. And they ramped.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Kaliningrad. Is that Kaliningrad, maybe?
Yeah, no, you're at least close. You know what I'm talking about because that sounds like that's right. And they ramped up. And dude, they outdo us in that stuff. And they're building new stuff where we stopped. I'm hoping Trump does that, but I hate the idea of nuclear buildup, dude. I'm an 80s baby. You weren't even born, and we lived through the duck and cover and fucking nuclear armaments, man. I wish.
My dad told me when he was a kid. I mean, my dad was born in 1960. He remembers that shit. I mean, he remembers desegregation. He remembers. He doesn't remember the nuclear crisis, but my grandpa talked to me about it, and my grandpa was in the Air Force during that time. But like he'd talk about it a bit with me.
Well,
and he served in the Air Force from like the mid 50s to like the early 80s.
I'll be honest with you though, Jam. You're living through a worse time right now in my mind because what we went through was. I want to hear
my parents keep telling me that. My parents keep telling me this shit like this. Like my mom was saying this the other day, and me and her argue all the fucking time about politics because she's way more left than I am. And but you sound like this. You're living through like the new like civil rights era / like revamp of the Cold War.
Believe it.
Act point.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm worried about where the shit's going because it's the precedent for the next 50 fucking years.
Oh, dude, I can only guess at your skin tone, but you're the new nigger, son. You're the new nigger. You might as well accept it. If you are the race that I think you are, you're done.
I'm 31 30 seconds white. I have 1 30-second Native American. That's it.
You're done. You're in trouble. In fact, there's only one race that's worse off than you, and that's the Asians. They got to get a higher SAT score than you do, and they don't have no fucking help.
They're smart as shit, though.
Well, but what does that matter?
For a long time, the University of Washington, the smallest demographic was white dudes. Like they had a lot of foreign Chinese students coming in, and then like they had to change it up. Because like the year before I graduated, that I knew in the class ahead of me. Then the year I graduate, a bunch of my dumb fucking friends that drive race cars somehow get into UW.
Huh?
Like they had to change their policies, and they started letting out. They had to like basically let in more white dudes.
But
and, like,
that's
fucking
fucked up,
friends,
dude. That is the definition of institutional racism, Jam.
Yes.
You can't make it so if you check a box that says your race, it's easier for you to get in, or that is institutional racism. And it's, man, the news speak is overwhelming. I predict something. By the time you're my age, you won't be able to drink out of the same water fountain because at MSU, they demanded segregation. They demanded it, and they got it. That's fucked up, dude.
Well, look,
you will be drinking in the white drinking fountain.
Have you heard of that? It's like the only
Man,
only dorms on some schools. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Really?
Yes, I've heard about that. That's what I was mentioning. You kind of broke up there, but I'm thinking we're on the same page. You said, say that one more time to me.
Like who was it? I think Milo. I saw. Well, Milo talked about it. I actually went to one of his talks in Oregon here. The guy.
Man, I hope he didn't fuck himself. Have you heard about the Milo debacle now?
Oh, that Joe Rogan interview from like 2 years ago.
Yeah, like the babies and molesters. Oh man, I don't fucking know, dude.
It's a clusterfuck. He didn't help himself.
It's a clusterfuck, man.
Because he's talked about how he was abused by a priest, but then he goes around joking about it in a fucked up way, and then like I don't know, he didn't.
How do you deal with shit like that, though, kid? You deal with it with humor.
Fuck if I know.
I mean,
I have a friend that was molested, but she was like 5, so it doesn't really affect her much. She didn't remember it.
You only got a couple choices. You either joke about it and laugh, or you fucking curl up in a ball and die. You know? I mean, damn, I don't even, I'm with the hard bastard. I tried to play devil's advocate tonight, but he was like, look, we got to have a lot more information before we go deciding if he's guilty or anything.
Yeah, that's what I am. Like, fucking Christ. Like, I know it's the internet and everyone wants their instantaneous, like, shit, but it's like,
yeah.
You fuck destroy people's lives. Because that's the thing Sargon will harp on, or Kraut will harp on. And Philip DeFranco. Like, all those, Philip DeFranco, PewDiePie, and Boogie before that started on stream, even on those channels, I was kind of like typical YouTuber, like clickbaity shit. I mean, I'd watch Philip DeFranco because I like him, but like Boogie, I don't
watch
give a fuck. And PewDiePie I always thought was fucking annoying until the last year, where he's like Keck level 9001. He's just fucking trolling people.
Yeah, big time. He's a troll, fucking big time. That's what
And I'm
people
not
don't get.
much of a
Trolls, though.
I love trolls, but I don't really troll that often. I'll troll on the
I do.
work for my school. Like there's like you ever heard of Yik Yak?
No,
The app.
no, I haven't heard of. Oh yeah. My boy has that. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll fuck around on there. Like it got to a point where my friends and I were doing it so much I could tell that it was them fucking with these people just by reading what they were typing. I could totally friends at that point. I was like, God damn. Like now it's just no one uses the app, but in its heyday we were just trolling people left and right. I mean, I don't troll on Twitter. Appreciate it.
I don't troll on Twitter. I have a troll account that I use. I have a couple of troll accounts. I don't troll on any of my normal stuff, but I go on. I'm a flat earther to a certain degree. I mean, I've done a bunch of experiments, and as far as I can tell, kid, man, this Earth is not round.
Fuck no. Keeps doing that, and I'm like, well, I'll just fucking gang up on him. It's just no, it's not flat.
Well, and it probably isn't. I'm just telling you that I troll people, and the thing of it is with me is I'm not just saying I think that. I've done experiment. I've got a telescope. I've done a bunch of experiments. If it's not flat, it is not the dimensions they say it is. There's no way, because I can prove that it's not.
Yeah, but if it's flat,
I get mocked.
You circumnavigate the globe without falling off the edge.
Because you can circumnavigate this. You can do just like this. This is how I look at it. If you look at this right here, see the outside rim? That's Antarctica. And the inside right there is the North Pole. Mm-hmm. And the sun, it starts out, the difference in seasons, people ask what's the difference? It starts spinning faster as it comes in slower as it comes in close to the North Pole, and then faster as it spins out, so that we continue our 24-hour day. And it's just like a flashlight. And brother, there is no 24-hour day anywhere in Antarctica. They'll tell you that. There is in the North Pole.
You think the planet shaped like a hollow in the middle?
I don't think it's a planet. No, I don't think it's a planet. I think that when they say space, I don't look at it as up above. I look at it as all around us. I think if you could go past Antarctica, that you would keep going, dude, infinitely. And that there are other thermal spots like this where the magma or whatever is close to the surface, and there's another sun and moon that are there close, and that vegetation and stuff has begun. I don't think I'm being bluntly honest with you now too. I don't believe in no round world. I don't believe in that. I've seen too much. I've been in too many airplanes. The horizon always rises to meet your eyes. If to believe in that, you have to disbelieve in all science that has to do, with a lot of things. But anyway, I said that. So what makes you, did you think I'm just nuts on that? Am I right? I'm sure I'm right on that.
What?
You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy on the flat Earth? I'm sure, but
that's the thing. I don't read enough about. I don't have enough knowledge on top of my head because I'm not reading all in science and shit. Like science interests me, but like it just seems like a fucking ridiculous claim to me. It just seems like conspiracy gone to another level of like, all right, now you're kind of just going into like fantasy.
And that's why I started to look into it, because I explored a lot of other conspiracy stuff. But let me say this to you. I just want you to remember this, Jam. When you were in the first grade, way before, you were in the 8th grade when they broke out geography and started showing you maps and stuff. When you were in kindergarten, they showed you 2 things. Well, they showed you red, green, yellow, blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D, 1 + 1 is 2, and here's this globe, and the world is round. And that's what makes me really question it, dude. Because why would you even have to start that? And if you haven't seen, I'll show you a link to something that shows how it would be if the sun, because you got to think of all the things combined. The world spinning at 24,000 miles around like this, and then around the sun at 240,000 miles an hour, and then the sun going at 240 million miles an hour. And it's not like we see with the sun here and everything going like this on a flat. It's not. It would be the sun flying and us following it in this corkscrewing action with all. And hey, it could be. But all I'm saying is, if it is what they say, that's how it would look.
Like, what shape is the Earth then? If it's not round, what are we? A piece of paper?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I have to say at that point that I would have to admit ignorance and say I don't know. What do I think? I think it's just like I said.
Don't think. Okay.
No.
That's less ridiculous.
I imagine.
Okay, fine.
No, what I'll say it one more time. I imagine that space doesn't go up and around this ball. I imagine that if you look at my hand right here, that is infinity. You broke up, and I want to hear what you just said.
That said, the video of you is kind of like laggy, slow for me.
Oh, okay. You know what, dude? I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to go to bed. I'm in trouble anyway. It's almost 1 o'clock, and I'm drunk. But let make sure. How did you give me your information here? Will you type in at least your Twitter or anything that you on the private one between us? If you will, I'll type in my email right now, my real email. I'll just give that to you.
No, I'll put my Twitter in here, but I followed you, and then Dave followed me just now.
Okay. And if you followed me, I'll be able to get a hold of you because you're very interesting, dude. I would like you. And you've seen Day. Day was saying, and she's not just beautiful. She's smart, man. She knows her shit. And she was like, you should start a YouTube. You really should. You got a good brain. You got an excellent voice. And this is it. Do you hear my voice?
On microphones. That's the thing. I always think I sound stupid.
Well, your microphone is probably a little bit subpar.
Well, even on phones, like I just can't listen to my own voice. I cringe too fucking hard at it. I'm like, oh, nope.
No, but it sounds good to other people. Believe me, trust me. Okay. I cringe when I hear mine, but I know what my voice sounds like. I am the announcer from your dreams. But
my desktop computer is fucked, and all I have is a Chromebook. So,
well, as long as you follow me, Jam, I'm gonna cut out, and I'm gonna tell you thank you so much for hanging out. We still got 6 people in here, and they can probably hear us. We're gone, everybody.
And what Maxper and Peasy Moody.
Everybody else that was on here, and I'll probably put this on there because I'm gonna sign off with a little goodbye. But everybody else that was on here before you, except for oh fuck, I already forgot his name. What was the lawyer's name, man?
Daniel, I think. Philip Daniel. I have his YouTube here.
Philip. Yes, Philip. Yeah. Everybody else though, man, I don't know. But you two, you man, I'm hoping that you two would come and maybe join us sometime. I'll talk to the hard bastard about you especially, and we'll see. But everybody else, they were all just.
I found his videos. One, I like his long format videos.
I love them too.
I can just sit there, like I'll play it while I'm driving around doing reviews. So it's longer, it works better for me. So like,
man, he is so good at
away from it. Yeah, I know he's.
No, I keep telling him that.
He can be shorter ones, and then also
and you know what?
He talked. I completely sympathize because I'm like he talks about he's a former liberal. Now I was never really SJW, but I kind of bought into some of that shit. Like the right is evil, Republicans are evil. I kind of bought into it for a bit when I was younger, and when I went to my liberal arts school, I was like, that's fucking wrong. Like his whole like wake up is similar to mine, so like I feel really fucking similar to his whole. Way he woke up to that shit.
Man, we need more of y'all too. We really do. Because you heard I don't know if you heard the part where I said something about reason with your liberal friends, and he just did that bastard laugh, that and he was like, oh, you think you can reason with these people? And it was like, oh.
My fucking mom talked to her about this shit. She's ridiculous. My dad is different, but my mom's like way fucking more left than she'll admit it. And it's just like,
no.
Like 4 or 5 arguments in the month of December about the whole fucking grab him by the pussy video with her. Because like I never was like very. I don't want to call myself conservative. I just think it's just fucking rational. But like, I was a bit. I don't know. I never really talked politics when I was younger. But like a lot of these things I felt for a long time. Like even when I was younger, I thought it was ridiculous that like illegal immigrants got arrested weren't immediately deported. It's like I'm like a legalist in the sense like I want the laws to be upheld equally to everyone, and I know that. It's not necessarily the case. Like there's people get fucked over, but like my expectation is that it's equal. And
yes,
she actually does agree with me on this. Like sanctuary cities, like it's ridiculous. Like you're fucking, you don't just get to stand up and say I'm not going to follow the federal government. You need to get put the fuck down, put in your place. Like follow the rules or lose your funding.
Yeah, that's hardcore, man. That is the way it is, but I don't know how I feel about
I'm not
that.
saying I put him down like hard, like the military, but I mean it's like you fucking fall in line. Like there's a difference between autonomy and kind of like self-governance to an extent, and violating the federal law.
And we don't have autonomy
And
as human beings. That's the problem I got. We should have autonomy, but we don't. You know,
So I'm like, I don't mind like, oh, just let them kind of run their things, but when they're like just going in complete opposition to what the federal government is like the laws are, it's like, all right, you've crossed a line.
but what laws, Jam?
The immigration was like the sanctuary cities to me. It's like they won't
Yeah.
report that the federal authorities like that's supposed to be reported.
But then
No.
I fucking agree with you 100%. I got to say that before I say this, but, and you know, I'm not just throwing a conjuncture in there and saying now disregard everything I said. I completely agree with you. But what do we do when it comes to, okay, now Washington wants to make heroin legal so they can stop the fucking illegal drug trade and just make it so people can go buy it at the store. How do you do that when the federal government comes in with fucking machine guns and starts telling Washington they can't do that?
That's where I like look like a hypocrite. Where I'm like, I don't that we decriminalize or we legalize weed. It's like it's just personal opinion of that's a stupid law. But that's just
but I didn't
personal
say
opinion.
weed. I said heroin. I don't believe in prohibition of any drug. It doesn't work, and we
I don't
all know
either.
that.
Like, at this point, I don't really care. I mean, if they make heroin legal, I'm probably never gonna do it. But like,
You ain't never gonna do heroin, boy. I can tell by talking to you. Listen, the people that are gonna do heroin are gonna do it anyway, and because it's illegal and it's elusive, more people will do it because of that.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've done hallucinogens. That's about as hard as I think I'll go. Those are fun. I don't know.
Oh yeah, man, you got to do mushrooms if you live where you live.
Like, I did acid for the first time a couple weeks ago.
You have to, or they
But I
throw
did-
you out of the fucking state. I know how it is.
Well, yeah, well, I did shrooms the day before, so I kind of ruined my first acid trip. But I don't know.
Oh, shrooms
try
are
it
way
again
better than
without
acid.
the day before.
Shrooms are much better. In fact, you live out there. If you ever get a chance, try Jimsum. You got to boil it into a tea and make sure that you get it from somebody that knows what they're doing, because it will. It's the only thing I've ever done, because with LSD and shrooms, I've seen things that are there, that are actually there, doing things they shouldn't do. Like the wall looks like it's breathing.
Yeah.
Or
I
a
don't get.
light.
I haven't tripped really hard on visuals yet because I probably just need to eat more. Cause I'm a bigger guy, hard. But like I've seen like those old TVs where they do that color wave would go across them sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like
Flat screens. I'm like, whoa, shit. And then like the ceiling, like stucco ceilings, will just start like kind of swirling.
well. That's all. That's what I'm
Bars,
talking
and
about.
you
Jimsum
Nice.
is different though, bro. Jimsum will make you see things that are not there.
just in the chat swirling and shit.
I've done peyote, and peyote won't do that either. But Jimsum, man, if you boil that Jimsum grass and you drink that shit, you will see things. You will see strange visions. And the only other thing I know of that is similar that I've heard of, Joe Rogan talks about it, is that ayahuasca. And a young guy like you should give that a try, man, because it's supposed to expand your mind. People will go down to Mexico that are hooked on heroin, hooked on all these pills and shit. They take ayahuasca and they say they meet their spirit guide. And, you know, a young guy like you might be able to get a benefit from meeting your spirit guide young, especially when you're not even addicted to fucking dumb shit like that, you know? Look, this is going way off on the rails now. We got 4 people watching, and I just said some shit that probably look. In fact, it's like the ceiling looks like it's made of liquid and drops to the floor. Base Mama's bad as
Base
fuck.
Mama's back in the channel. Base Mama showed back up again.
She's so badass. Base Mama, you ain't coming on here again, are you? If you say no, I'm shutting
The
this up
DEA is
down.
unconstitutional. Oh shit, she's red pilling us.
Says you're definitely gonna have to chop up this stream. Hell yeah, I'm gonna. It's fucking 4 hours long or more. You're gonna chop it down to probably about 45 minutes, but make us all look good.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want access to this? Would you like to have like be able to chop this up and do what you want with it?
Me?
I'll do something for you. I'll make sure you have access. Yeah, you. Yeah, I'll make sure you have access to it.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little.
For me, like if I want to do YouTube, I might make some videos and shit. But like, there's that guy Arch Warhammer. He'll jump on like Sargon streams, but his main content's like gaming. Like I don't mind if I just jump on as like a contributor. I don't need to make a bunch of my own content, but like I like just chatting.
Well, I hope you listen today. You should consider, because if you're going to be a teacher, you need to be used to lecturing anyway. You got to be used to
Yeah.
keeping your kids awake and teaching them some shit. So I really think you should consider doing a little channel. If you do, I'll promote you, dude. And I got a small channel, but I got some big friends, and you can probably see that right here. And you know, it's fun. It's fun. It gives you something to do, and it will definitely be good practice as you being a historian and a teacher. Look, we got 3 viewers. Let me say good night. I'm going to do a goodbye. Hey, Base Mama.
You can help.
All right, brother. Hey, make sure you hit me up. All right. Don't be too long in doing it either.
No, yeah, I followed you on Twitter already. It's just I got your YouTube now. Subscribe to that, so
all right, brother.
I got your email. I think I don't know if you got that email from me. If I typed the wrong one in.
Oh, if you put it to this email, it's just to this live stream anyway. Huh?
Oh,
The ogre 710. That's a bullshit email. I'll give you my real shit when I can DM you on what you call it. I'll give you my real one.
Probably a new account just for my personal life, so I don't have to have my
all right, brother.
Just like my friends and shit find all this I'd rather them just not deal with that because that's not my reputation's I'm typically not going on these streams and talking about this. I'm using fucking sneaky. I'm the quiet guy that you don't know is just thinking about all this shit all the time.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to do it. All right. All right, Jam. Well, I'll tell you what, everybody, I would like to thank everyone that joined us tonight. Jam and Based Mama and Day is Dead, the hard bastard. And it was just my pleasure to be the moderator tonight. I really want to make a special thank you to the Britisher. Oh, my goodness, dude, that bottle of scotch, if it wasn't for you, Jam would never have been in on this conversation because I would have quit an hour and a half ago. So, hey, say the final word, Jam. Send us out with something good. Give me your best radio voice and say something to everybody, the last final word before I hit this stop broadcast.
I don't know. Don't be afraid to fucking speak out on just bullshit you see. It's there's only people lie and make shit up. It's it's fucking real. Just check it. It's the only people outright fucking lie.
And that was so powerful.
Like it or not.
So powerful. Broke up at the end, but it sounded good. All right, Jam, look for me. Look to see me no more. Ha 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 ha!